Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Saved the Lonely Heiress? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Momo Yaoyorozu was in all measures, without a doubt, a perfect girl. When she was born, the moment she cried when the hospital lights shone on her crying face, she had everything after all, being born into one of if not the richest families in the entirety of Japan, hard to not have a perfect upbringing. She was taught in everything, proper manners, private tutors from the most prestigious universities across the world to teach her academics, and personal trainers to ensure her physical condition was just as impeccable. Momo was groomed to excel in all aspects of life, and her quirk, creation needed immense knowledge, and was regarded one of the most versatile quirks they have ever seen, and as she grew up, her body became one of beauty, silky smooth black hair, porcelain skin, beautiful face, deep immense eyes, and a perfect figure due to her training, combined with her manners and attitude, made her a symbol of grace and class, and as many children like her, she would strive to be a hero, a testament to her heroic heart. Money quirks looks to many people in this society that would be things to kill for, and yet she was handed it on a silver platter. Growing up like that would be free of troubles, right? Well, not exactly. Reality had a way of twisting even the most perfect of lives. Momo had long since learned to wear a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was a subtle thing, the kind of smile that looked genuine enough to fool just about anyone who wasn't paying close attention. And no one ever really was. People saw what they wanted to see, the perfect daughter, the perfect student, the perfect future hero. They didn't see the cracks forming beneath the surface, the strain of maintaining that perfection day in and day out. Hey Momo, how's it going? Why, it's been lovely, thank you. Momo, want to go to my party this weekend? Sorry, but I must decline, I have things to attend to. As she walked down the hallways of her elite private middle school, the Nagoya Hana Academy, the type of school that only the elites could even dream of breathing the air within, was renowned for their highly skilled teaching staff, state-of-the-art facilities, and boasted one of the highest rates of graduates who get into hero school. It was only natural for Momo to enroll here. She was greeted by many of her classmates. After all, why wasn't she popular? Beautiful, amazing grades thanks to her prior tutoring, and her conduct and attendance are amazing as well. With one of the most amount of hero potential in the entire school, they all wanted to be close to her to live by her example to be a good student. You're right. She knew better, she could not trust them any less at this point. Growing up, she never understood why people boasted about their wealth, her parents, the times where they weren't on international business trips, that is, always treated the butlers and maids with respect, and dished out punishments fairly. They never flaunted their money. Despite being one of the richest families in Japan if not the world, the pharmaceutical company they run supplies 70% of the drugs in Japan. Their biggest sales are of course in quirk blockers, since many children need to take them in order for their new quirks to not go wild. Her father, Hiroshi Yaoyorozu, and her mother, Chisato Yaoyorozu, both came from old money, but it was Hiroshi and Chisato's business savvy that made Yaoyorozu Pharmaceuticals the international hegemon it is today. Both are inspiring icons in their own right amongst high society. She especially found it confusing that children like her who grew up in privilege boast about money. It could be her upbringing and being constantly told to be respectful and put on a smile, their parents being snobby and the apple not falling far from the tree, or her brilliant logical mind working overtime again. But in her mind, it wasn't their money, the same way her parents' money wasn't hers, it was theirs. Granted, she would most likely inherit it when they retire or, God forbid, pass away. And as of this point in her life she can ask for anything and be given it to her. She knew she didn't work a day for it, and she knew she was lucky and privileged. To her it was like boasting you got a good poker hand, you had nothing to do with it. But my goodness, these kids were schemers. The few times Momo did go out with some of the girls, it was always for some reason, shopping trips, and always miraculously, they didn't bring their wallets. It honestly embarrassed Momo how long it took for her to figure out what they were doing, and any time she took the invitation to go for a party that they arranged, she realized that she was often just a prop for their social standing, a trophy friend to show off. They wanted to be seen with her, not because they liked her, but because her presence elevated their status. The moment they got what they wanted, a new outfit, a new piece of jewelry, an introduction to one of her influential family friends, or simply the social clout that came with being around her, they would lose interest until they needed something again. Momo wasn't blind to their tactics. The insincere flattery, the fake smiles, and the constant, almost desperate attempts to ingratiate themselves were all too transparent. They thought they were subtle, but Momo saw through every little maneuver. It hurt at first, realizing that most of her so-called friends were only interested in her for what she could provide. But over time, she learned to distance herself from them, keeping people at arm's length while maintaining the polite, gracious facade that was expected of her. And the boys? Oh God, the boys were somehow worse. She knew she had a great body. The amount of times she overheard how great her delicate parts are, bigger than average, made her well aware of that. The lingering gazes that went to places that they shouldn't be looking at made her very uncomfortable. One of them even had the audacity to lay their hands on places where they shouldn't. In that case it was for her thigh, and that did not end well for that boy. Many of them saw her as a prize to be won, not a person with her own thoughts and feelings. They were always hovering around, offering to carry her books, hold doors, or shower her with shallow compliments. It was clear that they were more interested in the idea of being with someone of her status and beauty than in actually getting to know her. Their acts of kindness were superficial at best, performed not out of genuine care, but as a way to boost their own egos. She had lost count of how many times she had overheard them boasting about their interactions with her, as if she were some sort of conquest. It was nauseating. And what made it worse was that they seemed to think she didn't notice, that she was too naive or too polite to see through their charades. Lastly, the grown-ups, the place where these kids all got their ego from. In the world Momo inhabited, alliances between wealthy families were often made through marriage, and there were plenty of parents who saw her as a perfect match for their sons. They were always trying to arrange meetings, dinner parties, and other events where Momo would be, coincidentally, seated next to some eligible young man from a prestigious family. The subtext was clear: marriage to someone like her would be a merger of two powerful empires, a union that would benefit both families immensely. Her own parents would always notice her uneasiness, but she knew better than to burden them with thoughts like this. An empire needed their sovereigns after all. She got to her last PRD class quickly. It's her favorite subject, chemistry, not just because she was good at it, but also because it was needed for her to use her quirk. The lesson dragged on. Momo then remembered, oh right, she liked chemistry, not the chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher, Mr. Takahashi, stopped the lesson slightly earlier, and in a slightly posh accent, "Class, I will stop the lessons for a moment because your career reports are back." The entire class piqued their interest, even Momo, who had a bored look in her eye only moments before. These career reports were meant to give them advice on how to best pursue their careers. As third years, you need to take a serious look and give serious thought into what you would like to do in the future. You could be great scientists, teachers, doctors, artists. The teacher shot all of them a knowing and mischievous look. Oh, who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes, don't you? The entire class cheered, unleashing their quirks. Momo herself smiled at the thought. Maybe that place will be better, she thought. The entire class went up one by one to take their reports. However, a lot of them seemed dismissive of the advice. Quirk counseling? I already have a strong quirk and I can use it well. Why do I need to join counseling? Consider other hero schools? It's your nothing for me, baby. Why do my science subjects matter so much? Momo can't help but cringe at their comments. Of course hero school is way harder than they make it out to be, and of course they would care about your academics. Why wouldn't they? As the final bell rang out, she looked through her phone and smiled. It was her parents. Father. Dear, we are coming back today. We finally settled the deal in America. We'll be able to stay longer from now on, since we want to focus on expanding vertically in Japan. We can't wait to spend more time with you. Wait for us in our building downtown, okay? We'll be there soon. Momo. Of course, Father. I can't wait. After what seems like centuries, Momo's parents are finally adhering to their promise of slowing down and spending more time in Japan. Momo knew they loved her, but all the wealth had to come from somewhere. She's glad to see them willing to spend more time with her. She made her way to the school gates, all the students going into their luxury cars along with their drivers. Momo made her way to a sleek expensive sedan. The driver bowed and opened the door for her before getting into the car himself. The downtown office, Miss Yaoyorozu? Yes, thank you, Shirou. Momo looked out the window at the cityscape around her. She looked to her side. She can't wait to be beside her family soon, people who loved her, before hanging her head low, reading something. Maybe someone could be right here, a friend, and then they slowly come towards me, being flustered and starting to come closer towards my face, and then, in an IT Momo. She slapped herself lightly, slightly flustered about her imagination. She looked at the book in her hands. These romance novels. My goodness. No one can know about this. Her phone ringed again. It was her parents. Father. Sorry, Momo. I forgot to tell you that the flight was delayed, since the pilot had to get some new fuel, so we might be arriving a bit later than expected. Will that be okay? Momo. No worries, Father, I can wait. Father. Thank you, Momo. Wait for us in the security room? Momo. Okay, Father. Momo sighed to herself and chuckled. At least her parents were on a private jet. Momo sat in the security room, adorned with state-of-the-art tech and dazzling marble at the top floor, doing her homework, the security guards of her family's building working around her, filling in schedules, checking the cameras, making sure the security systems all worked. She had been waiting for an hour now. Her parents had just texted her then that they had landed and are getting their luggage off and going through customs. All right, people. Good work. Time to switch shifts. The head guard exclaimed. Cheers rang out through the security room as many took off their uniforms and put on something more casual, talking about their plans for the night. They all leave, leaving Momo to wait for the next batch of guards. As she waits though, she looks to a camera and notices something strange on camera on the roof. On the roof. A boy. And he was crying. And way too close to the railing for comfort. Oh no. Sorry, but you need to be realistic. I don't think someone without a power can be a hero. Those words cut Izuku's heart deep as he saw the weak All Might transform back to the muscular form, the symbol, the facade. When he jumped away, he can't help but think what happened to him today, getting told to kill himself, getting himself almost killed by some sludge villain, and now the #1 hero himself just told him he can't achieve his dream, to be a hero. Quirkless. That was it, some stupid X-ray determined it all. He knelt on the floor crying as he slowly headed towards the railing, wanting to just lean on it for support and let it all out, his knuckles turning white as he held on, looking over the city, wondering what in the hell it was all for. Please don't do it. Izuku was startled. He looked behind to see a girl, an absolutely stunning girl. Her attire exudes class, but the frantic look on her eyes betrayed that. Please. Step away from the railing. Izuku quickly wiped away his tears, but his pain was clear in his eyes. He slowly backed away, wondering why he was asked. A crying boy, near the railing. Momo slowed her pace as she neared him, her heart still pounding. Are you okay? She asked, her voice softening with concern. I saw you up here and I just wanted to make sure you're all right. Izuku sniffled, shaking his head slightly as if to dismiss her worry. I'm fine. I'm sorry if I scared you. I just needed a moment to think. I wasn't going to, you know. But Momo wasn't convinced. She could see how fragile he looked, how close he was to the edge both literally and figuratively. She wasn't about to let him brush this off so easily. I'm not sure how you got up here in the first place, but it's okay to be upset, she said gently, stepping closer. You don't have to hide it. I'm not here to judge you or anything. I want to help if I can. Izuku looked at her, really looked at her for the first time, and saw the earnestness in her eyes. There was no pity, no judgment, just genuine concern. It caught him off guard, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. It was a bad day. Momo sat down next to him. It's okay, you don't have to tell me, just what do you need? Do you want to talk? I guess, yeah, Izuku replied. Izuku sobbed a little before saying, people just judge me for something I can't control. I didn't choose, they assume the worst of me. And just then someone who I looked up to, very much, just told me my dream was impossible. Momo's eyes saddened, knowing the feeling for being judged and having things assumed about her because of her wealth. But she could never imagine being told something like her dream being impossible. She knew now was not the time to pry, it was simply for him to calm down and talk. I get that, people assuming things about you, I mean not the other part. Izuku simply shook his head. Genuinely though, I really appreciate you doing this. Everyone around me seems so fake, acting all nice with other people, but when it comes to me, to them, I'm disgusting. Momo looked on in empathy. The statement of people being fake resonated with her so much. Yeah, I know, except it's the opposite for me, people acting all nice and schemers in the background. I don't know which is worse, knowing these people are capable of kindness but not extending to you, or knowing that the kindness being extended isn't genuine. For what it's worth though, you seem pleasant. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya, yours? It's Momo Yadash. Momo hesitated for a moment. She realized something, as hard it is to believe, he is the first person her age that didn't come from high society. That realization was quite something, and it made her think. Yamato, she finally said, deciding to use a fake last name. Momo Yamato. She chose to hide her real last name, not because she wanted to lie to him, but because she knew how people reacted when they learned she was a Yaoyorozu. Her real name brought with it assumptions about her character, people thinking she was privileged or out of touch with reality, which was true, but shush. She didn't want that to get in the way of this moment. Right now, she just wanted to be a person talking to another person, without the complications of wealth or status. Thanks, Yamato. I assume your parents work here? Yeah, they do. They own the building, for crying out loud. They sat together in silence, an air of understanding coming from Momo. Momo worked up the courage, sparking her heroic heart and being worried about his well-being. Hey, wanna exchange numbers? I'm just worried about you and want to keep in touch, at least for a while, to make sure you know that you have someone that you can tell things, I suppose. Momo handed him her phone. Izuku's mind blue-screened. A beautiful, gorgeous girl was asking for his number? Impossible. Was it out of pity? Was it out of concern? Was it? His mind was dragged back by a ding from Momo's phone. It was her parents. They said they were 10 minutes away. Oh dear, I have to go dash. Wait. Izuku forced himself up, his face absolutely red, approaching Momo, as his hands shake and took her phone. This looks expensive, he thought to himself. Here, thank you. I appreciate what you did for me, Yamato. You're welcome. I hope the best for you in the future. Let me take you down to the lobby, Momo said with a kind smile. After sending Izuku off, when he was trying his best to maintain his composure, Momo wasn't really sure what he was so nervous about, but she didn't pay much mind. She found it a bit amusing. She waited in the lobby, and soon enough, a sleek black limousine arrived and the door opened to reveal two stunning individuals. A brown-haired man stepped out. A pair of round gold glasses framed his kind black eyes, with a smile and an air of confidence along with a black suit. Next to him, a woman with short curly hair, a slim figure and stunning blue eyes and porcelain skin. They were of course Hiroshi and Chisato Yaoyorozu. Momo rushed to them and hugged them tightly. Father! Mother! Chisato returned with a kind smile. Oh, it is good to see you, Momo. How have you been? I've been doing well. Congratulations on the deal in the America. Hiroshi hugged his daughter tightly. Oh, it was great, dear. Let's go to dinner. They got into the comfortable limousine as they set off towards the restaurant. So, Momo, how have your studies been? Hiroshi asked. Oh, of course, getting into UA is not easy after all. If you need anything, then tell us, Momo. You know we would provide everything you need, especially since it's the recommendation exam. It's going to be harder, isn't it? Chisato asked excitedly. Momo gently smiled. Yes, father, thank you. It's been going well. All my grades are top of the class and the Quirk counseling is going fine. I hope it could be better, but still Quirk counseling is still a relatively new field, so there aren't many seasoned professionals as of yet. I see. Well, that's good to hear. Been making any new friends at school? Momo slightly grimaced. Yeah, no. They're not friends per se. Oh well, you know, same old. I get along amicably with my classmates. Momo returned her usual smile. Her parents exchanged a knowing look. They knew the same old means that Momo didn't have any close connections. Despite their efforts to take her along to lavish parties to socialize, they hope she can find some friends soon, but they don't want to rush her. That's great, dear. How's the Quirk counseling coming along? As I said, it's been fine. The counselor is very nice and he gives me good suggestions, but I think I could use a Quirk gym. Of course, sweetie, we can arrange on for you. Thank you, mother. Later that night, Izuku looks at his phone, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Momo Yamato. How the hell should he go forward with this? The day couldn't have been worse. As if years of bullying just for being quirkless wasn't enough, almost dying, and then adding the fact that literally All Might himself said his dream was impossible. After he returned home after that whole fiasco, his mother embraced him tightly, saying the usual of how much she loved him and how worried she was when she heard what happened. At least he got a girl's number. Come on, Izuku. Are you that desperate for someone to care? Right now his hands was shaking as he kept on reading the name on his phone over and over again. Momo Yamato. K, like defusing a bomb. How can I do this? Izuku. Hi there. How are you? Well, no going back now. Izuku buried his face in his hands. Was that too basic? Was that just boring? Oh god, what if she did that out of kindness and she actually didn't want to talk? Oh no. Oh dear. Momo looked at the text that was sent to her on her queen-size bed and was panicking. What am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I never learned texting etiquette. Maybe. So, Momo deleted that message, immediately face-palming herself. What was I thinking? He literally just asked how are you, and yet here I am flailing. She gathered herself once more and thought long and hard. Okay, he is clearly not happy, judging by today, so maybe. I'm doing fine, thank you, I sincerely hope that. I'm talking to a boy, not doing a business deal. Okay, no wait, I got it. Momo. I'm fine. How are you feeling? Any better? Why was that so hard? Okakak, what now? Izuku didn't expect to even get a response, and here he was pacing his room. Okay, analysis, you're good at that, right? One of the few things you're good at, what now? Izuku. I'm doing much better, thanks to you. What are you doing now? Diamante, was that too invasive? Am I being nosy? Momo looked to the romance novel in her other hand. Definitely not. What book though? Momo. I'm just reading up some school's chemistry. You? She sounds smart. And I'm just. Izuku looks down on his burnt hero analysis book and sighed. Izuku. Just doing some writing, not much. I feel much better though, just rethinking some parts of my future. Momo. Really? That sounds nice. What are you writing about? Izuku. It's a bit niche, but Quirk analysis. That makes me sound so much like a nerd. That sounds really hard. He must be smart. Momo. Oh, that's cool. What do you mean when you were rethinking some parts of your future? Izuku's face dropped. Ever since All Might told him he couldn't be a hero, he has been thinking. He had so many things of him all around his room, but after being told that, and the fact that the All Might himself was a scrawny Skeletor beneath. It felt heartbreaking to be in this room. He searched up many things he could do, and of course came with an onslaught of stories of how quirkless people tend to get dead-end, manual jobs. He can't help but feel depressed about it. But his mind always wandered back to these notebooks, the ones he started when he was younger. The first ones were in crayon when he was still pining for a quirk. Quirk counselors and analysts were facing a rising demand, and many more people became quirk counselors and analysts, but once again, quirkless. A curse he just can't seem to shake off, and even if he did have one, there are many more reasons why it would be hard. You needed really good grades, although the entrance exam was the main factor. Other things such as grades in middle school were taken into consideration, but his teachers always sabotaged him. Whenever he did something great, he would be accused of cheating. If he did something bad, he would be reprimanded, and it seems like they expected it. But he's already at rock bottom when it came to society, so why not aim high, though not as high as before? Izuku. I was thinking of a different dream. After someone who I looked up to a lot say I couldn't do it, I thought about it, and sadly it made sense, so I want to devote more time into quirk analysis, maybe train to be a quirk counselor. What about you? Oh my goodness. That's so cool. I shouldn't ask what he wanted to do in the first place, should I? I mean, it seems like it made him very sad. Momo. Well, I'm trying to be a hero, you know, Try my best at UA and become a great hero that way. Right, wait a minute. What would happen if she found out he was quirkless? UA as well, she must have trained a lot. Have a good quirk. Unlike me. A minute. Izuku. That's great to hear. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. Going well now what? Maybe try and ask about his interests, right? That's what people do when they talk to someone for the first time, right? Momo. Thank you. I think it's really cool that you do quirk analysis. Do you do them on heroes? Izuku. Yeah, I do just like see what they can do with their quirks and their weakness. I should learn that. That will actually be very useful. The counselors I see don't give me much anyway. Momo. I think it's really nice for you to be learning to analyze quirks. In my experience, the quirk counseling field is still pretty new. They could definitely use new talent like you. Have you considered the NQI? Oh my god. She finds it cool. Okakakak. The NQI? The National Quirk Institute? That place is. Izuku looks towards his computer on his desk, searching something up. Tuition. 5 million yen a term. You're right. Izuku. Of course I have. It's just, well, 5 million yen a term is a big ask, you know? The only way I can get in is scholarship or maybe a recommendation. Oh my god, Momo, why? You just had to mention the most high-end place for quirk analysis, huh? Meant. I'm not talking to someone rich, remember that, Momo. Great job trying not to seem out of touch. Momo. I suppose so, still I have faith that you can become a great one if you set your mind to it. Heroes are starting to realize how important they are. If you could help them. Izuku was on the bed, slightly crying and sobbing. I have faith. You could help them. Come on, Izuku. Are you really that pathetic that just a few phrases is enough for you to tear up? She's just being nice, right? I mean, she thought you were going to kill yourself. Izuku. Thank you so much. I wish I could see more quirks in action. It's practically a must if I want to be a quirk analyst. Momo. In that case, will you be interested in helping me with my quirk? We could do it in a quirk gym. Izuku.exe has stopped working. What? Okay. She just invited me to do some quirk analysis, that's all. Is this an actual hangout? H.I.'s hands shook as he typed out a response. Was that too forward? Oh no ways a thought forward was to forward. I just wanted to hang out with someone who isn't from high society, was I too? Izuku. Sure. Oh, we could meet up sometime. I don't know any quirk jijo mess though. Do you have a pace? Sorry for the typos. For a hangout, that's not some shopping trip and I would actually be doing something constructive. Just me and Midoriya. Alone. Like a date. No bad, Momo, we barely know each other. Momo. Sure. Let me send you an address. Does this Sunday work for you? Izuku. Momo. Okay, see you then. I did it. I texted someone casually. Oh my god. Izuku flopped over in his bed. That was way too hard. Wait, I should actually research how quirk analysts actually do things, huh? Izuku immediately rushed to his computer and started to frantically look for proper procedures. Which quirk gym? This one? No, that's in the middle of the city. Too bougie, this one's too far. This one costs a lot. How do I strike a balance? Izuku, where are you going? His mother stuck her head out of the kitchen and asked, seeing him getting his backpack and leaving. Oh, just going to hang out with someone. The spatula her mother was holding dropped. What? I'm going to hang out with someone. Her mother quickly lunged towards his son. Oh my goodness. Zu, I'm so happy for you. Inko immediately flung his arms around Izuku. It's not a big deal. Izuku blushed. Oh come on, Zuku, I've never heard you hang out with someone. The last time you did something like that was with Katsuki and that was years ago. Huh? Yeah, Mom, I'm gonna have to go now though. No, you aren't. Inko exclaimed. What? Why? Izuku asked, surprised. Inko pointed to the mirror near the door. Look at that. I don't mind you wearing this at home or outside, but if you're going to make a first impression, then that's not the way to do it. Izuku was wearing shorts, with a t-shirt that said, shirt, on it along with his red shoes. What's wrong with it? Inko looked at Izuku with an exasperated look. I may not be a fashion designer like Mitsuki, but I know that is too casual. Come on. I have just the thing. Izuku sighed but didn't resist as his mother practically dragged him back into the house. Inko was determined to make sure her son made a good impression, even if he didn't fully understand why it was so important. She rummaged through his closet, pushing aside his All Might hoodies and plain t-shirts. "Mom, seriously, it's not a big deal. We're just hanging out, not going to a fancy dinner or anything," Izuku protested, watching her pull out different clothes. "Exactly why you need to look your best, sweetie," Inko replied, her voice full of motherly authority. "You never know who you might run into, or how first impressions might affect things down the road. Here, try these on," she said, handing the clothes to him. Izuku looked at the outfit, then back at his mother. "Mom, isn't this a bit much? I mean, it's just..." "No, but young man. Go change now," Inko insisted, giving him a gentle but firm push toward the bathroom. "Okay, but I'm not doing the tie." Izuku soon came out of the bathroom, wearing a green button-up shirt with a nice black jacket alongside jeans and lastly his red shoes. Izuku spun around. "Better?" "Oh yes." Inko clapped her hands in. "But you spend too much time with Aunt Mitsuki." "Oh hush Izu, you look great." Izuku blushed slightly. "You think so?" "Absolutely. You look great, and I'm sure whoever you're meeting will think so too," Inko said with a proud smile. "Now, just one more thing." Before Izuku could ask what, Inko was already at his hair, quickly smoothing it down and fixing a few stray locks. He stood still, letting her fuss over him, knowing it was easier to just let her finish. "They're perfect." Inko stepped back to admire her work. "Now you're ready." Izuku took a deep breath and gave his mother a small smile. "Thanks, Mo. I appreciate it." "I love you, Izuku. I'm really glad you're going out with someone. Have fun. Tell me about it when you're back." "Will do. Love you, Mom." Momo was in her living room sari closet, looking over rows upon rows of clothes. "What to wear? I have a lot of clothes. What makes me seem normal?" Her hand paused over a sleek, elegant dress dark blue, made of the finest silk, with intricate embroidery along the hem. It was beautiful. Pretty, but no. She moved on, pulling out a few more options. A designer blazer that screamed sophistication, with just a simple word on it yet costing more than some people's rent. "I'm not even sure why father bought me this one." A knee-length skirt that would be perfect for a gala that had been custom-made in Paris. She held up the skirt, examining it in the mirror. "This might be too much," she muttered, putting it back on the rack. "I don't want to overwhelm him. I sound so spoiled right now." Her eyes wandered to a blouse in the back corner of her closet, a blouse. Just a blouse, it was white with red embroidery on the cuff on the sleeves, and next to it was a skirt, just a red skirt that complemented the embroidery well, alongside a pair of white shoes. She quickly made her way downstairs to the lobby, seeing her parents in the living room. "Momo dear, where are you going?" Chisato asked. "I'm going out to." "What's it called?" "Oh right. Hang out with someone." "That sounds great dear, have fun." Hiroshi said. Momo made her way out the door and into the sleek black sedan waiting for her outside. Back inside, her parents were simple reading over the news, catching up on the stocks before looking up sharply. "Wait, hang out," they yelled to each other. "Drop me off here, Shirou." "Are you sure, Miss Momo? If you get off here then there is a 5-minute walk to your destination." "Yes, I'm sure." "Very well, Miss Momo. Do you have everything? Pepper spray, BB pistol, can dash." "Yes, Shirou, I brought the pepper spray. Besides, I can just make anything I want if I need it. I trained to fight before. I'm trying to get into hero school after all." "Okay then, Miss Momo, please be safe." Momo made her way towards the meeting place. As she did, she saw Izuku in the distance. "Oh my, he looks He looks nice, way better than yesterday." "Yep, nothing weird in your brain, Momo." Izuku couldn't help but be a little overwhelmed at the sheer size of the Quirk gym. Are all Quirk gyms this big, or is this place just different? Even inside looks pretty nice. How much did this cost? Midoriya? Izuku turned his head around to see a Momo run towards him. "She looks amazing." Momo was smiling as he ran towards him. "Sorry I was a bit late, Midoriya." "She's so close and surprisingly tall." It's fine, Yamato. Is this the place? Yes. Do you like it? Yeah, just not expecting it to be so grand after all. Momo's smile slightly faltered. Damn it. I knew I could have gone with something less. Don't worry, my father is friends with the owner. So they gave us a discount, might as well use it right. Yeah. Let's go in. Wait, so you're telling me you can just make anything? As long as I know the chemical composition and have enough lipids, then yes. Izuku and Momo walked past the lobby and into a private room. There was gym equipment on one side of the room, and the other side of the room had an enclosed padded space, and they claim that the material is all resistant, fire, blast, chemical, shock, allowing people to truly unleash their quirks. Right now, Izuku was sitting on a bench asking Momo questions. That's so cool. I already have so many suggestions. Here. Izuku handed Momo some of his notes. These are really detailed. Some of these are more detailed than some of the counselors I went to. Let's see here. The notes are filled with potential attacks and questions, such as partially manifesting items, straight up making gases, different chemical compositions for everyday items. Midoriya, these are really good. Can you elaborate on these? Okay, she likes it. WBO, for partially manifesting items, I was wondering if you could choose to let the things partially manifest and stick out of you, such as making steel spikes or metal all around you and punching people, so that you can just make armor, and also turn your hands to weapons. Because according to you, you simply make things and then they pop out of you. I was wondering if you can choose to not make it separate from you, that way instead of making armor then taking the time to put it on, you can save so much time. And you mentioned as long as you have enough lipids and know it, you can make chemical, so that means you can make gases, right? Like sleeping gas. Nothing lethal, of course. And as for the last one, if you make some everyday items made of different things, then it could change their functionality and what they could do. Like there's a hero, Eraserhead, he uses a scarf that's made up of carbon fiber and some type of special metal alloy, and it's lightweight but could also use it as a whip and capture people. He's fighting essentially quirkless all the time. It's so cool. And there's also Dash. Izuku shut himself up. He blew it, he knew he blew it, he just weirded out this pretty girl with his muttering. He's gonna look back up and see a slightly blushing face? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. That was so attractive. Wait, what? Momo wasn't sure what was going on in her mind that made her think that. Perhaps it's because she was tired of the boys in her school being obsessed with quirks and wealth, and it was refreshing to hear a boy obsessed with quirks. Obsessed with intelligent matters. She quickly shook it off. That sounds really nice, Midoriya. I've never actually tried those things, so. You mentioned you wanted me to try them out, right? I want to see a demonstration first. I want to see you make something. Momo slowly nodded. She extended her hand and started to make miniature matryoshka dolls from her palm. Izuku watched in awe as he saw the bright colors from her hand transform into little matryoshka dolls. He could see what seems like atoms coming together. He picked up one of them from the ground and looked at it as if it were an ancient artifact. It was made of real materials. If he were to say he bought this from a store, people wouldn't doubt him. Can I touch your hand while you do that? If you don't want to, that's fine. Momo, blushing slightly, and very pleased with the fact he asked for consent first, understood why he wanted to do it, and nodded her head. Izuku carefully reached his hand out, and put 2 fingers on Momo's wrist. Her wrist gave off a tingly sensation before his fingers were forced off by a matryoshka doll popping out. That's so cool! Izuku exclaimed. Okay, I have so much more to write, but I read up on procedures of quirk counseling, and it says that, well, I should be encouraging you to try out some suggestions first. So let's start. Momo nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Just let me change first. She quickly rushed to the changing room outside. Izuku inside the quirk gym immediately started muttering. I touched a girl. Is she enjoying this? Am I being weird? Did she actually not want me to touch her hand? Oh my god. Momo, on the other hand, was in the changing room. As she changed out of her outfit, she changed into a tight sports bra and shorts. Momo couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of embarrassment. She wasn't ashamed of her body, but she had always preferred to be seen for her intellect and abilities rather than her appearance. This outfit, however, was a necessary evil when it came to maximizing her quirk's effectiveness. When she walked back in, the effect was immediate. Izuku averted his eyes, his face red with embarrassment. She was also blushing hard. It was a much better reaction than being ogled at, but still it was awkward. Sorry, it's not that I don't like it. It's just I wasn't expecting it is all. You look great unless you don't want me to say that. Momo, slightly amused at how flustered he was, explained, My quirk needs my skin exposed to work, otherwise, the items I made would just be stuck in my clothes. Even my hero costume concept is a bit revealing. But I'm afraid there's not much to be done about it. Izuku, ever the caring one, lifted his eyes up slightly. Are you comfortable with it? I mean, I know some heroes like Midnight and any lady don't really mind that their outfits are CC. It even contributes to some of their appeal after all. Momo thought for a second, her mind wandering back to all the times the boys and even some girls ogled at her. It made her feel uneasy. She shook her head. No, I wanted my suit to be a bit feminine, but even my current concept could be considered a bit much. But if that's the cost of being a hero, then it's worth it. Izuku thought for a second. What about Velcro? Momo didn't understand what he meant. What about it? Well, I understand your point of needing exposure to use your quirk, but the main reason you need it is because if you didn't have it, then the items you make would be stuck in your clothes. Well, what if your clothes gave way? You could make a nice looking and protective suit with Velcro openings on different places, like your torso, your thighs, your bow, chest, while you could keep some places open for quick items like your arms or maybe a clear opening on your back. And if you worry about revealing yourself, you could use something like a cloak. Some heroes have cloaks, like the hero Backdraft. During his early days, he had a cloak that was fire resistant. Some world leaders even wear bulletproof cloaks. So you could even make it functional. Momo looked at Izuku with a stunned look and blinking a few times. That's just my idea though. Why you don't need to do it if you don't want dash? Why didn't I think of that? Momo facepalmed herself with both hands, astounded by this simple oversight on her part. Izuku gave a sheepish smile. It's just an idea, Yamato. I thought it might help. Momo lowered her hand and looked at him with a mix of admiration and gratitude. Midoriya, that's more than just an idea, it's exactly what I needed. You've just solved a problem that I've been struggling with for a long time. I can't believe I didn't think of it myself. Izuku blushed again, but this time it was from the praise rather than embarrassment. I'm glad I could help. I just want to make sure you're comfortable while still being able to use your quirk to its full potential. She likes my idea. Oh my god, this is huge. Let's get started, shall we? Momo was in the quirk testing room. Izuku was on the other side, observing. Momo Yamato. Quirk. Creation. Test number 1. Partially manifesting items? All right, Yamato. Try making a spike appear and not let it drop. Okay. Momo concentrated, her body flashing up, and from her fist grew a steel spike. She stopped the manifestation, the visual effect of the quirk lingering, but there it was, a small spike poking out of her fist. Wow. It actually works. Momo exclaimed. She approached a dummy and punched it hard, leaving a nice dent and puncture on the side of its head. She started panting heavily after that though, and eventually she lets go, and the spike fell of her fist and onto the ground. It seems like you can hold it, but you have to let it go before it hurts you too much. I think it's better for quick attacks. Tell me, how did you feel exactly? Which part hurt first? Momo thought for a second. I first felt my left side start to lose a bit of feeling, then my head felt light before I stopped. Izuku wrote something on his notebook. It seems like when you use your quirk, blood flows to the place you're making it from, but since you typically use your quirk quickly, you're not used to holding your quirk, so blood flows to that part of the body to react, making it harder and uncomfortable for you. That's my theory at least. But he sounds so professional. Yamato, is something wrong? You are spaced out there. What? Nothing, maybe some quirk drawback is all. Momo smiled, trying to reassure him. Well, if you feel bad, you need to get out and rest, okay? Izuku looked at her with worried eyes. Okay. Izuku quickly jotted down some notes before continuing. Okay, you mentioned you wanted to try making the capture weapon? Momo nodded enthusiastically, yes. I want to try a new weapon. You said it was a scarf made of carbon fiber and some metal alloy, right? I'll do it now. Momo stopped before blushing and turning away and started to adjust some parts of her bra to make the capture weapon easier. Izuku, realizing what's happening, quickly looked up while counting 1 to 100 multiple times in a few seconds. Okay, I'm done, thanks for looking away. She sheepishly says. No, it's fine, it's common human courtesy, try using it out. Izuku replied. Oh, trust me Midoriya, it's not as common as you think. She thought to herself. Before picking up the weapon, realizing how strong it was, she put it around her neck and threw one end out as if a whip. The sound cracked throughout the room. She pulled it back to herself before throwing it out again, trying to wrap the dummy up. She succeeded, but as she was pulling it back, she exerted too much force and the dummy came towards her quickly and smacking her body. Izuku quickly rushed into the room. Yamato, are you okay? Momo looked up to see Izuku's eyes look at her in a concerned way. I'm fine, thank you for your concern though. It seems I of course have a long way to go before I can effectively use this weapon. Momo chuckled before she got back up on her feet. Izuku, seeing that she was fine, slowly exited the room. Lastly, let's try to make chemical gas. First, sleeping gas. Do you know the composition, Yamato? Momo nodded. Yeah, let's begin. Momo first made a gas mask and put it on, then she concentrated and tried to make gases. However, her skin only produced small puffs of gas. A lot instead just appears as some liquid, shining on her skin. Gee, that was exhausting. I guess I'm not used to making gases, huh? She looked down to see her body covered in liquids, and her outfit is drenched, making her outfit a bit more wet. More revealing, making it clear enough to see. Her bow. Izuku immediately looked back up again, muttering something about not letting his nose bleed. Momo quickly made a towel and wiped herself off, then quickly made a jacket and wore it. Thanks Midoriya I dash. Attention all users of the Quirk Gym, your 1-hour session is up, please exit for the next group of people. The intercom blared. Izuku, subtly startled by the intercom. I guess we should go, huh? Why yeah. Right now they were walking towards the exit of the Quirk Gym. I had a nice time today Midoriya, thank you. I should say that Yamato, this has been quite an experience. I've never been to a Quirk Gym like this before, so thank you. You're really good at this Midoriya, don't sell yourself short, okay? Momo looked at him with caring and admiring eyes, her memory wandering back to that day on the roof. Izuku felt his heart warm up. Thanks Yamato, I don't hear that a lot, it means a lot to me. Of course Midoriya, actually, would you care for Luan dash? GRWL dash. There was a long silence between them. DMNIT. The moment those words left her mouth, her stomach decided that it should speak as well. Clearly the Quirk training took a toll on her lipid supply, and thus her hunger. Momo's mind instantly filled with possibilities on how she could disappear off the face of this earth. Perhaps if I made a powerful enough engine and strap a drill to it, I could dig to China right now. Maybe one of father's Russian business friends can help me and get me to Siberia. Why can't I have been born with a teleportation quirk? Instead Momo didn't see a laughing Izuku, just a blushing one. Sure Yamato, I would love to have lunch with Y. I guess that's because your lipid supply is running low? Momo blushed as red as humanly possible. Why sure Midoriya? Both were at a loss. Izuku on one hand, can't believe he was going to lunch with a girl, and Momo were lost at the fact that she just did that in front of a friend. Friend? Hopefully friend, especially after that. She thought. They wandered mindlessly, until Izuku, feeling a great surge of confidence from God knows where, stops Momo in front of a restaurant he knows. It was a cozy restaurant. It was a small, family-owned diner that served simple Japanese food, nothing like the high-end establishments Momo was accustomed to. The smell of grilled meat and savory broth wafted from the entrance, making Izuku's stomach rumble in response. How about here Yamato? I've been here before, they serve pretty good food. Sure. Let's go in. Momo and Izuku get seated in a booth at the back corner and grab a menu. When Momo looked at the dishes she froze. She did not recognize a lot of the food here. Katsudon udon, soba, Wait, what's takoyaki again? I think that's octopus something. As she continued to read, the panic in her mind started to build. Omuris? Is that rice with an omelet? That doesn't sound too complicated, but what if it has something unexpected in it, like the European ones with onions and green pepper? Do they put it in there? Her thoughts spiraled further. Okonomiyaki? That sounds like it could be anything really. Some kind of pancake? With stuff in it? She looked up to see Izuku, her heart fluttered a bit, seeing how at ease he was in this environment. Momo knew she had to keep her composure, not wanting to appear out of touch or heaven forbid snobbish. But she was lost, and she couldn't risk ordering something she didn't understand. With a deep breath, Momo decided to swallow her pride. She leaned slightly closer to Izuku, her voice quiet but tinged with a hint of nervousness. Midoriya, would you mind recommending something? I'm not sure what to eat here. Izuku looked up to Momo with an understanding look. Sure. How about we start with something simple? Carriage chicken is a classic, and it's really delicious. How about that? Sure, thanks. Izuku hailed a waiter over and ordered their food. He then poured some tea for both of them. The two of them sat in silence. The two of them thought the same thing. This really looks like a date. Izuku was the first to break the conversation. Yamoto, can I ask, you seem really well trained in weapons, who taught you that? Oh, okay, a conversation, okakakaka. I can definitely not say my butler taught me that. Oh, I got trained by a private trainer. My parents hired since I'm going to hero school. I asked for it, and they agreed. Wait, that sounded really spoiled as well. Oh, that's shit. That's really cool. What weapons have you trained in? WL. I trained in the bow staff the most, but I also trained in katanas and shields, and I've studied how to use more complex weapons like guns, but it takes a long time to make them with my quirk, and I have to make bullets, which would take a long time, so I didn't train in them. That's amazing. I bet you can get into UA easily. Thanks, but it's not all about the quirk, you know. I've seen a lot of people who focus a lot on quirks, too much. Izuku's face slightly frowned before gathering up enough courage to ask a question. What do you think of quirkless people? Momo thought to herself. I find them quite inspiring and different. Izuku's face lit up. Momo added, I'm well aware of the way people get treated once they're outed as quirkless. I do think quirkless people offer society and just heroes in general a different but valuable outlook. Izuku raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Momo thought back fondly. My father, for reasons unknown to me, is very fiercely against quirkism. Not that I support quirkism in the first place. But he has taught me those values, so he talked to a lot of quirkless people in his time, successful quirkless people. Even though they're rare, they're steadily growing. I think if the trend continues, the views on quirkless people will certainly change for the better. By then, a quirkless hero is only a matter of time. Besides, I realize they usually help out in so many discreet ways. They don't get blinded by quirks. Izuku's eyes glimmered with a flash of hope. How do they help? Momo enthusiastically replied, Oh, I met a surgeon. He usually goes to hospitals all around the country. The standards in some hospitals are so bad to the point where if a hospital doesn't have a doctor with the right quirk to do something for a certain procedure, the patient's recovery will be delayed. But the quirkless surgeon sticks to traditional ways, and are usually more skilled in the practical sense, since so many surgeons rely on quirks like ones that kill certain microorganisms. So I think they can help out in a lot of different ways, and I think it's foolish to disregard them. Momo continued. And some people will be told to pursue certain career paths, like someone with a water-based quirk will be told to be a firefighter, but quirkless people, although not having any special abilities, can fit any mold. Izuku asked the final question. Do you think a quirkless person can be a hero? Momo thought to herself for a long time. Yes, but the path would be harder than for anyone else. Not because they lack potential, but because the system isn't built for them. She leaned forward, eyes bright with conviction. Think about it. Heroes today rely so heavily on quirks that they overlook fundamentals. A quirkless hero would have to master strategy, technology, and raw skill in ways others never bother to. That's an advantage if society would just see it. Izuku's breath caught. But Momo's voice softened. The trials, the licensing exams, even public perception, they're all stacked against quirkless people. It's unfair, but... She met his gaze. If anyone could defy those odds, it'd be someone with the courage to try. So yes, I believe it's possible. The world just needs to catch up. Even if someone is not a hero, there are still other ways to help. Like what? Like your quirk analysis. It's a field where a lot of people and hero agencies are starting to notice. Many lower-rank heroes would get advice from them to rise the ranks. Some high-ranking heroes will go seek them out as well. People also go to them when their children have difficult-to-control quirks. Not to mention they make a good amount of money. The quirk counselors I've been to rely on quirks that make them sense quirks, things like X-ray vision for example. If the logic of the surgeon I mentioned above can be applied to quirk counselors, I think a quirkless quirk counselor will not only help a lot of people in a unique way, with pure skill and talent, I think it's a great way to inspire others to look at quirkless people in a different light. Quirkless heroes are definitely a possibility, but I'm not sure if it is one now. I think perception of quirkless people need to improve before society would accept them. Momo raised her head to see Izuku's face red and holding back watery eyes. Midoriya, are you okay? She asked as she handed him a tissue. What? No, I'm fine. He asked what I think of quirkless people after I said people care too much about quirks. Now he's crying. Momo leaned into Izuku's ear and whispered, Midoriya, are you quirkless? Izuku's entire body froze on the spot, unable to speak. Momo felt a sudden wave of understanding why he was on that roof that day. Midoriya, trust me when I say, I don't mind. Are you scared that I'll judge? Have I said something to offend you? Izuku tried to get up to leave, but Momo grabbed him by his arm. Please, don't go. There's nothing to be afraid of. Izuku looked into her eyes and saw no sign of disgust nor apprehension. Just care. He sat back down. So, those things of you being against quirkism. You mean it? Momo nodded solemnly. I do, and I know we don't know each other for long. Can I extend the hand of friendship to you? Izuku's eyes looked full of gratitude and nodded. Momo smiled. I won't hate you just because of something you weren't born with, Midoriya. It's not right for a hero in training like me. Did you want to be a hero but people told you you couldn't? Is that what you meant when you were reconsidering your future? Izuku nodded. I realize that I've disregarded a lot of things, especially my interest in quirks, my lack of training. After that day on the roof, I thought a lot about the words spoken to me by someone, and realized that maybe there's something different for me. Momo smiled empathetically. Whatever you do, Midoriya, I believe you could help people. Izuku steadied his breathing, tears still pricking his eyes as he calmed down. Thank you, Yamoto. As Izuku calmed down, they were once again in awkward silence. Come on, Izuku. You can't just dump trauma and then continue on being quiet. What does your father do for work? He seems very well connected. Asked Izuku. Okay, I can't just say he's the CEO of Yaoyorozu Pharmaceuticals. He's an accountant. Yes, he does work for a lot of people, so that's how he knows all these people. What about you? Izuku smiled fondly. My dad works abroad a lot. I barely see him in person, but I video call him. He makes good money, enough for us to live comfortably at least. My mom is a housewife, but she does write in her pastime. She has a few books. They don't sell too much, but she does it as a hobby, so it doesn't really matter. Here you go, your katsudon, sir, and your carriage chicken, ma'am. The waiter came by with a smile and laid 2 bowls of food. It was arranged simply. The smell of the chicken reached Momo's nose, and she was taken aback. This smells really good. Let's eat, Yamoto. The moment the chicken reached Momo's mouth, it's as if she found enlightenment. The crispy skin of the chicken broke apart to reveal a juicy inside. The slight tinge of lemon enhanced the flavor so much more. Where has this been all my life? The crispy outer shell, such clean consistency, such a beautiful sound in my mouth, such juicy meat. How have I missed this? Is this what normal people eat? So this is the food that the common folk eat, the ones that work our land, The factories the ones that energize them all. This is as if heaven itself shone their light. Yamato? You look pretty. Happy right now. Izuku shyly stuttered out. Momo quickly coughed and adjusted her posture. She had to maintain her proper image after all. Back straight, eyes closed, hand covering mouth. Internally she was scolding herself for letting herself go like that. She must have looked so weird to him. They continued to eat. Eventually the heavenly plate of chicken was gone. So was the happy face of Momo. They once again sat in awkward silence. So, Yamato, what do you like to do in your spare time? I read, I train, I dash. What the hell can I say? Wait, no, is my personality seriously just being rich? I'm sorry, I'm not really that interesting of a person. Momo sheepishly said. It's okay. I'm not too interesting too, just heroes and quirks, not much else going on for me. Izuku smiled. The rest of the lunch went well, the conversation flowed smoothly, and Momo can't help but feel finally at ease. No need to be a Yaoyorozu heiress. Instead, just Momo. Oh, how beautiful that would be, she thought. As she talked, she realized she found Izuku to be a very nice person to be around with. It was a shame that people treated him poorly just for his quirklessness, and for some reason, she found his muttering to be surprisingly soothing. To others it might seem strange, but to her it was just a show to how smart he truly was, how that analytical brain of his could work. Midoriya, how long have you done analysis? You seem very experienced with it. Oh well, I wouldn't say that. I still have a long way ahead to call myself experienced, but I've been doing it ever since I was 4. I guess the fact that I don't have one just made me fascinated with them all the more. The first ones were so bad, they were in crayon, for crying out loud. He's been doing this since he was 4? That's so cool. That's really impressive, Midoriya. Are you seriously considering going down the quirk analyst route? If so, I think you can be a great one. Izuku's heart warmed as he listened to Momo. She didn't judge him for being quirkless, didn't assume he was lesser or more frail. He was simply Izuku. Izuku. Oh, how nice that would be, he thought. You want to go to UA, right? Are you trying to go do the entrance or recommendations? Recommendations. Momo slowly replied. Wow. You must be really good then. Congrats, Yamato. Thanks. Totally isn't because my parents are rich. Wait, Yamato, you said your dad worked as an accountant? Then how did you know I was on the roof through the security cameras? Okay, Momo, you're smart, right? Come on, come on. My mom works security there, so yeah. Totally nothing, we dash. Hey kids, here's the bill. The waiter came in and placed it down. Instinctively pulled out her wallet, her very expensive designer wallet. She realized that she didn't have any cash, just some credit cards. Black, gold, platinum, Japanese National Bank, Kazoku Heritage Bank, Takeda Trust Bank. I can't pull any of these out. But before she can descend further into her panic, Izuku already handed the waiter the cash and paid the bill. Midoriya. You don't have to pay the bill for me. Momo nervously exclaimed and waved her hands. It's okay, Yamato. I don't mind. Very well then. Thank you. Note to self, bring cash. The two of them walked out the restaurant slightly flustered. I had a great time today, Midoriya. Same here. Wanna hang out sometime in the future? Sue, sure. She wants to hang out. He wants to hang out. Well, see you soon. Why, you too? Mom, I'm back. Oh, hey honey. How did it go? Who did you go with? It went really well. Their name is Yamato. We went to a quirk gym. They heard that I do analysis, so they asked for one and I did it, and then we ate lunch together, Izuku recounted. His mother put down her pen and hugged Izuku. Darling, I am so glad that you are socializing with people. I hope Yamato's great company. Izuku's face turned down slightly. Mom, I have something to tell you. Inko looked up with a worried look, expecting the worst. I don't want to be a hero anymore, Mom. After today, it made me realize there's other things beyond heroics. Inko's heart dropped. Oh, honey, you could. You dash. No. This isn't coming out of a place of sadness. Well, it is a little bit, but it's after I thought about it a lot and I realized there might be a better path for me. I want to do quirk analysis, Mom. Inko looked at her son with wide eyes. Memories of the day she simply apologized to him when he asked to be a hero flowed through her mind. She started to cry, Izuku. Mom, please, I'm not bitter, you are a great mother. I know how lucky I am and how hard you work, Mom. I want to try something better and more realistic. Do I have your support? Izuku tenderly asked. Yes. I will, Izuku. They embraced, feeling the love between them. Inko was determined to not let his son down again. Momo returned to her mansion. Her parents immediately rushed towards her. Momo, you went to hang out with someone? Her mother enthusiastically asked. Why, yes, mother, I went to spend time with a friend, Midoriya. Oh, this is wondrous news, dear. I thought you would be lonely, you always seemed uncomfortable in all those galas, and you never mentioned any friends at school. Turns out you do have friends. Chisato. Easy on the girl, that makes it sounds like she's a hermit. Hiroshi tooted. Mother, father. Truly it is not a matter worthy of such concern. Momo flustered. Well, what did you two do? Asked Hiroshi. Well, we went to a quirk gym and Midoriya studies analysis, so I got help with my quirk. Then we went to a restaurant to have lunch. It's always great to see the younger generation pursue quirk analysis. It's a noble profession. Hiroshi quipped. It is. I also tried carriage chicken for the first time. It was so delicious. Momo exclaimed, her mouth slightly watering at the memory. Hiroshi snapped his fingers at Hamasaki, the mansion's old butler. He then promptly nodded his head and called the chefs. Well, that's great to hear, Momo. Actually, tomorrow night we have a gala. Would you care to join us? Oh, how lovely. Sure. Izuku sat at his desk looking at his notebook. He didn't know what exactly compelled him to do this, but he did it. He drew a redesign of Momo's costume after hearing her concerns. And yes, that included drawing her generous assets, which Izuku had to breath heavily while drawing each and every one of them. The suit was made of a padded sleeveless robe made of special materials that ran down to her calves. A piece of cloth hung over between her legs, similar to ones ancient warriors would wear, with red and white accents. The robe had a special piece on her chest where it was possible for it to open up like a flap, being held together by snap fasteners, allowing her creations to push through. While allowing herself to cover it back up for protection or for modesty, the costume had combat boots, and had slightly tan yellow utility belts. It had an opening on the back of the suit, allowing her to create big objects in a rush. There were also bracers and knee guards for protection, lastly a visor that allowed her to search things up while also acting as a communicator, along with a cloak that could be made of Kevlar. It blended nicely, practical, stylish, and able to address Momo's concerns of it being too revealing. She looks hot. But impure thoughts. Impure thoughts. The current dilemma Izuku faced was should he send it to her. Izuku stuck on this, went outside of his room and found his mother. Mom, if you need to make a decision, quick, and you're not sure what to do, what would you do? Inko put a finger to her chin. Ooh. I wrote a story where the male protagonist couldn't decide whether or not to confess to the girl, so his friend flipped a coin, and saying he needs to follow it, heads mean confess, tails meant no. It landed on tails, and the protagonist was sad, so the friend seeing this says that he now has his answer. Since it makes him happy, he should confess. So I think you could flip a coin, and if you're unhappy with the result, then do the opposite. Thanks, Mom. Izuku grabbed a coin from his wallet and flipped the coin in his room. Okay, heads send, tails take it to your grave. The coin was tossed and it was tails. That's too bad. Well, looks like embarrassment is keeping me awake tonight. Izuku. Suit redesign.png, 134 megabytes. Hey Yamato. You mentioned you weren't too comfortable with your hero costume, so I made a redesign. I hope you like it. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, you could just be honest with yourself. It's not that good anyway. Midoriya, you're way nicer and talented than you think, friend. Momo opened the picture, and what she saw stunned her. This girl is the spitting image of me. The face, the proportions, all right. The costume is practical, good-looking, and it fits my needs and concerns. Oh, thank the heavens for this. I never knew Midoriya could draw like this. This is such a better costume. I must submit a form immediately after this. It's way better than my vulgar first costume. Hey there, Momo. Looking good as always. Speaking of vulgarity. Momo whipped her head around. She was at a gala, and that voice came from one of the boys in an insufferable group, Takeda Ryoji. She unfortunately knew all of them. They all went to the same school as her after all. Very nice dress, Momo. The red really accentuates your. He gazes her up and down before continuing body. Why not just say it out loud at this point? Takeda flashed her a smug grin, his eyes raking over her figure in a way that made Momo feel exposed. She forced a polite smile, even as she inwardly recoiled from his gaze. Hello, Takeda, she replied, her voice carefully neutral. I hope you're enjoying the evening. Oh, I am, he said, his grin widening as he took a step closer to her. But it just got a whole lot better now that you're here. You really outdid yourself with that dress, Momo. You should let me take you out sometime, show you a real good time. Momo's smile faltered, and she took a small step back, putting some distance between them. Thank you, but I'm afraid I'm quite busy these days, she said, hoping he would take the hint. Unfortunately, Takeda was not the type to be easily deterred. Come on, don't be like that, he insisted, leaning in closer. We've known each other for years, haven't we? You can't just keep turning me down. Besides, I've got connections. I could help you out, you know? His tone was slick and self-assured, as if he genuinely believed that his status and wealth would be enough to win her over. Momo felt a wave of frustration and disgust wash over her. This was exactly what she hated about these events: the superficiality, the entitlement, the way people like Takeda thought they could buy anything, even her affection. Before she could respond, one of Takeda's friends, a boy named Tatsuya, chimed in. Yeah, Momo, don't be so uptight. We're just trying to have some fun. You're always so serious, you should loosen up a bit. The girls surround her. Hey Momo, is that dress French or Italian? Wanna go to that new shopping mall with me? Momo, can you introduce me to some boy? Momo's head was spinning at this point, a mix of frustration and discomfort at the onslaught of questions. She never asked for this, and yet here she was. How is it that hanging out with Midoriya and eating carriage is way more comfortable with these people with some of the fanciest foods? Logically speaking, the effort-to-pleasure ratio is not right. Thank you for your concern. Everyone, however, I do have business to attend to with my family, please excuse me. The rest of the group murmured to themselves as Momo left. Didn't what makes her tick? One day I'll get her. Pisage. She's already rich. Why not go shopping? Momo met up with her parents at another room of the hall. Dear, you don't seem well. I told you if you want to leave you could just say so at any time. Her mother shot her a concerned look. It's okay, mother, I'm fine really. I just don't want others to feel like the Yayarosa daughter is a shut-in. Well, if you say so, dear. It's just that I always realize that you seem very somber. It was only when you went to hang out with someone yesterday where your mood seemed to lighten. I'm very well, mother. Chisato, how are you? A brunette woman approached her mother with her husband behind her. Hello, Takeda. Let's get down to business, shall we? Momo's parents were talking with the business couple, along with some of their secretaries and assistants flanking them, but Momo noticed the Takeda couple were eyeing Momo subtly. Then, the two families gotten up and shook each other's hands, seemingly coming to an agreement, as they began to leave. Momo heard Mr. Takeda approach her father. Hello there, Hiroshi. I have another proposition for you. Well, what is it, Takeda? You see, I believe that my son, Ryoji, could learn a lot from Momo, perhaps. They could meet sometime? Momo's eyes drained of color. She had heard this conversation many a time. Thankfully her father. I see, I thank you for the offer, Takeda. I'll consider it. Momo is quite busy, studying for UA after all. Ah, yes, you, truly a prestigious school. My Ryoji surely could get in with his smarts and skills. He is a very capable, much better than some of the other boys. My younger son Kazuki, on the other hand, he's a bit more sporty, but I think dash. Well, what are they hoping to learn from Momo if he's so great? Oh, you know I don't mean that. He is capable, but not as capable as your Momo. Now perhaps Dash. Momo tuned it out. She knew her parents couldn't just outright deny them, so she was thankful for them always trying to steer the conversation away and slowly deny them. Why couldn't I just meet a boy naturally? Like one of those books? Why didn't I bring one of them? It could really cure my boredom now. It was getting to such a good part as well. The coin flip scene. As Momo wondered in her disappointment that some dashing prince couldn't just scoop her away from all this bullshit, as she approached the exit, she accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, Dash. She looked up, and a stoic face met her, with red hair slicked back and with a boy her age, with half red and half white hair, a small smile on his face. Boy, Endeavor. I'm so sorry, I didn't even notice you were Dash. Endeavor chuckled. It's fine, girl, we were just on our way to leave. Hey, BGMI. Hiroshi came forward and hugged the large hero. How's it going? Very fine, Hiroshi, just on my way out with Shoto. Why don't you go wait in the car, Shoto? Okay, Dad. Shoto bowed as he left the families. Momo walked back to the car with her mom. Has there been any progress on Tuya? Hiroshi asked hesitantly. Endeavor sighed. No response. He just hangs up, tells me to F off. I do think it's gone, Hiroshi. I really thank you for the advice you gave me and pulling me out of that space I was in, but Dash. SH. Hiroshi should Endeavor. Look, you've come a long way. Shoto was a baby back then and now look at him. Handsome, about to go to UA, and your family, not matter how fractured it was, you've gave it your all in trying to fix it. He'll come around, I promise. He patted Endeavor on his back as he reassured him. Man, thank you for everything. I can't believe I did those things. Hiroshi smiled. Hey, if my story got you to stop what my dad did, then I'm glad, happy that the old toad croaked before Momo got to see him. Darling, we're about to leave. Chisato yelled out. Coming, honey. Hiroshi yelled back. Good luck on everything, okay? Izuku, on the other hand, was on a late-night video call with his father. He provides well for the family and insists on seeing Izuku at least twice a week. Hey there. How's my favorite son doing? Hisashi smiled, his own green hair with black strands ruffled and a bit messy. I'm your only son, Dad. I told you many times. Izuku chuckled. That's why you're my favorite. Izuku, I heard from your mother. You don't want to be a hero anymore. Are you feeling okay? Hisashi asked worriedly. Izuku simply smiled. Yeah, Dad, I'm thinking of being a Quirk analyst. I'm feeling fine, it's just doing a lot of thinking. Hisashi nodded. I just want you to know that making a decision like this is not easy, and you are very strong for choosing something else. In my mind you could have went on to become a hero, but if this is what you want, then just know your old man has got you. Okay. Of course, Dad, love you. They shared a moment of silence. Izuku tried to calm himself. After a while, he looked back up to see his father, still looking at him with compassionate eyes. Dad, I hung out with someone. They didn't see me for quirklessness even though they knew. Hisashi raised his hands to his mouth. Aizu, I'm so proud and happy for you that you're meeting people. I hope your relationship with them goes well. Thanks, Dad. How are things going on at your end? From what I heard from Mom, you made a good judgment on some stocks. Hisashi's face turned to a smug grin. Yup. The Yanks here couldn't believe it, but my clients are rolling in it. I'm going to get a lot of commission for these stocks, Izuku. Need any All Might merch, 'cause Dad just made a genius read on the market. I don't think I need any more merch, I'm getting older, Dad. Izuku shyly admitted. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine either way. If you want or need anything, you have me, okay? Hisashi flashed him a reassuring smile. Thanks, Dad. So what happened? What was this genius read on the stock market you did? Izuku sarcastically snickered. Hisashi pumped his fists. Yaoyorozu Pharmaceuticals and the Takeda Trust just came to a deal. The Americans say, oh, it's not gonna go through. Well, guess what? 11.3 billion yen deal. All hospitals under the Takedas would primarily use the Yaoyorozu products. The Takedas get good quality medicine and the Yaoyorozu just expanded again. Stock prices? Up by 20% for each. Expected to grow. W. 11.3 billion. That beat out the deal the Takedas made with the Azaki Corporation by 2.5 billion a year ago. Correct. Nice to see my boy keeping up with the economy, but yeah, it's the Yayarozu family, nicknamed the economy, for a reason, okay? Look, they even took a photo of the deal and released it to us stockbroker folk. Hisashi reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a newspaper clipping. Oh wow. There's so many people. I guess that's Mr. Yayarozu and Takeda shaking hands there, and dash. Izuku's eyes lingered on a girl. She had a pensive, bored look. A tall, black-haired, beautiful, familiar girl. Izuku, you good there? You spaced out a bit. Who is that girl? Top right corner, red dress, long black hair. Hisashi chuckled. Oh? You have a crush on her? And no. Heh, just messing with you, though I would understand, that is the Yayarozu's daughter. I think her name was something like... No wait. That's the Ito family's daughter. Her name is Dash. Momo. That was her name. What, you a stalker, huh? No. Just curious, what else happened, Dad? Oh. This nice restaurant recently opened near me. High-class bougie place. I think the owner decided to expand to America for the first time. A Todoroki, surprisingly enough. A Todoroki? Yup, history of heroes, but I guess a good cook can always appear from anywhere, huh? I'll get you the katsudon if I can, alright? Don't worry. Dad, I'm not that addicted, okay? Sure thing, son. Anyway, what are you thinking right now? Just some things. Do I have the number of the daughter of one of the richest families in Japan? Right? I really want to hang out normally again. Would Midoriya say okay? Ease it in. Think of an excuse. Momo. Hey Midoriya. I really like your costume redesign. I must thank you for your idea. Izuku. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Momo. I was thinking, if we could hang out again? Please, please, please. She liked it. But hang out again. I guess I can try and gauge out who she is. No way, right? I must be looking too much into it. Izuku. Sure. Where do you think of going this time? Momo. How about if we check out that new mall? In Kiyoshi Ward? Izuku. Let's go. Are you aiming to buy anything? Wonder what will she buy? Momo. I just wanted to explore and do some window shopping. Just some window shopping. Nothing special. Why does she sound so nervous? I'm so nervous. I just want to walk around and hang out. Already know the general area. My parents are the main investors, for crying out loud. I don't want to buy too many things. What if he tells me to buy something for him in return for the lunch? He's not that type, right? I already feel so bad for hiding this from him. Izuku. Sure. I get it. It's sometimes pretty nice to just window shop. Is next Friday okay? Momo. Oidikayu. Bakugo yelled out to Izuku at the school gate as they were leaving. He grabbed his shoulder. Where are you going? He growled. Just home, Kaken. Just home, huh? Bakugo sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. What? You gonna go cry about being quirkless some more? He shoved Izuku roughly, sending him stumbling back a few steps. You think you're better than me? Better than us? Skulking around with your stupid notebooks, pretending you know anything about heroes. Izuku's hands clenched around the straps of his backpack, but he didn't fight back. He couldn't afford to start anything today, not when he had more important things to focus on. He had to get to Momo. Nothing to say, huh? Still spineless as ever, Deku. Bakugo's voice was cold, but Izuku noticed the underlying frustration. He always noticed it. But right now, all Izuku could think about was keeping his cool. I'm not trying to compete, Kaken, Izuku said quietly, forcing a neutral expression on his face. I'm not trying to be a hero. Bakugo blinked, taken aback for a split second before his scowl deepened. Not trying to be a hero? You giving up already? He leaned in, his face inches from Izuku's. You're even more pathetic than I thought. Without waiting for a response, Bakugo shoved him again, this time harder, causing Izuku to stumble onto the pavement. See you tomorrow, loser. Bakugo turned, laughing cruelly as he walked away. Izuku pushed himself back up, wiping the dirt from his uniform. His hands trembled slightly, but he took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to dwell on this, not now. Not today. With one final look in Bakugo's direction, Izuku started walking again, his mind drifting to Momo. By the time he reached the small shopping district, Izuku had managed to calm himself. His heart was still heavy from the earlier encounter, but he pushed it aside as he scanned the area, spotting Momo waiting near the entrance of a trendy clothing store. She was hard to miss. Tall, graceful, and impeccably dressed, Momo looked every bit like someone from a different world. Izuku's suspicions were growing stronger with every interaction. Was she really that Momo Yaoyorozu? The daughter of one of the wealthiest families in Japan? Midoriya. You're right on time, she greeted cheerfully. Izuku waved back, though his nerves kicked in as he glanced around. This area. It's so fancy. The stores had an air of luxury, with window displays showcasing expensive clothes and jewelry. This wasn't a place he'd usually find himself, but he pushed his unease aside. He was here to figure out who Momo Yamato really was. Why, sorry if I kept you waiting, Izuku said, trying to sound casual. Not at all, Momo assured him, her smile warm and friendly. I thought we could do some window shopping. It's always fun to see what's out there, even if we're not buying anything. As they walked down the mall, whenever Momo was distracted at looking at something, Izuku would look at her face. Any different details that Yamato would have with Yaoyorozu? He continued to look. Any moles? Birthmarks? Small scars? The proportions are also very similar. Okay, no, that is definitely the same girl. How can I bring this up though? He decided for now to simply observe her. As they talked about their lives, Izuku noticed how sometimes Momo would have to think about certain things before answering, things that would have taken normal people very little time to answer. So, Yamato, what school do you go to actually? Shizuoka High. I see, it's pretty nice there. I went to Aldra. I see. Calm down, Momo. You practiced a lot. You remembered the 100 most common questions friends ask each other. This should be fine. Yamato, your dad is an accountant, right? I told my dad about the friend I've been hanging out with. He's a stockbroker and is interested in your dad's expertise. Is it possible to get his number? This is not fine. I'm afraid not, Midoriya. He's not taking any clients right now. I see. They continued to walk in silence, until Izuku couldn't take it anymore. Momo? You don't have to hang out with me if you don't want to, you know? I just want to make sure you know that I'm not frail or need of pity. And Midoriya, what are you talking about? Izuku pulled out the photo on his phone and showed it to Momo. My father is a stockbroker. He keeps tabs on all the major news in finance, and when the Yaoyorozus and Takedas made the deal, they took this picture. Momo looked over the photo before her face went white. It was her, she was in it. That's dash. Momo, you don't need to hang out with me if you don't want to. I don't want to drag you down. Wait, what? Izuku glanced at her with a defeated look. Yaoyorozu, you're the daughter of the richest family in the country. You don't need to spend your time with someone like me, and nobody with no quirk or fancy background. I don't want to be some charity case. I mean, the way you met me, I was on a roof. You thought I was going to kill myself. I don't want you to spend time with me just because dash. Midoriya. Momo interrupted, her voice rising slightly. Her face flushed as panic set in. It's not like that at all. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden outburst, but before he could respond, Momo continued, her words spilling out faster than she could think. I hate to admit this, but I'm quite a bit of a loner. Momo stammered. Izuku stared at her, stunned. Momo, the girl who seemingly had everything, a massive fortune, fame, influence, was standing in front of him, nervously admitting that she was lonely. Momo's eyes met his, vulnerable and uncertain. You're not dragging me down, Midoriya. I actually enjoy spending time with you. I haven't had a real friend in a long time. Izuku's heart twisted. He wasn't sure what he'd expected when he confronted her, but this wasn't it. Momo's honesty left him speechless. After a few seconds, he found his voice. So, you want to keep being friends? He asked, his tone still awkward but hopeful. Momo nodded, her face burning with embarrassment. If you'll still have me. Izuku blinked, taken aback by her humility. After a brief, awkward pause, he gave a small, sheepish smile. Sure. I would love to. Just need to process. Process what? That I actually have someone that is willing to call me friend and well. The daughter of the Yaoyorozu family? Yeah, that's it. The rest of the hangout was awkward, with Izuku still processing the whole thing. At the end of the hangout, they faced each other at the mall's entrance. Would you be open to hanging out with me again? I understand if you feel offended that I didn't dash. SF fine Yaoyorozu, I was just surprised. I would love to hang out with you again. See you soon then. Momo flung herself onto the bed, kicking her legs in frustration. I ruined it. I hope he means it. Does she think I'm weird? Is she scared of me? I hope she's fine with me. Kobayashi always knew the master's mood. He's been working for 10 years now. As a butler, he should know. And Lady Momo is not having a good day today. It seems Master Hiroshi and Mistress Chisato noticed as well. As he set the plates down, a plate with a slice of medium-rare steak with broccoli and fries for the master, a plate of carbonara pasta for the mistress, and a plate of salmon with salad on the side. Thank you, Kobayashi. The butler bowed out as the family started their dinner. Hiroshi eyed at Chisato and shifted his gaze to his daughter's face, and shifted it back to Chisato again. They both thought the same thing. They had been married long enough to communicate entire conversations in a single glance. Something's wrong with Momo. I know. You talked to her. Wait. A silent standoff. Finally, Hiroshi cleared his throat. Momo dear. Momo startled slightly, her fork pausing mid-air. Yes, father? You've been staring at your salmon for the past 5 minutes. Did Kobayashi underseason it? Kobayashi, who had been standing discreetly by the doorway, stiffened imperceptibly. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm just thinking. About what, dear? Momo hesitated. She had always been honest with her parents, perhaps to a fault, but this felt different. This wasn't about business or studies or even hero training. This was about Izuku. And she had lied to him. Remember that friend I hung out with? Hiroshi nodded. Yes, what about it? I didn't tell them who I was. Define who you were. That I'm a Yaoyorozu. Silence. Hiroshi leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. I'm surprised people in our circle don't already know you are a Yaoyorozu. But I guess there's people in the school that's not too involved with the uber-rich, some are just upper middle class I suppose. Chisato tilted her head. Why not? Momo's fingers tightened around her napkin. I didn't want them to treat me differently. But now I feel guilty. Like I deceived them. Hiroshi exhaled sharply through his nose as he chuckled. So let me get this straight. You hid your identity to avoid bias, but now you're upset because you biased the interaction by withholding information. Momo winced. When you say it like that, it sounds exactly like what happened. He stabbed a piece of broccoli as he laughed. Momo, what's the first rule of negotiation? Momo sighed. Transparency breeds trust. And what does omission breed? Suspicion. Hiroshi nodded, correct. And suspicion is the last thing you want in any relationship, business or personal. When I offer a contract or receive a contract, I want the terms to be as clear as day from the get-go. Chisato chuckled as she twirled her fork. Hiroshi, she's not brokering a merger. She made a friend. Hiroshi shrugged. Principles don't change just because the stakes are emotional. He pointed his fork at Momo. If you haven't told them, you need to tell this person the truth. Soon. Momo swallowed. What if they hate me for it? Hiroshi paused. Then, surprisingly softly. Then they weren't worth your time to begin with, sweetheart. Izuku poked at his bowl of rice, not even batting an eye to the grilled fish and vegetables on the table. His chopsticks moved in slow circles, pushing grains around his bowl without lifting any to his mouth. His mind was miles away, or more accurately, stuck on a single, looping thought. Momo Yaoyorozu is a billionaire. And he was, well, Izuku. Across the table, Inko exchanged a glance with the laptop screen where Hisashi's face was displayed, his tie slightly loosened and a takeout container of what looked like hot soba with beef and eggs in front of him. It was early morning in New York, and Hisashi had squeezed in a call during his lunch break at the stock brokerage firm where he worked. Inko's eyes flicked to Izuku, then back to the screen. A silent plea, ask him what's wrong. Hisashi's brow arched. You ask. Inko's lips pursed. You're his father. Hisashi grinned then suddenly reached off screen, fiddling with something. The video stuttered, his image freezing mid-bite. Inko sighed, amused. Hisashi, stop pretending your connection is bad. WW at BZ's. Anything out? A still image of his wink on the screen. TBZ's whiff is Terilu. Izuku didn't even notice the exchange. Inko set her chopsticks down. Izuku, sweetie, is everything okay? Izuku blinked, as if startled to be addressed. Fine. Hisashi snorted as he plugged the cable back in. Kid, you've been staring at that rice like it burnt your all-might collection. Izuku's shoulders hunched. It's nothing important. No lying to your mother. That's my job. Inko sent a gleam to Hisashi. Kidding. Mostly. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. Come on, kiddo. Out with it. Inko reached over, placing a gentle hand on his wrist. You can tell us. Izuku hesitated. He couldn't say Momo, not her name, not the details. But the weight of it was crushing him. I made a new friend. And they're really impressive. Like way out of my league. Hisashi's grin turned sly. The old, I'm not cool enough spiral? Izuku's face heated up. It's not. I mean they're literally, he cut himself off. Billionaire. Heiress. Perfect. Also, Dad, I'm quirkless. That just makes me dash. Hisashi leaned closer to the screen. Listen, champ, first of all, don't say that, I love you from the moon and back, that won't change Quirk or not. Second of all, here's a life lesson from your old man, no one cares. Izuku blinked. What? Hisashi gestured wildly. No one cares that you think your friend is cooler than you. As long as they think you're cool, that's all that matters. To emphasize his point, he suddenly twisted in his chair, yelling into his office, Fi, everyone. My son is friends with someone he thinks is way cooler than him. Silence. Then, faintly, a distant coworker, what the F is Hisashi yelling about in Japanese? Hisashi turned back to the camera, smug. See? No one cares. Izuku gaped. Inko buried her face in her hands, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Well, Dad, you said it in Japanese. Hisashi slurped up some of his soba noodles. Point still stands. He put down his wooden chopsticks and said softly, Izuku, if this friend wants to be around you, then let them. Don't sabotage something good because you're scared you don't deserve it. Friendship isn't a transaction. You don't gotta bring equal money or status or talent or smarts or quirks to the table. If they like you, they like you. End of story. Izuku's throat tightened. But what if they're just being nice? Out of pity? Inko put a hand on his shoulder. Do you only befriend people out of pity? Izuku flinched. No. Maybe sometimes. Then why assume they would? Hisashi nodded. Kid, trust your gut. If being around them makes you happy, and they seem happy around you, that's all you need. Izuku stared at his rice. He had been happy with Momo. Even before he knew who she was. Maybe that was enough. Hisashi leaned into his laptop. I'll share something with you, Izu. Your mom thought I was out of her league when we met. Hisashi grinned. True story. I was this scrawny, dark green-haired, loud-mouthed intern at her college library, imagine you, but taller and more loud, and she was the cute med student who definitely didn't have time for my nonsense. But guess what? I wore her down with my irresistible charm. Inko, stammering flustered. You sneezed and you burnt my textbook and apologized for a month. And now we're married. Point is, he pointed at Izuku again. If both people want to be friends, then let yourself be friends. Don't overthink it. Izuku nodded as he put his thumb over his finger, making a small heart shape. Thanks, Dad. Hisashi nodded. Whatever you need, kid. Now about your mom's college days dash. Hisashi. Momo felt worried. She had to let it out. She didn't expect her secret to be exposed this early. She feared of what Izuku thought of her now. She wanted a way to blow off some steam, to go to some place no one would bother her. She knew the place, a beach. It was full of scrap, it's dirty, but no one goes there. It's a nice place to train as well. The scraps served as good striking targets. Well, time to go. After being dropped off by Shirou, Momo in a trianing uniform made a bow staff and started to hit the targets in practice strikes. Why on earth didn't I just admit it to him? As she continued, the sound of shoes hitting gravel was heard. She tensed, turning swiftly, her bow staff raised in defense, but relaxed almost immediately when she recognized who it was. Izuku! The green-haired boy slowed to a stop, panting slightly as he adjusted his jogging hoodie. Yama-yao, he stammered, clearly not expecting to find anyone else on the beach, let alone her. Izuku looked uncomfortable and awkward, just as he was about to take another step. Momo called out to him. Wait, please. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Izuku seemed unsure of what to say, and Momo, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, struggled to find her own words. She hadn't expected to see him here. Sorry, Izuku said sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. I didn't mean to interrupt your training. Momo shook her head quickly, lowering her staff. No, it's fine. I didn't expect anyone else to come here. There was a brief, awkward silence between them. Momo could still see the remnants of their earlier conversation in his eyes, that uncertainty about where they stood now. It made her stomach churn all over again. She didn't want things to be like this between them. Momo walked forward and held his hand and asked, frowning. Did you think you're not worth my time? Is that what you were going to say? Izuku winced, clearly uncomfortable. I mean, you're Momo Yaoyorozu. You're smart, wealthy, and you're going to be a great hero. I'm just a quirkless kid who's not even going to hero school. You found me on a rooftop. I didn't want you to feel like you had to. Midoriya, stop. Her voice was firm but not unkind. She stepped closer to him, her heart pounding, not from training, but from the weight of the conversation they were about to have. Even though we have not known each other for long, please believe me when I say that I do enjoy your presence, not because I feel sorry for you. Her eyes softened, and she continued, her voice gentler now. I enjoy your company. I appreciate the fact that you're nice and very courteous to me. Izuku showed a slight sign of doubt, his eyes wide as he absorbed her words. I didn't know you felt that way, he said quietly. Momo smiled faintly. I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel like you weren't worth my time. I would like you to be my friend, Izuku. That's why I want to spend my time with you. Finally, he smiled a small, tentative smile, but a real one nonetheless. Thanks, Momo. That means a lot. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, the tension in her chest easing. Maybe things would be okay after all. Friends? Momo asked. Please say yes, please say yes. Friends. Izuku's mind was also running wild. Friends. After a moment, Izuku glanced around the beach, noticing the makeshift training setup she had going on. So, what are you training for? Looks intense. Momo glanced at the scattered scrap she had been using as targets, her expression turning slightly sheepish. I just needed to blow off some steam. But it's good training too. Helps me focus. Izuku nodded, then hesitated, shifting his weight awkwardly from foot to foot. Do you think I could join you? Momo blinked in surprise. Join me? For training? Yeah, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, I know I'm quirkless and not going to UA or anything, but I still want to stay in shape, you know? Just in case. Momo stared at him for a moment, then broke into a wide smile, her earlier worries melting away. Of course. I'd love that, Midoriya. Izuku's face lit up, clearly relieved that she had said yes. Really? You don't mind? Not at all, Momo said enthusiastically. Training is always better with a partner. Besides, it'll be nice to have someone around. Izuku smiled, and for the first time in a while, it felt like everything between them was falling back into place. Momo handed him one of her spare bow staffs. Here, we can start with some basic strikes. I'll show you the proper form. Izuku took the staff, his grip a little clumsy at first, but he quickly adjusted, watching Momo's movements closely as she demonstrated the correct way to hold the weapon. Like this? He asked, trying to mimic her stance. Momo nodded approvingly. Exactly. Now, try to follow through with your strikes like this. She swung the staff in a smooth, controlled arc, hitting one of the discarded pieces of metal with a sharp clang. It's all about control and precision. You don't need brute strength, just proper technique. Izuku tried to imitate her, his movements a little rough around the edges, but Momo could already see the determination in his eyes. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. Good, she encouraged. Just keep practicing. You'll get better at it. They spent the next hour training together, Momo guiding Izuku through various exercises, correcting his form, and offering tips. She could tell he was enjoying it, even though he was clearly exhausted by the end. Finally took a break, sitting on a piece of scrap and watching the sun dip below the horizon. Momo felt lighter than she had all day. Hey, wanna go to store to get something to drink? Momo asked. My treat. And no need, Yaoyorozu. I can dash, Momo cut him off. Oh please, you paid for my lunch the other day, it's only right. Izuku shook his head. You don't have to worry about that, Yaoyorozu. I was happy to do it. Momo smiled gently. No, really, I insist. Please let me pay you back. Izuku opened his mouth to argue but saw the determined look in Momo's eyes. He sighed, giving in. All right, let's go. After a short while, they found a small convenience store, nestled on a quiet corner, its bright signs glowing softly in the afternoon sun. The store was small but cozy, and the smell of fresh bread and snacks filled the air as they stepped inside. Pick anything you'd like. Momo chirped, looking through the cold drink section. Izuku took his time, scanning the rows of chilled beverages, finally settling on a simple iced tea. He noticed Momo reaching for a fancy bottle of sparkling water. They approached the counter together, and Momo confidently pulled out her wallet, feeling good about being able to repay Izuku for his kindness. She reached in and absent-mindedly pulled out a bill to pay for the drinks. I actually bought cash this time. The store owner, an older man with a sharp eye for details, spotted the bill instantly. His jaw dropped, and he stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming, Bao, boy. That's a 10,000 yen bill. He smacked his son, who was sweeping nearby, lightly on the back of the head. Bao. Show respect. The young man immediately stood straight and bowed so low it looked like he was about to kiss the floor. Momo's face turned beet red, realizing all her bills were too large for just a mere drink. Before the situation could escalate further, Izuku, sensing Momo's embarrassment, stepped forward and quickly pulled out a smaller bill and some coins from his own pocket, handing it to the store owner with an awkward smile. The store owner, still trying to recover from his stupor, grabbed the money, as Izuku and Momo slowly backed out with their drinks. Not even bothering to try and get the change. They step out awkwardly. Momo couldn't be any more embarrassed. Not only was she unprepared again, she showed how much out of her depth she is with everyone else. Is this why I can't make any friends? Her mind wandered to other places like Yue. Yue isn't necessarily rich. Elite, sure, but the people there come from everywhere, from all socio-economic backgrounds. Oh dear. Could I make friends there? Why, Yaoyorozu? You're spacing out there, are you okay? Izuku asked after seeing Momo seemingly blank out. It's not big deal, I swear. Thank you, Midoriya, I was simply thinking about something. It's nothing. Izuku was a bit worried but decided not to push his luck. His train of thought was stopped when a sleek black sedan honked. Its horn in the distance, his mouth dropped. Is that? Momo's eyes widened. I am so sorry, Midoriya. Izuku merely smiled nervously. It's fine, Yaoyorozu. I understand. Thank you. Momo rushed to the car, opened the side door before extending her hand and flicking Shirou at the side of his head. Shirou, what happened to pick me up when I call? Shirou looked at Momo exasperatingly, Lady Momo, you told me you would call around 6, it was 6:45, and nothing, you do know my top priority is your safety, besides you looked very uncomfortable with that young man, any longer and I would have. Shirou made a gesture of cutting his neck. Momo gasped. No. Shirou. I was just in a very awkward moment, that's all. Shirou raised his eyebrows. You know that boy Lady Momo? Yes, he's a friend of mine. No offense Lady Momo, I never knew you had friends. Are you sure this boy is trustworthy? Momo gasped in mock offense. Shirou. I have friends. And yes, I'm sure this boy is trustworthy, we were alone that day at the Quirk gym and he was respectful. Shirou's eyes widened. Well, that's a first. Normally you don't give any of your friends the time of day. Did you know this guy in middle school? Do you need us to do a background check? No. He's a friend that I made recently, and I met him at the tower. And you don't need to run a background check on him. Shirou whistled. You never know Lady Momo, these rich boys are unpredictable. I said no need. Momo quickly added. Momo lay sprawled on her plush bed, the soft silk sheets beneath her contrasting sharply with the thoughts tumbling through her mind. The events of the day had left her feeling rattled, but not in the way she was used to. No, this was different, something deeper. Embarrassment tugged at her heartstrings, and she groaned softly as her hands covered her flushed face. How did I not realize I needed smaller bills? She thought, replaying the scene at the convenience store where she'd accidentally pulled out a large bill, the kind that made people double-take. The store owner's exaggerated reaction, paired with his son's wide-eyed stare, had been mortifying. Bow boy. That's it. She grimaced, unable to shake the image of Izuku quickly stepping in to defuse the situation, pulling out his own smaller bills and paying for the drinks with ease. He'd been calm, kind, and considerate as usual, but all she could feel was how disconnected she had seemed in that moment. Out of touch. Out of place. Out of my mind, she thought, pressing her palms harder into her eyes. Am I really that unrelatable? Stuck in this world of gold and silver. Middle school had been difficult for her. Sure, she had everything material wealth could offer, but meaningful relationships? Friends who saw her as Momo and not as Yayorozu the rich girl? That had been a rare occurrence. She couldn't let that happen again in high school, especially not at UA, where she was determined to prove herself as more than just a wealthy heiress. She sighed and glanced out of her wide window, her gaze falling on the figure of one of the maids tending to the garden. An idea struck her. Maybe I can ask them? After all, despite working in her family's mansion, some of the maids and butlers lived more modest lives than she did. Perhaps they could teach her about normal things outside the bubble of her privileged upbringing. With newfound hope, Momo sat up in bed, her eyes following the maid who was busily arranging flowers in the garden. She heard a voice calling out to her from a little distance. Oh, Suki, one of the other maids called out, breaking Momo from her thoughts. Curious, Momo leaned forward, peeking out the window to watch the exchange unfold. Suki, I just got back from the jewelry store. You wouldn't believe the new diamonds they got in stock. I simply had to buy a necklace for myself, you know, to add to my collection. The maid speaking twirled a lock of her hair, her grin proud as she flashed a glimmering pendant from beneath her apron. The other maid, Suki, gasped in admiration. Oh my! That's absolutely stunning. I'm thinking of getting myself something nice too after my next paycheck. My designer handbag collection is feeling a bit thin, you know? Ugh, tell me about it. I've been saving for a limited edition purse. The brand is releasing it next month, and I can't miss it. The two maids giggled, their conversation turning to discussions of expensive vacations, luxury shopping trips, and lavish beauty treatments. They didn't sound like typical maids, not at all. Momo blinked in disbelief as they continued to exchange stories about high-end purchases, sounding more like the wealthy elite than the people she thought could help her understand normal life. Momo's face fell as the realization hit her. They're just as out of touch as I am. Even though they're my maids, they live in a world where they're surrounded by wealth. They get paid well, very well, and their concerns are the same as mine. She sighed, her earlier excitement at the idea of learning from them evaporating like mist. If even they can't help me understand what life is like outside of all this. She leaned back against her pillows, staring up at the ornate ceiling of her room. The luxury of her life felt suffocating in moments like these. It wasn't that she was ungrateful, she knew how fortunate she was, but that fortune was becoming a barrier. It distanced her from the people she wanted to connect with, and she didn't want to go through her time at UA feeling isolated again. Her mind wandered back to Izuku. That awkward moment at the store replayed in her head, but now it was paired with the memory of how he had stepped in to help her without hesitation or judgment. And more than that, he had never asked for anything. He knew who she was, how much she had, and yet he never treated her differently because of it. He doesn't ask for my money, he doesn't care about my status. He's patient and respectful, at least from what I've seen. She remembered how, when they trained together, Izuku never crossed any boundaries. He always looked her in the eye, never letting his gaze linger anywhere else, no matter how close they stood to one another. He valued her mind, her abilities, and her opinions. And that was something Momo cherished deeply. Without thinking, she grabbed her phone. Her fingers hesitated over the screen for a moment as a blush crept across her cheeks. What am I even doing? This is so embarrassing. Momo. Hey, Izuku. I was wondering if you could help me with something? But before she could even feel the pounding in her chest, the seconds seemed to drag on for an eternity as she stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. Finally, her phone buzzed with a response. Izuku. Of course, Momo. What do you need help with? Is everything okay? Momo exhaled a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. She hadn't expected him to respond so quickly, and his concern made her smile out of it. Her fingers moved, typing out a message. She hit send before she could second-guess herself, her heart pounding in her chest. Momo. It's not an emergency or anything. But I was hoping you could help me understand more about normal things. I feel like there's so much I don't know, and I don't want to be out of touch. Like the store owner incident today. Sorry if I'm bothering you. There was another pause before Izuku's response came through. Izuku. You're not bothering me at all. I'm just surprised that I'm the person you want to ask. But, is there anything you have in mind specifically? Momo pondered this for a moment. What is the most important and urgent thing for me to learn right now? If I get to UA, it has dorms. I got something I need to learn ASAP. Cooking. I can't ask the chefs here. The chefs come and go each day, no one can stay long enough. Izuku paced around his room, waiting for Momo to text him again. Momo. This is a bit embarrassing for someone of my age and status, but I do not have a lot of cooking experience. Do you perhaps have any? I'm a decently good cook, I guess. I know some nice dishes. Izuku. I do, but I'm not sure if mine is good enough to teach you. Momo. Oh, all is well, Izuku, it's fine. I'm sure your skills cannot be worse than mine. Izuku. What? Can I ask what you can cook? Momo. Eggs. Yeah. Izuku. I see. It's fine. So, would you want me to video call you and instruct you that way? Momo's mind raced again. My family's kitchen is quite sophisticated. It wouldn't be practical for Izuku to teach me when I use them. Besides, UA probably uses more normal things. Or am I just looking for excuses? No, it would be better to do it in person anyway. Momo. I was actually thinking if I could come to your place to cook? Wait, that sounds, oh my. Izuku.exe has stopped working again. She wants to come over. Izuku. Sure. We soon meet and Ely take you to my plaque. And where would you like to meet? Momo. Is this Friday after school fine? Izuku. Yeah. Teach you about pork katsudon. It's my favorite and my mom's recipe. Momo. That sounds great. Thank you so much for your time, Midoriya. Izuku lied on his bed, panting. A girl is coming over. What is my life now? Izuku slowly rose from his bed and slowly walked towards the living room. Mom? Izuku began hesitantly. Inko turned to him with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling as they always did when she saw her son. Yes, dear? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I was wondering, are you going to be out late Friday night? Inko raised an eyebrow, curiosity creeping into her expression. Friday night? Actually, I have a meeting with my publisher around 7. Why do you ask? Izuku shuffled his feet, feeling a little nervous now that the conversation had started. You see, a friend is coming over on Friday. For dinner. Inko's smile widened as she nodded, pleased to hear that her son was having someone over. Oh, a friend. That's wonderful, Izuku. I'm so glad you're spending time with someone. Is it the same person you spent time with last time? Izuku nodded. Yeah. They're coming over this Friday. That's great. Inko's eyes suddenly tilted her head away, her eyes staying on Izuku the whole time, giving him a big side eye. While she slowly curled her lips upward. When did my boy get sociable? Oh my goodness. I still have to process that. What do they look like? Is it a boy or girl? Where did you guys meet? Inko looked at Izuku on the floor and sighed. All right, fine. I get it, first friend, want to keep it a little uptight. But you need to dress the part. Oh boy. Izuku stood in front of the mirror in his bedroom, tugging awkwardly at the apron tied snugly around his waist. His mom had insisted commanded that he wear what she called a chef outfit when she found out a friend was coming over. The outfit was simple yet stylish, a clean white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, some comfortable black slacks, and an apron. I can't believe I let Mom talk me into this, he muttered, nervously adjusting the apron for the 100th time. His heart pounded in his chest at the thought of cooking with Momo. It's fine. We're just cooking. It's totally fine. It's not a big deal. The memory of his mother's teasing from the previous night still echoed in his head. After he told her a friend was coming over, she had immediately went sobbing and hugging him, saying how far he has come and have to look perfect. Hence the outfit. Inko had left for her meeting just moments before, giving Izuku an encouraging hug before leaving him to his fate. Now, with just a few minutes until Momo arrived, Izuku was starting to feel the full weight of the situation. Okay, he said, trying to psych himself up. You can do this. It's just Katsudon. You've made it 1,000 times before. Just don't think too much about the fact that Yaoyorozu is coming here, or that you're cooking for her, or that you're wearing this ridiculous outfit. Okay, so I turn right here, or was it left? Momo muttered to herself, glancing down at her phone. Izuku had given her instructions, but they were a little unclear, and she wasn't one to rely too heavily on GPS. This is embarrassing. I hope I'm not late. Meanwhile, in his small apartment, Izuku was nervously pacing back and forth, checking the clock every 2 minutes. His hands were already sweaty, and he had reorganized the kitchen counter twice in the last 10 minutes. She's gonna be here any minute now. Izuku muttered to himself. He glanced at the ingredients neatly laid out on the counter for the pork katsudon pork cutlets, eggs, onions, rice. His mom had made sure everything was stocked before she left for her meeting, but Izuku still felt like something could go wrong. What if he messed up the recipe? What if Momo hated his cooking? What if A loud knock at the door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. She's here. Izuku yelped, practically jumping out of his skin. Izuku hurried to the door, his heart hammering as he opened it. There stood Momo, looking as elegant and composed as ever. She wore a casual but fashionable outfit, a light blouse tucked into a skirt. Momo stepped inside, and as soon as she did, her eyes landed on him in the infamous apron. Her eyes widened just slightly as she took in the sight of Izuku in his househusband attire. He looked like he had stepped right out of one of the romance novels she occasionally read in her free time. The apron, the slightly disheveled but earnest look, the nervous energy, it all gave off an oddly domestic vibe. Hi, Midoriya, she greeted. Sorry if I'm a little late. I, got a bit lost on the way here. Izuku blinked and stared for a second before his brain caught up. Oh, no, you're not late at all. I mean, maybe just a little, but it's fine. It's not your fault. I'm sure the directions were confusing, and, I should have been clearer, probably. His words tumbled out at lightning speed, and he laughed nervously. He looked around his apartment a little. I'm sorry if this place isn't up to your standards. You probably live in some really big place, but make yourself at home. Your place is nice, Momo said, taking off her shoes near the entrance. Momo's smile softened. She was glad that, even though Izuku knew about her wealth, he wasn't treating her differently because of it. Sure, he was a bit awkward, okay, very awkward, but it wasn't because of her background. It was just Izuku being Izuku. Is he trying to play the part of a husband? She thought to herself, her cheeks warming ever so slightly. Despite her surprise, Momo quickly composed herself, though her face did grow a bit pink. She had to admit, the whole scene was endearing, maybe even a little flustering. Still, she smiled brightly and walked further inside, trying to focus on the cooking lesson ahead. "Why you look nice," Momo said, attempting to sound casual as she complimented him. Izuku nearly choked. "And me?" He glanced down at himself, and the awkward realization of how he looked hit him like a freight train. "Oh, this? It's just something my mom insisted on. You know how moms are." "Huh?" His nervous laugh hung in the air, and his face was already turning redder than the pork they were about to cook. Izuku's face turned bright red at her words. "Alright, cooking. So, let's get started then." He led Momo into the kitchen, where all the ingredients were neatly laid out. The sight of the organized counter helped calm him down a little. He could do this. It was just cooking, and he'd done it plenty of times before. How hard could it be to teach someone? Momo watched him intently as he hovered over the counter, picking up the pork cutlets and holding them up as if they were some sort of sacred offering. "So, the first thing we need to do is prepare the pork cutlets. You like pork katsudon, right? Okay, first we need to get the pork ready," Izuku said, handing her a piece of pork to tenderize. "Just, gently hit it with the mallet like this." He demonstrated the motion, hitting the pork lightly to make it tender. Momo watched on in deep concentration, grabbing her own notebook from her BG and writing the steps down. Izuku's eyes widened. "You have a lot of notebooks too?" Momo nodded. "Yes. I'm here to learn after all. I must be prepared." Izuku smiled, reminding him of his own. He handed the mallet to Momo. "Here, you give it a try." Momo nodded and took the mallet, determined to follow his instructions. She raised it and brought it down on the pork, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. The meat flattened out more than expected, splashing a bit of flour onto the counter. "Oh no!" Momo gasped, staring at the pork that now looked a little too beaten up. "Did I mess it up?" Izuku blinked, slightly choked at the flour, then let out a nervous chuckle. "It's, a little flat, but that's okay. It's not ruined or anything. Just a bit more tender than usual." Momo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly wiped the flour off the counter. "I'm so sorry. I'm not used to cooking. I didn't mean to mess up." Izuku shook his head, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry. Cooking can be messy. It's all part of the process. You'll get the hang of it." Momo felt a little better at his words, though she still couldn't shake the embarrassment. She watched as Izuku gently guided her through the next steps, showing her how to coat the pork in flour, then dip it in the egg mixture, and finally cover it in breadcrumbs. Momo tried to follow his instructions carefully, but every now and then, she'd accidentally drop a piece of pork or get egg on her fingers, making her feel clumsy. At one point, while trying to shake the breadcrumbs off the pork, she shook a bit too hard, and some of the breadcrumbs flew off onto the floor. She gasped and quickly bent down to clean it up, her face turning red. "I am sorry, Midoriya," she stammered. "I'm not very good at this." "It's really okay, Momo," he said, gently stopping her from cleaning up too hastily. "It's your first time, right? Everyone makes mistakes when they're learning. I did too, trust me. And no need to be sorry, I can use the vacuum." Izuku rushed to the vacuum and started to clean the floor up. Momo sighed as she felt embarrassed at her ineptitude. "Thank goodness I tried to learn cooking before you." Her cheeks lit up as she thought the possibility of her trying to learn how to cook in UA, only to absolutely trash the dorm's kitchen. "Next, we will fry the pork by putting it in the pan." Izuku heated up some oil in the pan and soon put the pork chops in it. Momo watched as the raw pork turned into a nice shade of golden brown, filling the kitchen with a tantalizing aroma. As the last of the pork fried, she had been wondering and had been trying to gauge how Izuku really felt about her wealth ever since it was revealed to him. He hadn't treated her any differently, the people around her already knew. She never interacted with people outside her social circle. Momo watched with intense focus as the pork sizzled in the pan, its surface slowly bubbling to a golden crisp. She leaned closer, her nose twitching at the smell. "That smells amazing. How do you even focus when it smells this good?" Izuku gave a nervous laugh as he flipped the pork carefully. I usually mess up a little because of the smell too. One time I got distracted and burned the onions completely. My mom came home and thought the kitchen was on fire. Momo chuckled lightly. "I never would have thought of someone like you doing that." "Cooking's a little different," Izuku said, scratching his cheek sheepishly. "It's less about memorizing and more about feeling your way through. My mom always says the food tastes better when you're thinking of the person you're cooking for." Momo blinked. "Oh, and, who are you thinking of when you were prepping all this today?" Izuku fumbled with the spatula, nearly dropping it. "Well, I mean why you're here, so why you obviously." She laughed softly, her cheeks pink. "Midoriya, you don't have to sound like you're getting interrogated." Right, sorry," he muttered, adjusting the apron. "I'm just not used to accommodating guests." Momo kindly smiled. "Well, I must say, I very much appreciate you doing this for me." Izuku tried to suppress the nervous squeak that threatened to escape his throat. Instead, he cleared it and turned to check the rice cooker. Should be done in a few more minutes. "Wanna help cut the onions in the meantime?" "Of course, I can handle that." Momo reached for the cutting board with determination. A second later, tears began leaking from her eyes. "Oh, but I heard that they sting, but I didn't expect it to sting this badly." Izuku glanced back and winced. "Oh, sorry, the onions are really irritating here. Use this." He rummaged through the drawer and handed her a pair of oversized swim goggles. Momo blinked. "What?" "They're my mom's anti-onion goggles," he said seriously. "They look silly when she first wore them, but with the amount of times we prepare onions, it's worth it." She hasn't cried since. Momo cracked a smile herself as she put the goggles on. "I look ridiculous, don't I?" Izuku shook his head. "You look great." "I'll take it," she said with a grin, returning to slicing. "This is oddly fun. Cooking can be really fun, especially when you do it with someone." Izuku responded, not noticing the slight blush on Momo's face. There was a beat of silence before Momo, to his shock, put the goggles on with a deadpan expression. Function over form. Got it. They worked in sync for a while, sharing a long moment of silence before. "Midoriya, do you find it strange that you spend time with me?" Yaoyorozu asked. Izuku blushed as he flipped the cutlets. "Weiss, I find it weird that I get to spend time with you, but it's not your fault." Momo's gaze lifted from the pan to the side of his freckled face. "Midoriya, if this is about my wealth, then I understand, but I do find you a pleasant, smart and nice person to be around." Izuku's hands froze for a moment, the spatula hovering over the pan. His eyes widened slightly as her words sunk in. "Smart? Nice?" It was hard for him to process the idea that someone like Momo could think so highly of him. He wasn't used to people saying those kinds of things to him, at least, not outside of his mom. Most people ignored him or thought he was weird for constantly analyzing quirks or for being so shy and insecure. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to hide how flustered he was. "I don't know about smart," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. "But, thank you, Yaoyorozu. That means a lot coming from you." "No problem, I do mean it," Momo exclaimed, before getting her head closer to the pan. "Can I try cooking one of the cutlets?" Izuku turned off the stove, the pork cutlets perfectly fried and ready. He transferred them to a plate and set them on the table, trying to process everything. He had always thought someone like Momo would be surrounded by friends, that she'd have no shortage of people wanting to spend time with her. But now he realized just how wrong he'd been. They sat down together at the small kitchen table, the finished katsudon in front of them, on top of a plate of rice and some eggs, steaming and fragrant. Izuku nervously glanced at Momo as she took her first bite. Her face lit up as soon as she tasted it, a look of pure delight crossing her features. This is incredible, Momo said, her eyes shining with excitement. You're an amazing cook, Midoriya. Izuku blushed again, scratching the back of his head. I am really glad you like it. It's one of my favorite dishes to make. Izuku picked up a piece from the plate of katsudon she cooked. The moment he put it to his mouth, his eyes widened and he had to stifle a GG, but put on a smile nonetheless. It's really good. Momo looked at him skeptically before picking up a piece of her own and ate it. The moment it touched her lips, she couldn't help but almost spit it out. If the food she normally eats is heaven, then what she cooked was pure trash. It wasn't crunchy, the meat wasn't tender, and it had the consistency of beef jerky. She covered her eyes in shame. No need to lie to me, Midoriya. I can already tell this dish is a travesty. Izuku let a bead of sweat drop from his forehead. Oh, I wouldn't say travesty, it's your first time. You'll get better. Momo sighed as she continued to eat her jerky like pork chops, before looking at her phone once more. Her mind wandering back to the costume redesign. She excitedly grabbed her phone. Midoriya, I actually wanted to talk to you about the costume design. Izuku flustered and raised his hands. I'm sorry if it overstepped my place. I just heard you were uncomfortable with it, so I just came up with it. No, it's completely fine. In fact, I prefer it. I genuinely want to use this instead of my initial design. Do I have your permission? I'll give you credit for it. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Sure. If you're happy with it. Momo nodded approvingly at the costume, still feeling very good about it, when Izuku peeked up. Yaoyorozu, not if you're not hanging out with me out of pity. Can I ask why you gave me a fake name? Momo sighed as she put down her phone. You know how my family is, right? Izuku nodded. Richest family in the world, even beating the Bezos and the Gates when your great-grandfather was starting out. Momo raised her eyebrows at the fact that Izuku knew that knowledge. Yes, we are quite well off, but with that comes other more unwanted aspects of the rich life, such as attention and plastered-on smiles and backstabbing. My father has gone through that and I didn't want to go through that if I can prevent it. Momo continues, for other rich families, it can't be helped, they are all caught up with finance news and they know what I look like. As for everyday people, they don't really know, only people really caught up with finance would know. I only make small appearances rarely, and when I met you, I saw a chance of knowing someone and maybe creating a relationship where you would actually want to hang out with me for me. And not a Yaoyorozu. I just wish someone would just talk to me like a regular person. That's why when we became friends, it meant so much. You didn't treat me like a name on a company stock portfolio. Momo raised her hands defensively. That's not to say I'm ashamed to be rich. I didn't choose this from birth and no point in feeling shame about something I have no control over. It's just that so many people treat me differently, I just couldn't help but give you a fake name on impulse. Sorry for deceiving you. I had fun, Momo quickly said, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. I didn't expect to. I was so nervous about coming over. You were nervous? Izuku asked incredulously. Of course, I didn't want to mess up. Or make you think I'm helpless. Izuku blushes and nodded. I didn't know that, Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. If it's any better, I enjoy your company. Momo kindly smiled. Thank you, Midoriya. Do you think we could maybe meet up again? Maybe for studying? We both have to go into high school soon and I really admire your talents. Talents? Oh, sure, Yaoyorozu. I'm not sure if I'll be of much help, but I'll come. Momo chuckled as she ate another bit of rice. Don't feel pressured to come if you don't want to, but I think I can learn a lot from you. Same to you, Yaoyorozu. How about Sunday? Sounds per dash. Beep beep. The ear-piercing noise of car horn rang out. Izuku and Momo both ran to the nearby window to see the same black sedan they saw a few days back. Momo grabbed her phone and checked the time. It was an hour later than the agreed time she would meet with Shirou. Momo quickly grabbed her things as she hastily out in her shoes. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Let's talk over text. You sure? It's okay. As the door shut behind Momo, Izuku slid down a wall and sat on the floor, his heart beating rapidly. A friend. With the richest girl in the world. What is my life right now? Momo raced down the stairs, making small slabs of cushions to soften her collision with the walls as she rushed down. As she reached the bottom floor, she rushed down the sidewalk. Shirou, seeing his lady running in such a panicked manner, felt concerned. "Lady Momo, what happened? Are you hurt?" "Who dash?" Momo rushed forward, hand at the ready as she swung her arm, stopping just before Shirou's ear before flicking it. "Ow! Shirou! Text me if I'm late. Don't just honk the horn outside a residential building. That's the second time now." Momo hissed exasperatingly. "I did. I said I was coming and that you were late dash." Shirou opened his phone just to see that he typed it to Yaoyorozu. See, her mother, not Yaoyorozu. Chisato laughed along with her many girlfriends. "And I told her, honey, you have to be quicker than that to buy this dress," she quipped while sitting on a soft chair in a high-class bar lounge. The women near her all started laughing like maniacs, some slapping their knees, some shaking uncontrollably. Chisato grew a concerned look with an awkward smile. "Are they okay?" "It wasn't that funny." Chisato quickly pulled out her phone to check her notifications. "Why is Shirou texting me? Did Hakira had the day off or something?" Momo sighed as she got into the car. "You really need to change that around, have our first names first. I'm surprised it hasn't happened more. Gosh, that was so awkward." "Awkward for your friend and you?" Shirou asked quietly. "Yes, Shirou. Just eating and suddenly a loud honk just rings through. Turns out it's you." "Of course it was awkward," Momo exclaimed. "I didn't know you had friends in the slums," Shirou remarked. Momo didn't know Izuku well yet, but even she felt insulted on his behalf. "Slums?" she asked, slightly offended. Shirou's mind raced. Sheet. Did they buy property here? Is this some investor-landlord sheet I'm not aware of? Is that an actual good area? Did she go to eat dinner with a friend to celebrate buying it? Wait, if that's the case, then why didn't Sir and Ma'am act any different? Maybe that's what they're doing now. Screw it, just think of something to say. It was the slums before it was developed. It's looking pretty good now. Momo squinted her eyebrows. I suppose," she said as she raised another book of hers. "What is Shirou talking about?" Shirou took a deep breath. Once again, his employment is safe. "Score, Shirou, score. Izu, do better." Inko exasperatingly sighed. What do you mean?" Izuku nervously stammered. "First time my son brings home a friend, and not even a single selfie." Inko said, her eyes squinted. It's not that big of a deal, Mom." "I guess it isn't. Just get one next time, okay?" Inko sighed. "No. This is a huge deal." Hisashi's voice rang out. Inko rolled her eyes as she pulled out her phone. "That's enough out of you. You were loud enough on the streets already when I was on my way home. Remember a dash bloop?" Izuku buried his blushing face in his hands. "You told Dad?" Inko ruffled his hair. "Of course." Momo, though going through a very awkward scenario, stormed across her mansion with purpose. "Good evening, Lady M dash." Momo didn't even look at the guards as they opened the door for her. The two guards looked up at Shirou, who was walking back to the car. "Did you piss her off, man?" "Don't say anything," Shirou replied. Momo rushed up the stairs to her bedroom. Momo flopped back onto her queen-sized bed in her room. That apron looked really good on him. After fanning herself a little, she made a beeline for the bookshelves. "Let's see what books I can bring. Finally a study buddy." Izuku looked up. The grandiose building was the Central Library of Mizudafu. The name doesn't do it justice. It sounds bureaucratic, but the outside of the building was absolutely nothing but. It wasn't some bland, brutalist structure. It was adorned with marble columns, and had a large grass field in front of it, filled with people having picnics or reading, and it was open to the public. He took a deep breath. He was way out of his depth with this. His only experience with libraries was the old one near his house, since this place does have an admissions fee and is only free for certain members chosen by application, and why wouldn't it not? It was home to some of the most detailed academic and historic records. He never really had a reason to go there. He only went there once on a field trip, and the Quirk studies area was loaded with knowledge he could not believe existed, but that DMN fee was not worth it for him to consistently go. But now, he did have an excuse to meet with a friend. He took one step forward, and as his head went straight for the pavement, he would expect a university to have better paths than this. You know, one with less bumps and holes. Great job, Izuku. Izuku rubbed his head and looked up, to see a few disgusted faces, 2 boys and 2 girls, all wearing. What are they wearing? Those look weird. But really expensive. Watch where you're going, dork. One of the boys said as he shook his foot, as if scared that Izuku got his new sneakers dirty. What is he wearing? One of the girls whispered. Just ignore him, let's just go, the entrance exams are coming up. The other girls muttered as they all hurried to the library, treating Izuku as if a disease. That was weird. Oh Nananonu. Why are they here? Momo widened her eyes as they see the group of teens approach the building through the windows. Why are my old classmates here? Flashback. Hey Yaoyorozu, how do you do this one? One of the boys asked as he showed Momo a book. Oh, you simply carry the decimal and then just multiply it. The boy face-bombed. Dimin. How did I not think of that? It's getting late though. We've been on this for how long? 5 hours. We should probably leave soon. Momo looked at her phone and the boy had made a point, it was getting late, Shirou was probably already near the entrance. How about we grab a bite? Come on. I know a place a few blocks down south. Momo rolled her eyes internally, she knew, a bite would become a meal and then, the wallets would be forgotten, and what's worse is, the blocks down south, was the red light district, with the karaokes, clubs, independent contractors. I'm very sorry all, but I do have some previous commitments with my family dash. One of the boys, not willing to take a hint, got more bold. Oh come on. Yaoyorozu. Stop playing hard to get. You can let loose. And the boy's hand wrapped over her shoulder and hung downwards. Momo was already very uncomfortable, then. His hand laid on her thigh gingerly, and through the corner of her eye, she could see him biting his lip. Momo's face deadpanned as she pressed a small device in her pocket, like a pen, and it vibrated. Shirou was simply in the car. He slowly combed his black hair and trimmed a little bit of his stubble on his straight jaw, trying his best not to get it on his suit with the Yaoyorozu crest on it, and averting his green eyes, trying to ignore the onlooking ladies eyeing the large muscular man in front of them with a fancy car, when all of a sudden a small noise from his pocket. Beep. Soon, a large stomping noise rang through the library. A worker there looked frustrated as he walked towards the entrance, only to widen his mouth in horror and dive behind a column. Shirou came storming through, leaving small craters in his wake, his suit barely holding it together with his body enlarging to an inhuman proportion, his muscles growing large. He briefly turned small again to fit through the door of the library study rooms before charging straight for the boy and pull back his arm, readying his fist. The Yaoyorozus had to pay some legal fees and repair fees, but it was chicken's feed to them. What really set them off though, was that the boy wasn't expelled. His family had some sway in the school too, so the worst he got was detention for 6 months and his test scores would be lowered 10% for every test he would take, and he would be removed from Momo's class. Momo only let it go. After a deal went through when the other family accepted to give a whole apartment complex to them, the same one that was supposed to be left to the boy in the will. He got off easily. She didn't really think much before pulling out her phone and booking a private study room right then and there, and also requesting books on all subjects to be wheeled into the room. She texted Izuku. Momo. Change of plans, I have booked us a study room. Simply say that you're with me and they'll lead you to the room. She got up and made her way to the study room, but a few minutes later, her phone buzzed with a text from Izuku. Izuku, can you help me here? Administration giving me trouble. Izuku took a deep breath, standing at the reception desk of the Grand University Library. It was the kind of place where every surface gleamed with wealth, every book practically exuding an air of exclusivity, and every student dressed like they were auditioning for a business magazine cover or wearing some clothes that didn't look expensive, but for some reason he was the only one thinking that. And here he was standing in a slightly oversized t-shirt and sneakers that had seen better days, nervously clutching his entrance fee receipt like it was his last hope. The librarian, an older woman with a sharp gaze, sighed as she peered at him over her glasses. Kid, I will have to escort you out of here. Stop joking. Izuku winced. I'm not joking. I swear. I paid the fee and I'm with her. They told me I could go to the room. The librarian took off her glasses and rubbed her temples, clearly not in the mood for whatever bizarre stunt she thought he was trying to pull. With her. A line of students had formed behind him, all dressed in crisp uniforms, designer shoes, and an air of mild impatience. One of them, a tall boy with perfectly styled hair and the distinct aura of someone who had never once had to check the price of anything, chuckled before clapping a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Listen, buddy, just let it go and leave. It's okay if you don't have the money, he said in an overly sympathetic tone. Happens to people like, don't worry about it. A few other students behind him giggled, one of them whispering, maybe he just wants to see what a real library looks like. At that exact moment, the library doors swung open, and in walked Momo. Yaoyorozu, in all her elegant, poised glory. She scanned the room for a second before locking eyes with Izuku and immediately striding toward him with purpose. Momo didn't hesitate as she came to a stop beside Izuku. He is with me. A hush fell over the immediate area. The librarian practically scrambled to fix her posture. Oh, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I had no idea. My deepest apologies. The students behind Izuku stood there, slack-jawed. The tall boy who had patted Izuku's shoulder looked like someone had just told him his bank account had been emptied. Momo, exuding patience in the way only someone used to handling nonsense on a daily basis could, gave a pleasant if slightly strained smile. Yes, now, is he allowed in? Oh, of course. The librarian stammered, fumbling for something under the desk as though she needed to do something to make up for the mistake. Please be our guest. Right this way. We can do it ourselves. Momo said smoothly, already leading Izuku away before anyone could react. Momo huffed, crossing her arms. Honestly, what an ordeal. It's infuriating how people judge so quickly. Though, I do have to say, you handled it with impressive restraint. I would have thought you'd be more flustered. Momo batted her eyes to Izuku, and already she seemed to have been wrong, as Izuku might as well be as red as a tomato. That was so awkward. Do I really need to dress better? Izuku asked nervously. Momo shook her head. No Midoriya, they were just insensitive, let's go. You what? The man behind the desk in the grand office slammed both his hands on his dark oak desk, gawking at the line of librarians in front of him. You're telling me you just money-shamed a guest of the Momo Yaoyorozu? The librarian who was at the reception desk nodded her head slowly. I may have insinuated that someone of his appearance doesn't seem like the normal type of people that the Yaoyorozu's family associate with. That doesn't matter. The man yelled. He put a hand to his mouth and paced around the office. What? Oh Lord. Why you better hope, she lets this go. If she requests anyone's termination, we as a library will have to throw you under a bus. We cannot risk any investment threats or lawsuits you hear. What would they even charge us for? I don't know. Discrimination by wealth? If that is even a thing. Let's just hope that it's not a big deal. And then he used his limbs to wrap around entire buildings and lift them up, then smash them against the villains like a bat. Izuku exclaimed as he looked up from his book. Momo looked at the book he was reading. It was of a hero, a couple decades ago, that had the ability to stretch their limbs. Momo has never heard of them, but it seems like Izuku might as well have been their biggest fan. Momo looked at the stacks of books near them. They practically have surrounded themselves with a wall of books. It hadn't taken long for Izuku to practically dive for the bookshelf and pick out multiple stacks. It seems like the awkwardness has faded, only replaced by curiosity. Momo thought to herself, not even a few weeks ago, she never even met this boy and yet, she has already gone to his house. Now looking back, perhaps it was a bit quick. But she kinda liked it. She kinda liked him. Where did that come from? Yaoyorozu? Are you okay? You look like you're thinking of something. Izuku said worriedly. Momo looked back up and quickly waved her hands. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how I didn't even know you a few weeks ago, and yet I've been to your house. And now we're here. Izuku blushed. Why? It is kinda wild. I'm surprised you didn't say anything about my apartment actually. Momo gently smiled. I know that many aren't as fortunate as me. Though I would admit, I almost said some insensitive things. I still have much to learn. I figured my best bet was to not speak much and hope for the best. Izuku chuckled slightly. I honestly thought that you would be a bit out of touch. No offense. I mean. It's okay, Midoriya, I know you meant nothing by it. Momo assured him. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Actually, I meant to ask, why did you switch to a private room? I mean, I enjoy it here, but it was quite sudden. Momo sighed as she pointed to the door. I just saw some people I know, unpleasant people, I didn't want them to bother us. Izuku nodded, I see. What did they do? Momo shook her head with a smile, I prefer not to say. Izuku peered back into his book, okay then. Momo moved her eyes up, looking at Izuku. She slightly smiled to herself at how focused he is on his studies. Then, Izuku's eyes glanced up as well, but he wasn't looking at her directly, he was looking somewhere down. Momo followed her eyes downwards, to see. Is he looking at my BRSTS? All boys are. They have works from Dr. Fujima? Where did they find that? Izuku excitedly exclaimed. Momo gasped as she realized that Izuku was looking at the spine of her book. She blushed heavily at the assumption she just had. You like his work? I'll get him to deliver some more for us. Izuku's smile brightened. That would be great. Thanks. A notification buzzed on the library manager's desk. He has just started to calm down about the whole money-shaming fiasco. He looked to his computer and gawked at what he saw. Normally it was a normal request, but this one was by Momo Yaoyorozu. And it's been going on for a minute. He grabbed a walkie-talkie and belted at it. Books by Dr. Fujima to room number 42. Who's in charge of that section? I need it done now. A meek voice came from the other end. Yes, sir, I can't. There's a whole swarm of people kneeling in front of the room. What? He was just hired. He was not supposed to deal with this sheet. And yet, there is a large group of students right in front of the room, lying down, putting their ears to the floor and to the door. Some are even shoving and pushing others out of the way in order to get closer to the door. Kids, can I please dash? Wait your turn. One of the students hissed. There's a boy with Yaoyorozu? No way. With my Momo, I don't think so. I thought people have some decency around here. The librarian gritted his teeth as he loudly coughed. Move out of the way, these books are for Momo Yaoyorozu, please let me through. The students reluctantly parted, grumbling under their breaths as the librarian hurriedly approached the door. He knocked lightly, trying to maintain some semblance of professionalism despite the absurdity of the situation. The door cracked open, revealing Momo's polite but slightly confused expression. The books. Thank you so much, she paused, noticing the crowd of eavesdroppers behind him. Her eyes narrowed just slightly, her usual grace hardening into something sharper. Is there a problem? The librarian swallowed. No, Miss Yaoyorozu. Just delivering the requested materials. He shoved the stack of books into her arms before quickly retreating, shooting a glare at the lingering students. All right, show's over. Move along. Momo shut the door with a quiet click, exhaling as she turned back to Izuku, who was still engrossed in his notes. She placed the new books on the table with a soft thud, drawing his attention. Whoa, that was fast. Izuku grinned, reaching for one of the volumes eagerly. Momo chuckled, sitting back down. The perks of being a Yaoyorozu, I suppose. Izuku blinked, then glanced at the door. Were there people out there? Momo sighed, rubbing her temple. Unfortunately, some of my acquaintances from high society. They tend to be overly curious about my personal life. Izuku frowned. That's kind of invasive. Very, Momo agreed, though her tone lightened as she met his eyes. But I'd rather focus on this. It's much more enjoyable. Izuku's cheeks warmed, and he ducked his head with a small smile. Why, me too. For a moment, the two simply basked in the quiet comfort of each other's company until a particularly loud thump against the door made them both jump. Momo groaned. Honestly, do they have nothing better to do? Do you think if they're given something, they'll back off? Izuku shyly asked. Momo shook her head. No, give them something and they'll want more and stay longer. I think our best bet is to just be quiet. Besides, even though I personally don't mind it too much, they don't want to get a Yaoyorozu angry. Izuku felt a shiver down his spine. I see. Izuku tapped his pencil against his notebook, brow furrowed. So Fujima's theory on quirk evolution suggests that certain mutations aren't random but responsive to environmental stressors. That could explain why some quirks adapt faster than others. Momo nodded, tracing a diagram with her finger. It aligns with my family's research too. The Yaoyorozu quirk has refined over generations what once took minutes to create complex items now take seconds. Izuku's eyes sparkled. That's amazing. Do you think it's a neurological adaptation or a cellular one? Momo hummed, tilting her head. Both, perhaps? My great-grandparents' notes mention increased myelin sheath efficiency in our nervous system, but there's also... Izuku gasped, cutting her off. Wait, that could mean your quirk isn't just creating matter but optimizing molecular assembly. He scrambled for a blank page, scribbling furiously. If that's true, then theoretically, with enough practice, you could produce items with zero delay? Momo finished, eyes widening. Exactly. Izuku beamed. Momo stared at him, lips parted slightly. You're the first person who's ever followed my train of thought like that. Izuku blinked, then flushed. Oh, I really like analyzing quirks, and yours is so fascinating. Momo laughed softly. I'm glad you think so. A comfortable silence settled between them, filled only with the sound of pages turning and pens scratching. A girl had her ear pressed to the door, eyes wide. Did you hear that? She said, zero delay. A boy nearby gasped. Zero delay. Like marriage or a deal? What? No, you idiot. Another student, a self-proclaimed Momo expert, clutched his chest dramatically. She's talking about commitment. Yaoyorozu doesn't do anything halfway. A third eavesdropper, a girl with large loopy earrings and long hair, scoffed. Please, as if just a random guy can walk in and scoop her up. Who is this guy? Must be uber rich. Yaoyorozu, what made you want to be a hero? Izuku asked. Momo looked up from her book. HM? What do you mean? WL, someone of your status. You could easily just continue the family business or become a politician. Why heroism? Momo smiled as she flipped a page. I wanted to prove I could do more than just inherit a fortune. That I could earn my place. She hesitated, then added, and I wanted to help people in a way money couldn't. Izuku smiled. That's really cool, Yaoyorozu. I've been born into great fortune. I feel as if I have to prove something to myself. I can carve out something of my own, you know. I don't want people to think I coasted through life, despite how accurate that would be up until this point. Momo chuckled coldly. I don't think that's true, Yaoyorozu. You work very hard. Why are they still here? The library manager grumbled. This is outrageous. Yaoyorozu sometimes comes here, so this isn't out of the blue, but why is there such an audience today? The new hire leaned into his ear. I believe it's because the guests are, you know how Momo Yaoyorozu doesn't let anyone have the time of day. The manager nodded. I see. Wait dash. Throughout the cameras, due to the sheer number of people leaning on the door, some have resorted to climbing the bookshelf and leaning their body over to try and eavesdrop, however. Crashin Fokujoy Chwajda. Did those kids just topple one of my bookshelves? The kids all looked at each other, dumbfounded, but not before the cry of, what on earth was that? By Momo did they realize that they should run. They scatter across the library as Momo opened the door to see the toppled bookshelf. She sighed as she looked at the state of it all. The manager rushed to the section. The library manager, a man who had once prided himself on maintaining an oasis of scholarly tranquility, now felt his last shred of sanity slipping away as he sprinted toward the disaster zone. Miss Yaoyorozu, he shrieked, skidding to a halt in front of the toppled bookshelf, his face a mask of sheer panic. Are you unharmed? Please, say you weren't injured by this unspeakable act of vandalism. Momo blinked, taken aback by his dramatics. I'm perfectly fine, but… Thank heavens, the manager wheezed, clutching his chest as if he'd narrowly avoided a cardiac event. Your safety is our top priority. The absolute highest priority. His eyes darted to Izuku, who stood awkwardly beside Momo, and he gave a stiff nod. Sir. Izuku, unsure how to respond, offered a weak wave. Hi. The manager didn't even acknowledge it. His entire being was laser-focused on Momo. Miss Yaoyorozu, I assure you, this kind of disrespect will never happen again under my watch. I will personally ensure that every single one of these ruffians is banned for life. Momo opened her mouth to respond, but the manager had already whipped around, jabbing a finger at his terrified new hire. Get me security footage. Names. Family connections. I want to know exactly whose trust funds I'm about to help cut. The new hire squeaked and scrambled off. Izuku leaned toward Momo. Should we go? Momo sighed. Yes. Without another word, the two slipped away, leaving the manager to his rapidly escalating meltdown. Does this happen often? Izuku asked as they stood on the sidewalk. Momo shrugged a little. She looked down. I mean, I have garnered a lot of attention. But I think it's because of you. Izuku frowned a little. I'm sorry for being a trouble magnet. Oh no. Not at all. I had a great time with you today. Momo smiled. Really? Momo nodded in response. I do look forward to hanging out with you again, Midoriya. Izuku smiled. Me too, Yaoyorozu. What are your plans for high school, Midoriya? I remember talking to you about the NQI. Momo asked. Izuku nodded. I know it's a long shot, but if I can somehow get a recommendation or a scholarship, I would love to go. If not, I guess, the UA general course is there. He winced slightly at that last statement. You sound sad about that, am I, Midoriya? Momo asked, confused. It's just, I've always wanted to be a hero, and to go to the place I've always wanted to go, but not being able to do what I want to do here. I feel like a waste dash. Don't say that. Momo cut him off before he can continue as she looked at Izuku determinedly. Momo's voice was firm, her dark eyes locking onto Izuku's with an intensity that made him freeze mid-sentence. You are not a waste, Midoriya, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. The fact that you're even considering the NQI one of the most prestigious quirk research institutions in the country proves that. And if UA's general course is your backup, then that just means you're adapting, not giving up. Izuku swallowed, his fingers tightening around the strap of his bag. I know, but it's hard not to feel like I'm settling, you know? Like I'm just taking the easy way out. Momo shook her head. There's nothing easy about what you're doing. Quirk analysis is a vital field, one that heroes rely on every day. If anything, you're supporting heroics in a way most people never even consider. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Before nodding, tears prickling his eyes. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Momo giggled, then glanced at her phone. Oh, my driver's here. She hesitated, then added, but, would you like a ride home? It's the least I can do after all that chaos. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Are you sure? I don't want to impose. You're not, Momo said firmly. And honestly, after today, I think we've earned a little peace. Izuku grinned. Thanks you. The moment Izuku slid into the back seat of Momo's limousine-esque luxury sedan, he immediately regretted every life choice that had led him here. The interior smelled like money, actual, literal money, or at least whatever expensive leather conditioner rich people used to make their cars smell like a high-end spa. The seats were so plush he was half convinced he'd sink into them and never return. And then there were the buttons. So many buttons. Izuku's fingers twitched. There was a sleek touchscreen embedded in the seat back in front of him, a control panel on the door with more switches than a spaceship, and a mini fridge? Izuku reached his hand towards the handle of the fridge, but a cough interrupted his thinking. Izuku sat ramrod straight, hands clamped firmly on his knees, resisting the overwhelming urge to poke something. And then there was the driver. Momo's driver, no, bodyguard, judging by the man's tree trunk arms and the way his suit barely contained his muscles, kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror. His dark eyes were sharp, calculating, and deeply suspicious. Izuku gulped. He thinks I'm a threat. Shirou had been Momo's driver for years. He had seen countless people try to cozy up to the Yaoyorozu Heiress gold diggers, social climbers, fame seekers, and he had developed a sixth sense for sniffing them out. And this scrawny, freckled kid? Suspicious. Never before had Momo voluntarily invited someone into her car. Never before had she smiled that much at someone who wasn't family. And never before had she insisted on dropping them off personally. Shirou's grip on the steering wheel tightened. This boy is trouble. Izuku, feeling the weight of Shirou's stare, slowly turned his head toward the window, pretending to be very interested in the passing buildings. Why is he looking at me like I'm about to steal the car? Momo, blissfully unaware of the tension, smiled at Izuku. So, Midoriya, have you thought more about Esuri? The car swerved bend the corner as Shirou took it with unneeded aggression. Izuku yelped, gripping the seat. Momo blinked. Shirou, the road was clear. Apologies, Miss Yaoyorozu, Shirou said smoothly. Sudden obstacle. Izuku peeked out the window. The road was empty. Was that a personal attack? Momo frowned but continued. As I was saying, have you? The car lurched forward, pressing them into their seats. Izuku's notebook almost flew out of his lap. Momo's eye twitched. Shirou. Traffic patterns, Shirou said flatly. As the car settled into a smooth ride, Izuku's attention drifted back to the console of mysteries beside him. One button had a little fan icon. Climate control, probably another had a seat with waves. Massage function. Wow, they have it all. And then there was the big red one. His finger twitched. Shirou's eyes burned into him through the mirror. Izuku recoiled like he'd been caught reaching for a cookie jar. Momo, noticing his struggle, smirked. You can press them, you know. It's fine. Izuku shook his head rapidly. No, I'm good. Shirou's glare intensified. Good answer. He muttered under his breath. Despite Momo's attempts at conversation, Shirou was determined to get Izuku out of this car as fast as possible. Ah, here we are, Shirou announced abruptly, pulling up to Izuku's desired location with unnatural speed. Izuku blinked. That was fast. Momo narrowed her eyes. Shirou, we just left the library. There's no way. Efficient routes, Shirou said, already unbuckling. Goodbye, young man. Izuku took the hint. Alright. Thanks for the ride, Yaoyorozu. And, nice meeting you, Shirou. Shirou gave a curt nod that said, leave before I make you. Momo sighed as Izuku scrambled out. I'll text you later. As soon as Izuku was out of sight, Shirou exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Finally. Crisis averted. Thud. A small, very angry hand grabbed the back of his seat. Shirou froze. Momo's voice was sweet. Shirou. He swallowed. Yes, Miss Yaoyorozu? Did you really have to terrorize my friend the entire ride? Shirou kept his eyes forward. I was merely ensuring your safety. What? Momo smacked the back of his head. Lightly. But with intent. Ow. What? Embarrassed. Me. I was doing my job. By trying to scare Midoriya? He's suspicious. What? He's nice. Shirou grumbled. That's what they all say. You're not my first client, Miss Momo. I have seen fuckboys and gold diggers everywhere. They appear all nice, and, oh, I'm different. And then boom, they take the money, though it's insignificant in the grand scheme because all of my previous clients were rich as hell. I just don't want that to happen to you, okay? Momo groaned, flopping back into her seat. You're impossible. You've never seen me invite anyone, and the first time I do, you do this. Sure. Adjusted the rearview mirror, satisfied. Forgive me, miss, but last I recall, you don't like anyone in your school. One time you told me to roll up the window, knowing full well, multiple fingers were at risk. But all of a sudden this unknown kid rocks up? I can't even find anything about him. I ain't heard of no Midoriya Industries, or something like that. Besides, most importantly, you're safe. Momo rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile. Whatever, Shirou, you're fired. Shirou chuckled. You always say that, young miss. Momo pouted. If you do it again next time, maybe I'll actually mean it. Oh. And also, you know that clause in your contract dash. Yes, Miss Momo, I won't break this to your parents, as stated. You have a right to a private life. He's just a friend, sure. As if getting one-on-one time with you isn't the hardest thing ever. Something's up with that kid. How did he get you to actually smile? What did you just say, dash? Momo couldn't even finish her sentence as the car went over a speed bump. What was Miss Momo? Shirou eyed the rear-view mirror with sweat on his brow. Momo sighed amusedly. Nothing, Shirou, nothing. Have I really been smiling that much with Midoriya? I don't mind it. Beep bong. Momo picked up her phone as she smiled. It was Friday and the notification she received was from her scheduling app. After school gym with Midoriya. He has been asking for more gym sessions. These past 2 months have been really helpful to her mental health, having someone that she can spend time with. Hey Mose. A girl chirped. Momo sighed internally. Hello, Arisawa. So, I heard you had a friend, right? The library? The girl cheekily grinned. Her cronies nodded along with her. What are you talking about? Momo replied. I just want to know who got our ice queen to give them the time of day. Arisawa answered with a cheeky smile. And what can we do to get you on our good side? They're not even hiding it at this point. Come on, Mose, just go hang out with us. My family is going to bid for a beach house in Los Angeles. What say we take you there sometime? Momo sighed. Arisawa, please, it's my own personal business. Arisawa scowled. Fine, suit yourself, hag. Momo slumped back in her seat. Just let the day be over. Izuku walked through the hallways of Aldra again. It has been roughly 2 months since they met, and outside his school, and he walked out of the campus, eager to leave quickly. He had to meet up with Momo. She wanted a training partner, and Izuku, though not too physically fit, wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Izuku adjusted the strap of his backpack as he hurried down the front steps of Aldra Junior High, eager to put another day behind him. The sun was still high in the sky, and he had promised Momo he'd meet her at the gym within the hour. She had asked him to be her training partner, something about needing a fresh perspective on combat strategy, and while Izuku wasn't exactly a powerhouse, he wasn't about to turn down the chance to learn from someone like her. Maybe she'll even show me some of her quirk applications in person. The thought alone made him pick up his pace. Oi, Deku. Izuku froze mid-step. That voice, raspy, dripping with venom, was one he knew all too well. Slowly, he turned to see Bakugo Katsuki leaning against the school gate, flanked by 2 of his usual lackeys. The explosive blonde smirked, cracking his knuckles. In a hurry? Bakugo sneered. What, got some useless nerd shit to do? Izuku swallowed. And no, I just have plans. Plans? Bakugo barked out a laugh. Like what? Crying into your hero notebooks? Praying for a quirk? The 2 cronies snickered. Izuku's grip on his bag tightened. He knew better than to engage. Bakugo was looking for a fight, and the last thing Izuku needed was to be late and bruised when meeting Momo. I really gotta go, he muttered, sidestepping. Bakugo's hand shot out, shoving him back. I decide when you go, Deku. Izuku stumbled, barely catching himself. His heart pounded. Not today. Please, not today. Bakugo had Izuku backed against the gate now, sparks popping in his palms. You really think you're gonna amount to anything? A quirkless loser like you? Izuku clenched his jaw. I don't need a quirk to. To what? Bakugo snarled. Be a hero? Don't make me laugh. One of the cronies chimed in. Maybe he's gonna be a janitor at UA. Bakugo grinned. Yeah, that. You can clean up after real heroes like me. Izuku's chest burned, but before he could retort, excuse me. A voice calm, poised, and dangerously polite cut through the air like a blade. All 4 boys turned. Standing at the entrance of the school, arms crossed and eyes sharp, was Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku's stomach dropped. Oh no. Bakugo blinked, sizing her up. The hell are you? Momo didn't flinch. A concerned party. She stepped forward, heels clicking against the pavement with deliberate precision. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, and? Momo's gaze flicked to Izuku, his hunched shoulders, the way he was trying to make himself smaller before locking back onto Bakugo. And I suggest you leave him alone. The cronies exchanged glances. Bakugo, however, just smirked. Or what, you gonna give him a backbone? Momo's expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted subtle, like a predator tensing before a strike. No, she said coolly. But I will report this to the school board. And given that UA's entrance exams are in months, I doubt they'd look kindly on a student being involved in bullying. Bakugo's smirk faltered. One of the cronies whispered, Dude, just leave. Bakugo's fists clenched. Tisich, whatever. Not worth my time. Ain't gonna hit a girl. He shoved past Momo, shoulder-checking her as he went. Come on, extras. Momo didn't react to the shove, just turned her head slightly, watching them leave with icy calm. Only when they were out of sight did she exhale, shoulders relaxing. Izuku, meanwhile, was still gaping. Wairozu, how did you why are you here? Momo blinked, then smiled sheepishly. You weren't answering your texts. I got worried. Izuku's face burned. You came to my school because I was 5 minutes late? Momo shrugged. I had a feeling. Then, softer, are you okay? Izuku opened his mouth to brush it off, to say he was fine, but the genuine concern in her eyes made the words die in his throat. Yeah, he muttered. Thanks. Momo nodded. Good. Now let's go. We've got training to do. It's walking distance from here. Izuku had expected a gym. He had not expected this gym. He thought the first Quirk gym he and Momo went to was fancy, this one, the Yaoyorozu's own. The moment they stepped through the towering glass doors of the Yaoyorozu family's private training facility, his jaw nearly hit the polished marble floor. The lobby alone looked like something out of a high-end resort, gleaming chandeliers, plush seating areas, and a receptionist who bowed so deeply Izuku worried her spine might snap. Momo, blissfully unaware of his internal crisis, strode forward with effortless grace. Good afternoon, Haruka. I've reserved the East Wing for the next 2 hours. The receptionist Haruka smiled. Of course, Miss Yaoyorozu. Shall I prepare your usual post-workout refreshments? That would be lovely, thank you. Izuku, meanwhile, was still stuck on the fact that there were post-workout refreshments. What is this, a 5-star hotel? Momo turned to him, tilting her head. Midoriya? Are you coming? Why? He gestured vaguely at the ceiling. This place is really nice. Momo blinked, then glanced around as if seeing it for the first time. Oh, I suppose it is. She waved a hand dismissively. But don't worry, we'll be in one of the private rooms. No one will bother us. Private room. The private room turned out to be a sprawling, state-of-the-art training space complete with mirrored walls, top-tier equipment, and a juice bar in the corner. Izuku gulped. I don't belong here. Momo, meanwhile, had already swapped into her workout attire, a fitted tank top and leggings that, while completely practical, did nothing to help Izuku's rapidly deteriorating composure. So, she said, stretching her arms overhead, what would you like to start with? Cardio? Strength training? Izuku's eyes darted to the ceiling. Don't look. And Midoriya? Why? We can start with cardio. Shit. Izuku didn't swear much, even in his own mind. But when he was running on this treadmill, he couldn't help but wonder what went wrong with his life for him to be in this situation. He was barely clinging on to the treadmill and life itself. The treadmill hummed beneath him, its speed deceptively smooth. Momo had set it to what she called a light warm-up pace. Izuku called it torture. You're doing great. Momo encouraged from beside him, effortlessly jogging on her own. Machine. Her ponytail swayed with each step, not a single hair out of place. Izuku, meanwhile, was a panting, sweaty mess. Thanks, he gasped, gripping the rails for dear life. Momo frowned. You're holding onto the bars. I know. That defeats the purpose. I know. Momo bit her lip, clearly fighting a smile. Maybe we should lower the speed. No. Izuku wheezed. I can do this. Momo opened her mouth to argue, then sighed. Alright, but if you collapse, I am slowing it down. Izuku nodded frantically, too out of breath to respond. Done. Izuku jumped off of the treadmill the moment he heard those words from Momo's mouth. Izuku squatted on the floor, breathing heavily, unsure whether or not he's still alive. The moment Izuku peeled himself off the gym floor, his legs screamed in protest. He wobbled like a newborn deer, sweat dripping down his forehead as he clutched the treadmill for support. Momo, who had barely broken a sweat, handed him a chilled bottle of water with a concerned frown. Are you sure you're alright? We can take a break. No, I'm good. Izuku wheezed, chugging the water like a man who just crossed a desert. Please. Need a second. Momo sighed but nodded, crossing her arms. Alright, but we're starting with something lighter next. Izuku opened his mouth to argue because of course he did, but the way his thighs trembled when he took a step made him reconsider. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Momo brightened. Great. How about some weight training? Nothing too intense, just enough to build endurance. Izuku nodded, trying and failing to ignore how the overhead lights made Momo's toned arms glow. Focus, Izuku. This is a training session, not a whatever this is. Momo grabbed a pair of modest dumbbells and handed one to Izuku. We'll start with bicep curls. 10 reps, 3 sets. Izuku gulped. The weight wasn't heavy, but after the treadmill fiasco, he wasn't taking any chances. Alright. Momo demonstrated the motion with effortless grace, her biceps flexing in a way that made Izuku's brain short-circuit. Why is she so sculpted? Your turn, Momo said, smiling. Izuku nodded stiffly and mimicked her stance. He managed the first few reps fine, but by the 7th his arms were shaking. By the 9th he was grunting. Momo blinked. You don't have to force yourself. I got it. Izuku yelled, straining through the 10th rep before nearly dropping the weight. Momo's lips twitched. Impressive. Izuku panted, wiping his brow. Thanks. Momo tilted her head. You know, most people start with lower weights to build form first. Izuku's face burned. Oh, this is fine. Don't worry. After weights, Momo led him to a mat for core exercises. Alright, she said, rolling out a strange wheel-like contraption. Let's use an ab roller. It's great for strengthening your core. She dropped to her knees, demonstrating the motion with fluid ease, rolling forward until her body was nearly parallel to the ground, then pulling herself back up without so much as a tremble. Izuku's jaw dropped. How is she human? Now you try, Momo said, handing him the roller. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay. He got into position, took a deep breath, and he made it about halfway before his arms gave out, sending him crashing face-first into the mat with a muffled "OOF." Momo gasped. Midoriya. Izuku groaned, rolling onto his back. I'm fine. Momo bit her lip, clearly torn between concern and amusement. Maybe we should try something simpler. Izuku sighed. Yeah, maybe. After what felt like an eternity of barely surviving Momo's workout regimen, they finally moved to the cool-down stretches. Izuku lay on his back, limbs splayed like a starfish, as Momo guided him through some basic cool-down poses. Alright, deep breath in. Momo instructed, demonstrating a seated forward fold with terrifying flexibility. Izuku tried to mimic her, but his hamstrings screamed in protest. Momo winced. Maybe just reach as far as you can. Izuku nodded, managing to touch his knees. As they finished up, Momo smiled at him. You did really well today. Izuku blinked. Did? Momo nodded. Most people would have given up after the treadmill. But you kept going. Izuku's chest warmed. Oh, thanks. Momo stood, offering him a hand. Same time next week? Izuku stared at her outstretched palm, then up at her face, her bright eyes, her slightly flushed cheeks, the way her ponytail had come slightly undone from their workout. She's really pretty. The thought hit him like a freight train, and he nearly choked on his own spit. Why, yes. Definitely, he stammered, grabbing her hand a little too forcefully. Momo laughed, pulling him up with surprising strength. Great. I'll text you the details. Izuku nodded rapidly, face burning, but at least he was improving. With someone who believed in him for once. I'm so lucky. As Izuku and Momo left the facility, to the streets of Mizudafu, 3 people walked behind them from across the street, in some disguises. And to be exact, it's 3 teens, staking them from behind. Izuku glanced at the glass window of a nearby shop and saw the weird trio. Someone who is holding an upside-down magazine, someone in a trench coat, and someone in a hoodie and mask. No one would have believed them if it was said that they were millionaires at their age. Takeda Ryoji, the red-haired heir to the Takeda Trust, currently wearing a trench coat in broad daylight, his sharp amber eyes peering over the collar like some kind of discount spy. His family had just finalized a major deal with the Yaoyorosis, and he desperately wanted to know why Momo was suddenly giving some random boy the time of day. Arisawa Naomi, a petite girl with sleek black hair and piercing violet eyes, dressed in an oversized hoodie and a medical mask. Her family owned the largest chains of hospitals. While a bit miffed that the Takedas got the deal, they could put this rivalry down a bit for the fact that the cold, icy, no-fun heiress was with someone, and while she usually carried herself with icy elegance, right now she was behind a bench, peering at them. Tatsuya Haruto, the lanky, perpetually grinning heir to Tatsuya Robotics, wearing sunglasses and holding a newspaper with 2 eye holes cut out. He was the least subtle of the group, occasionally tripping over his own feet in his attempt to stay hidden. He subtly angled himself towards a car, looking at the side mirrors, pretending to adjust his shoe while checking the reflection. Still there. Momo, oblivious, continued talking. So I was thinking next time, we could focus more on agility drills. What do you? Yaoyorozu, Izuku whispered urgently. There are really weird people following us. What? Momo whispered, peering behind her back, to see the 3 stooges trying to pry on their business. Pay them no mind, keep walking. Momo whispered to Izuku. Then, with a barely perceptible movement, she clicked a small, pen-shaped device in her pocket. Who is that? Next to Yaoyorozu. Takeda murmured. Arisawa stood up slightly from her spot behind the bench to take a better look, gritting her teeth. Do you think he's someone richer than us? One of those uber-rich people that do secret cult sheet? Tatsuya whispered. Probably not, maybe he's in some niche industry. Nah, he's definitely from one of those famos you theorize about, like the Rothschilds back in the day. Man, they've fallen off dash. Ahem. All 3 froze. Slowly, painfully they turned around. Standing behind them, arms crossed and smiling just a little too wide, was Shirou. Good afternoon, he said, voice dripping with faux politeness. Is there something you'd like to ask the young lady about? Silence. Tatsuya let out a high-pitched squeak. Arisawa slowly backed away. Takeda, ever the leader, straightened his trench coat with as much dignity as he could muster. We're just stalking. Shirou offered helpfully. Investigating. Takeda corrected. Shirou's smile didn't waver. How noble of you. Arisawa swallowed hard. We're just curious. Shirou leaned in slightly. Curiosity is a dangerous thing. You have 3 seconds. Yes, sir. The 3 kids bolted and scattered, leaving Shirou there shaking his head. Kids these days. Is that why he rejected my dad's proposal for us to meet? Takeda muttered on his way to the car. She was with a boy. They were talking and all. Which family could have possibly secured a courtship with her? The Yaoyorozus wouldn't let some nobody be associated with her. Arisawa whispered. If we could strike a deal with whatever family she's with, we can swoop in. Tatsuya exclaimed. Arisawa shook her head. Do we even know if they're dating or not? Does it matter? By the time Shirou caught up with Momo, she was near the car with Izuku. Shirou bowed as he opened the car door. Get in, please. I'll leave no dash. Shirou looked up slightly. No, sir, please. Come in, I insist. Izuku stopped in his tracks, his mind racing. What does he want? Oh, Midoriya, you don't have to if you don't dash. Please come in. Shirou added quickly. Izuku took a deep breath as he took a glance at Momo, who was having a silent conversation with Shirou through her eyes, seemingly saying, "What are you doing?" "Trust me, miss." As Izuku sat in the back seat with Momo on the seat next to her, Shirou got in the driver's seat. "Sorry, sir, but excuse both of us for a moment." Shirou pushed button as the floor and roof opened up and a wall of thick frosted glass formed in the corridor between Momo's and Izuku's seat, isolating Shirou and Momo. Izuku got up as he touched the wall. It felt different. It was probably made up of soundproof materials. Momo quickly got up and reached for Shirou's headrest. "Shirou who was following us?" Shirou clasped his hands. "The Takeda, Arisawa and Suzuki heirs. Poorly disguised and nosy." Momo sighed. "Of course it was them." Shirou raised a brow. "Shall I handle it?" Momo waved a hand. "No need. They're harmless, just ignore them. Arisawa isn't getting that California beach house now. But anyway, why is Midoriya here?" Shirou waved his hand. "You had a point, in that it might have been unnecessary of me to just drive like that the first time he was in. Given now that he would be a regular part of your life going forward, I think some things are long overdue." "What Ash?" Shirou pressed another button. The wall fell as it reformed, now curving to isolate Momo. Shirou looked back the rearview mirror as he glanced at the very nervous Izuku. He sighed as started. "Okay, given how the amount of time Miss Momo spends with you, and the fact my employment was threatened due to Lady Momo signing her displeasure to her parents, I have realized that this will be a regular thing going forward and not a one or two time thing. I admit I was heavy-handed with my first interaction with you, I apologize, and I think a rapport needs to be built. Let's start with your name." "Midoriya Izuku, sir." Izuku squeaked nervously. "Very well, what is your relation to the young miss?" Shirou continued. Izuku's eyes wandered as he considered this question. "I guess. Friend, that I don't know if she thinks of me like that or something else, or maybe I'm just someone that she hangs out with, or I am just dash." Shirou raised his hand. "How about acquaintance for now if you can't decide?" "Okay. How did you two meet?" Izuku's mind froze. "Oh yeah, she met me on top of a roof where she thought I was gonna kill myself. I met her at the tower, in downtown. My dad is a stockbroker. He went there to meet with a client and I talked to her. I didn't know who she was." Shirou raised her eyebrow. "You didn't know who she was?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, it was only after a while where she admitted to me she was a Yaoyorozu." Shirou leaned back in his seat. "I'll have to ask Miss Momo about that. You are case 0 Midoriya, she doesn't pay that much attention to anyone. You do understand the consequences if you ever harm or try to take advantage of Miss Momo, right?" "Yes, sir." Shirou nodded. "Very well, nice to meet you, treat her well or else." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as Shirou put down the wall. Momo's face came into view as she quickly asked, "Midoriya? What did Shirou talk to you about? Are you okay?" Izuku nodded. "Why yeah, just a little introduction, nothing more." "Same place, sir?" Shirou asked. Yeah. The same place you dropped me off last time." "Very double dash." Shirou raised the wall between driver and passenger. Shirou hesitated. "But miss." "Do it." "Miss, I'm still not 100% on dash. Your employment." Shirou stopped as he looked at Momo. Never has she threatened his employment over a person that much. Momo's glare left no room for argument. With a sigh, Shirou complied. The partition rose again, this time sealing him off, leaving Momo and Izuku alone in the back. "Fing miracle kid. How does he do that?" Shirou muttered. "Yeah, and if you press that one." Momo giddily pointed out. Izuku pressed the button. Suddenly, her and Izuku's seat parted from the middle seat, as the middle seat opened up and a table popped out. "Wow!" Izuku was amazed at this technology. He reached out to touch the materials of the table. "Marble. Wow. And then this." Momo pressed 2 buttons, one on each of the passenger's side. The table shrunk back in as both of their seats reclined deeply, and the seats extended its width and length until it full takes over the trunk, becoming essentially a bed. Izuku laid there amazed. He looked at the roof of the car. It was adorned in plush leather, small bits of diamonds, and now that he got a better look, and was not scared. The interior was truly beautiful, covered in reddish-brown leather. The seats were quilted in beautiful patterns. The console looked very high-tech, as it was evident in all of the capabilities of this car. Izuku laid there. As he turned his head, he sees a smiling Momo. He blushed, realizing he was essentially in a bed with her. Shirou looked at his side view mirrors. There was something worrying him, a white sedan. It was following him. He used his quirk when they arrived at a stoplight. His eyes bulged, almost popping out of his head, his muscles straining as he tried to get a good look at the sedan. He could see a glint. A camera. Shirou immediately pressed a button on the driver's console. The tinted windows became even more tinted, becoming matte black. All right, Shirou, you've shaken off worse stalkers before. It even has a TV? Izuku exclaimed as the roof of the car opened up, revealing a large screen. And the best part is, Momo raised her hand as she swiped it left and right. You control it with your hand. Izuku looked in awe. Whoa. Is that the extra director's cut of the All Might documentary? That's a full half an hour of content. Why is that sheet just pitch black? The car, the windows, everything. The man held his camera tightly. I don't know. Man, just try and get a photo, or we ain't gonna get paid. The driver muttered. Wait, doesn't this road seem a bit dead to you? The cameraman whispered. Nah, that's nonsense. Look, we have been driving for a while and I don't recognize this place at all. Suddenly, the taillights of the sedan flashed brightly, causing the duo to avert their eyes. The car swerved, with the driver stomping on the brakes. When they opened their eyes, the car was gone. Sheet. Izuku laid there entranced as the final scene started to play. Momo glanced at his face, not really paying attention to the movie. He was cute. Momo blushed to herself heavily as the last line was spoken. And remember, you can be a hero. Izuku sighed to himself, and gave a chuckle, seemingly one out of exasperation or exhaustion at that line, but smiled regardless. That was amazing! Izuku exclaimed. He raised his hand at the TV. What else do you have here? Izuku glanced at the options. Games, movies, shows, music, map. You have audiobooks here. Momo nodded as Izuku's hand got closer. Wait, did I log out of my account? Let's see what we got here. From Venice, with love, Hearts Apart, The Sakura School, Underground Pleasure, Chains and GG-. I just thought of something we should try. Momo yelled out. Momo quickly sat up and waved her hand wildly, trying to obscure the list of romance. The screen randomly shifted. And some absolute smut of a reading list. She waved it wildly, browsing through different things on the screen. I heard yelling, everything all right back the dash. The partition couldn't even lower all the way before Momo quickly replied. Nothing. Nothing at all, Shirou, raise it back up. Is that kid bothering you, Miss Dash? Just raise it. Shirou put his hand up in defeat as he raised the partition back up. Momo finally settled on the games tab. Wanna play chess? Knight to a4, checkmate. Izuku said. Wow. I didn't know you were this good. Momo muttered as she flopped her back onto the reclined seats. Thank goodness he didn't register that. What were those books though, Momo? The frosted glass partition wall lowered. Sir, we are at your destination. Shirou said. Oh, thanks. Izuku squeaked. Shirou squinted. What were you two doing back there? Izuku quickly left before either of them can say anything. Bye, Yaoyorozu. Ms. Momo, what are you doing back there? You've been waving your hand for so long. Shirou asked, looking at his rearview mirror. Just reorganizing some files, Shirou. Momo replied. To a private password-protected file you go, my sweet literature. He found the collection, didn't he? Shirou. Hiroshi sipped his coffee as he batted his eyes at the stocks on the large HD TV in their opulent living room, large windows exposing the house to sunlight and a view of their garden, the financial analysts chattering on the desk. Chisato approached in her robe as she leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. What are you watching for, dear? Hiroshi smiled as he leaned his shoulder on Chisato. Just seeing what the market thinks of the deal so far. It's been 5 months, you know. So, Aoi, what do you think of this Takeda deal? Honestly, really good. Investors are really positive on this outlook, but given that sources from the Takedas suggest they are weary of a future deal after this, I'm not sure about developments about this in a few years. Hiroshi squinted at the TV. What? No, Takeda, what I'm trying to understand is what new partner are you saying I apparently have right now? Hiroshi sat at the dining table talking on the phone as their private chef cooked in the kitchen. Well, it has come to my attention that a family has come into close connection with you, and I am wondering who it is? Hiroshi took another deep breath. Why yes, you say that Takeda, but you do realize I know a lot of people. Who are you accusing me of setting up a future business deal with? I thought that you should come clean with me, no? You should know who I'm talking about. Hiroshi, no. But don't be mad now. I don't know who you are talking about. Can you please give me a description, Takeda? Don't play coy with me, Hiroshi, come on. If there was one thing Hiroshi hated, it was people who wouldn't tell you what the F was wrong, especially in business deals, millions of yen on the line, people's employment at stake, and yet here you are clamping up, acting stupid. Hiroshi started to move his hands wildly, obviously not sure on what to do with them. His fingers twitched against the polished mahogany of the dining table, his other hand gripping his phone so tightly the casing creaked. Across from him, his wife, Chisato, sipped her tea with the serene calm of someone who had long since mastered the art of ignoring her husband's business-induced tantrums. The private chef in the kitchen wisely pretended not to hear anything. Takeda, Hiroshi said, voice dangerously level, I am going to ask you one more time. Are you talking about? The pause. Then, from the other end of the line, Takeda's smug chuckle. Oh, come now, Hiroshi. You can't expect me to believe you don't know. Hiroshi sighed. He briefly put down his phone as he grabbed an ornate butter knife. He held it in his hand as a dark blue effect came from the other hand. Soon an exact copy appeared from his hand. Darling, no dash. Chisato couldn't even finish her sentence before Hiroshi hurled the knife through the open window. Sorry, something to take the edge off. Hiroshi grumbled before picking up the phone again. Please, Takeda, just tell me. So, young boy, green hair doesn't ring a bell? Hiroshi's frustration melted away, replaced by confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Your daughter is never seen to be particularly close with anyone her age, and my son just so happened to catch a glimpse of her chatting with a young boy his age. Hiroshi's anger came back. Wait, so you're reasoning that I have a backroom deal? Is that my daughter has a friend? And also, how did your son see my daughter? We live in different areas completely, Takeda. There was a brief silence. Hiroshi seethed. Takeda, my daughter is allowed to have friends. She is allowed to exist outside of your paranoid corporate fanfiction. And if I hear one more word about this, I will. All right. Takeda backtracked, voice suddenly strained. Perhaps I misread the situation. You think? Come up with some random bullshit like this again and you're not seeing another deal. Goodbye. Hiroshi hung up as he slumped back into his chair. Kobayashi came out with 2 plates of pancakes as he set them on the table. Thank you, Kobayashi. Kobayashi chuckled. Calm down now, master. Any more and I'll have the fire brigade called. Hiroshi rolled his eyes with a smile as Kobayashi bowed out. Working here since my father's days. How does that old man still do it? Kobayashi poked his head back in. Years of dodging your tantrums has made me spry, sir. You dash. Chisato chuckled as she came up from behind him, massaging his shoulders. Now, darling. It's okay. Sorry, darling, just frustration. Chisato smiled. I understand, honey, you're very strong for trying to calm yourself down, okay? I'm very proud of you. Hiroshi blushed as he leaned his head on her hand. That demon Takeda said something about a green-haired kid with Momo. Any idea who that could be? Chisato kissed her teeth as her mind ran. I don't know many families or people with green hair, maybe it's a classmate. If that's the case, our Momo is finally making friends. I just hope he's a decent man. Hiroshi scowled. I hate seeing Momo goes to those galas. She always seems uncomfortable when we talk to other families. Speaking of which, where is she today? Momo gripped onto the handle of the train's pole, her other hand gripping onto the pockets on her jeans, her grin weirdly wide for someone just on public transport. Izuku next to her with an amused smile. Momo whispered to him, "I've never been on public transport before." Izuku smiled. "Yes, Yaoyorozu. I know." Momo's smile grew wider as they came to a stop. She gripped onto the pole harder as she let her body lean due to the speed. "Wow. It feels so weird." Momo's grip on the train pole tightened as the subway lurched forward, her body swaying with the motion. Her eyes sparkled with childlike wonder, her grin so wide it looked like her face might split in half. Izuku chuckled, steadying himself beside her. "You're really enjoying this, huh?" Momo nodded rapidly, her ponytail bouncing. "I am." Izuku felt a warm feeling in his heart. For some reason seeing this girl experiencing wonder made his heart flutter too. What was that feeling? The silence was broken when a large voice boomed from one of the doors. "Hey! Move out the way, idiot! Let the passengers exit first, screw off." Momo almost wanted to go closer, but seeing Izuku shaking his head frantically, she backed off as she followed Izuku into a different part of the train. Momo continued to try and let her body lean over, until Izuku tapped her shoulder. "It's our stop, we should get off now." "Okay. So, do we need to give the train ticket to the conductor?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "What? Yeah. I bought a ticket, shouldn't I give it to the conductor?" Izuku had a face of realization. "Oh, no, Yaoyorozu, you have to go to the gates, and put in the ticket." Momo blushed heavily. "Oh, I see. I'm so sorry." It's fine." It has been 5 months since they met, and Momo couldn't be happier. She got a study partner, someone that actually cares about these subjects like her, and sure, he's not as athletic, but they're getting there. She believes he would get better step by step. But today, they wanted to do something different. This time, it wasn't some study session or gym session. Momo asked to go somewhere she has always been curious about, and who is Izuku to refuse? Momo's eyes lit up as she looked at the building in front of her, the kaleidoscope of colors in front of her making it quite a sight. Izuku grinned. "Welcome to the arcade." Momo inhaled sharply. Quite the spectacle. Her fingers twitched at her sides. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I know you said you wanted to visit an arcade. I remember going to this one with my dad when he came back." "Come on, let's go in." Izuku led her to a glittering claw machine stuffed with plushies. This one's simple, you maneuver the claw to grab a prize. Momo eagerly put in some coins as she aimed for a cat plushie at the back. As soon as the claw hovered over it, she pressed the button as the claw lowered, her eyes lit up as the claw secured around its head, and it started to pick it up. And then it was dropped. "What? It was around its head?" Momo exclaimed. Izuku smiled. "Why, yeah, it does that." "Why?" Izuku blushed as he tried to explain. "The idea is, they hope that you see yourself so close that you would try it again. It's complete chance, after a while, you'll get a grip with enough strength and actually get the plushie, but by then, you put so much money in it, you might as well have bought the plushie." Momo put a finger to her chin. "I see. That is devious. But let me try again." First attempt, missed it. Second attempt, grabbed the head of a turtle plushie, only to release at the last second. Eighth attempt, the cat plushie got close to the hole, only for it to release at the edge and bounce back into the pile of plushies. "This is corporate sabotage," Momo exclaimed. "It really is like gambling." "Ooh, what's that one?" Momo pointed to a flashy machine, with a platform with arrows on it. Izuku's face paled. "That is Dance Dance Revolution. It's a bit of an old game, it's not that fun." Momo didn't even hear Izuku as she was already near the instruction board. "Dance to the rhythm and step on the right arrows? This sounds fun. Come on, let us begin." Perfect. Perfect. Amazing. That was what was playing from Momo's side as she moved her feet quickly, courtesy of training. "Are you having fun, Midoriya?" "Boo. Yusuke. Boo. Boo. Yusuke. No, Yaoyorozu, I'm not." Izuku looked at the scoreboard, and on Momo's side. 2,440, 153,780. That was amazing. Momo exclaimed. Why yeah. Izuku panted out. The song was so catchy too. Must be a really old song given this seems like an old machine. Uptown girl? Cool. Izuku was so grateful that it was early and not a lot of people are here. Her eyes wandered to a small booth. What's that? So you literally take pictures, that's it? Momo deadpanned. Izuku nodded. Why yup. Well, why can't I just take photos on my phone and just print out the pictures? Izuku scratched his head. Well, it's the filters. Like, you can make your eyes huge or put animal ears on your head or… Interesting. Momo muttered as she started to press the buttons. Momo pressed on a glitter disco filter. Soon, the screen lit up with sparkles and glitter with changing lights around the edges. The corner of Momo's lips curled up. That's so cool, she exclaimed. She continued to spam more buttons as all the filters covered one another. They had cat ears, flowered edges, chibi anime characters holding up their fingers, pirates' eye patches on one of their eyes, the whole shebang. Yairozu, this might be dash. Taking photo in 3. Come on Midoriya. Pose. Momo exclaimed as she held up a peace sign. Izuku fumbled a bit before holding a rock-on hand sign. These are ridiculous. But I like them. Momo declared as they exited the arcade, holding up the pictures. It was ridiculous. Practically the bottom parts of their faces were covered because of the filters. Hey, what's a pretty little thing like you doing here? A teen who was leaning on the wall near the entrance cooed out. Yeah, princess, what you doing with someone like him? Izuku stiffened. His fists clenched. His heart pounded. Hey. That's not okay. Oh, what's he gonna do? Cry about it? Izuku stepped forward, readying a punch as the bigger boy ready to kick to his chin. This is going to be so embarrassing. 1 second, she was beside him. The next, she'd closed the distance, her fist driving into one of their throat with. He crumpled, gagging. The other guy simply ran away. The teen who got punched stumbled to his feet as he ran. Sorry, I tried to be. I don't even know anymore. Izuku muttered. Momo put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Izuku, you tried and that's what mattered. I appreciate it. Izuku? Momo, seemingly realizing his surprise. But we've been hanging out for some time, and I was thinking perhaps we can switch to a first-name basis? I'm actually surprised no one turned their head when you call me Yairozu. If you're fine, you can call me Momo. Izuku dumbly nodded. Sure. Momo. Achievement reached. First name basis with girl. Mother, father, I'm home. Momo chirped as she stepped through the lobby. Skipping up the stairs, Hiroshi peered from the couch into the lobby, seeing how happy his daughter is, makes his heart sing. But who was this green-haired boy she hung out with? Hiroshi walked up the stairs after, only to stop when he noticed something on the floor, a photo, a very messy photo, but… Hello there. What have you been doing with my Momo? Sir, you called for me? Shirou squinted as he sat down at the chair in Hiroshi's study. Even Lady Chisato was here. Yes, Shirou, I want to know about this. Hiroshi pulled out the Purikira picture, one with Momo looking happy and a boy next to her with the bottom half of his face covered. Well, the private life clause, sir. Hiroshi started laughing. Oh, that's funny, Shirou. That only extended to things Momo didn't really think we should know, but now that I do know, who is this boy, Shirou? Well, I dash. Hiroshi chuckled, as he casually put a hand on Shirou's shoulder. Suddenly, his hand moved quickly into his sleeve and pulled out a wad of cash. I'm the one who makes the checks, Shirou. Shirou quickly snatched the money. His name is Midoriya Izuku, he's a friend of Momo, that's all I know. Hiroshi's face dropped. What do you mean? You seriously don't know anything else? What do I pay you for? Sir, my job is to protect Lady Momo, not to snoop into the private life of the people she associates with. Shirou replied slyly as he got up and walked out of his study. Hiroshi exhaled loudly as his eyes fell back on the picture. Just who are you? He jerked his head up when he heard a small sniffle. His wife was on the plush leather chair, hiding the bottom half of her face. Darling, what's dash? My baby has a friend. She cried out as she dramatically flopped into Hiroshi's arms. Hiroshi smiled as he patted her back. See, come on now, it's just a dash. And it's a boy. Oh, and here I thought she would be lonely. She squealed. It's adorable. She flopped onto the couch, kicking her feet like a schoolgirl. Do you think they like each other? What if they hold hands? What if they... Don't finish that sentence. But even he couldn't suppress the grin creeping onto his face. He paced the room, hands behind his back. If he does, I need to prepare a shovel talk. Everything is feasible except for the one where they want a portable freezer for snacks. Just shoot him down for that one. Nizu nodded as the man on the screen continued shuffling through documents and costume designs. Dr. Hayashi, thank you for this. The recommended exams are coming up and you know how these students be. Entitled and think the engineers can do anything. Nizu said. Dr. Hayashi sighed, stroking his stubble. He was a man in his early 50s. Some wrinkles on his forehead were starting to appear with his silvery gray hair. He was slightly hunched over as he blinked his lizard-looking eyes, yellow retinas and black pupils. The only giveaway he had a quirk. I must say, this costume design really spoke to me. It's practical and it's not too complicated to make. It's for. You're getting a Yayorozu air applying? Nizu cheekily grinned. Yes. Only the best in UA after all. Hayashi rolled his eyes. But of course, let's see, drawn by Hanakura Studio, designed by Midoriya Izuku? Know who that is? Nizu? Nizu shrugged. No idea. Hayashi rubbed his chin. If he came up with this, he must be a very talented person. I never heard of him in the costume design industry though. Maybe a rookie? Nizu nodded. Could be. I could ask Kiyama-sensei if she knows someone of that name. I'll send it over to the NQI if you're interested. Hayashi smiled. That would be ideal, thank you. So I know why you are wondering. I got you here to listen to me, darling. Hisashi announced on the laptop. Hisashi pulled out a small new card. I got a promotion. I can now work remotely. I'm coming back to Japan. Inko squealed as she buried her face in her hands. Oh baby. She leaned into the computer screen. As her tears started flowing. Honey. You're gonna flood the apartment again. Inko's tears started piling up as she hugged the laptop. Oh baby. But Inko didn't care. She buried her face against the keyboard, her tears pooling dangerously around the USB ports. Oh baby. Oh my god. She couldn't even form words. Hisashi's expression softened as he watched his wife dissolve into happy hysterics. Hey, look at me. Inko sniffled, lifting her head. Hisashi's smile was tender, his eyes crinkling at the corners in that way she'd fallen in love with 20 years ago. Remember our first date? That terrible ramen place near campus? Giggling through tears. You complained about how the broth was so cold, so you tried to heat it up by breathing fire, but it bubbled, and then you spilled it on yourself. Hisashi smiled, and you laughed at me. That's when I knew. Inko tilted her head. Knew what? That I'd spend the rest of my life trying to make you laugh like that. Inko's breath hitched. And then Izuku came along. Inko sniffled. They told us he was quirkless. Hisashi nodded, and the doctors looked at us like he was broken. Our families said we should try again like he was some failed experiment. But we didn't listen. His voice was steel. We never once listened. Inko's tears fell harder. Remember that first parent-teacher conference? When that BSRD said Izuku would never amount to anything. You punched him. Demen, right, I did. You got banned from school grounds. Worth it. They laughed, the sound wet and wobbly. And then I had to leave. My job said I was somehow a liability? It was right after that news spread that my son was quirkless. God, Inko, I hated it. Every DMN day. Inko nodded. I know. Those late-night calls when you were so tired you'd start crying over burnt rice. Inko chuckled. And you'd sing me that stupid song until I fell asleep. Hisashi tilted his head. Which one? Inko sighed. That really old song. You said you learnt a lot of pre-Quirk era songs? For Izuku to be more proud in his quirklessness. I think it was. Love me tender, but you butchered the lyrics since you were still learning English. It was an old song, but I have never heard some American singers sing like that. Hisashi gasping in mock offense. I nailed those lyrics. Inko giggled. You literally rhymed heart with start. Hisashi slammed his office table. It was art. Inko rolled her eyes as she smiled tenderly. Remember our first kiss? Hisashi blushed behind the chemistry building. You said I tasted like burnt coffee. You liked it though. Inko exhaled heavily. I tolerated it. Hisashi smirked. Liar. You clutched my shirt like you were drowning. I was nervous. You ummed. Hisashi. He cackled, leaning back in his chair. Hey, remember our wedding? Inko buried her face in her hands. I tripped walking down the aisle. I swear sometimes I trip in the biggest moments in my life. But it was because I was looking at you. Hisashi pointed at her. Liar. You were drunk. Both can be true. She laughed, swatting at the screen. A beat of comfortable silence. Hisashi's voice dropped into a purr. And remember what we did after the wedding? Inko's face exploding into red. It's Hisashi. Because I do. Vividly. Our son could walk in. He's not here. And I've got 10 years of missed opportunities to make up for. He waggled his eyebrows. Starting immediately upon my arrival. Inko groaned, You're impossible. You love it. Inko buried her face in her hands, but she was grinning. Pack your prettiest nightgown, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko squealing. Finish that sentence and you're a dead man. Hisashi cackled. My flight is next few weeks or so, I'm not telling you when. And don't tell Izuku, okay? I want to surprise him. Inko pouted. Really? Not even me, your wife that you haven't seen in person for years. Well, it would make the reunion that much more meaningful. Hisashi grinned. Inko pouted even more. But be quick, okay? Hisashi smiled. Of course, nothing can stop me from seeing you as quickly as possible. Especially you wearing that red dash. See you soon, love you, bye. Inko quickly shut down the laptop before looking around her, hyperventilating. She blinked a few times. Every time. She muttered as she went to grab a mop. Inko Midoriya hummed softly to herself as she fumbled for her keys, the familiar melody of Love Me Tender slipping from her lips. The grocery bags dangled from her arms, heavy with ingredients for dinner, though she hadn't expected him back until tomorrow. Love me tender, love me sweet. She paused, tilting her head. Never let me go. A chuckle escaped her as she shook her head. What are you doing, Inko? You can't speak English right. I can't remember the lyrics fully. Her fingers finally closed around her keys, and she slid one into the lock, turning it with a soft click. But before she could push the door open, she froze. A sound. Sizzling. Like oil in a pan. Someone was cooking. Her breath hitched. Cautiously, she leaned closer, pressing her ear to the door. Definitely sizzling. And was that whistling? Her pulse spiked. Burglars don't cook, do they? The door flew open the rest of the way, and a strong arm hooked around her waist, yanking her inside with a yelp. The groceries tumbled to the floor as she was spun, her back pressed against the now-closed door, a familiar, warm body caging her in. A tall man with a head of dark green hair, wearing glasses, with slight eye bags under his eyes, and a decently built frame hugged her close, wearing an apron alongside sweatpants and a long-sleeved t-shirt that says long-sleeved t-shirt. Hey there, darling. Inko's eyes went white as her head leaned back. He was back, the love of her life, Hisashi Midoriya. Inko's eyes slowly opened. She was laying on something soft. It felt nice. There was a small gap between what felt like two soft pillows. She opened her eyes. Directly above her was him, her hubby, her darling, her husband, Hisashi. Hi there, I cooked some katsudon. He exclaimed, holding a bowl near to Inko's face. Wire finally dash. Hisashi shut Inko up by kissing her lips. Yeah, Inky, I'm back. How's my baby doing? Inko's hands flew to his face, her fingers tracing the new lines around his eyes, the faint shadows underneath that hadn't been there when he'd left. You have eye bags, she whispered, horrified. Hisashi burst out laughing. And that's the first thing you notice? Not my extremely stylish apron? He gestured to the garment in question, which was splattered with sauce and tied haphazardly around his waist. Inko sniffled, her fingers now carding through his messy dark green hair. "You look tired." "Worth it," Hisashi murmured, stealing another kiss. "Now sit up, woman. I slaved over this katsudon and I'll be dead if we don't eat it before it gets cold." Hisashi served the katsudon with surprising skill, the crispy pork cutlet perfectly golden, the eggs just the right amount of runny. Inko took one bite and hummed. "You actually learned to cook?" Hisashi preened, chopsticks hovering midair. "Turns out watching cooking videos at 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep paid off." His expression softened. "Wanted to surprise you." Inko reached across the table to squeeze his hand. "Everything about you surprises me." Hisashi's thumb traced absent circles on Inko's wrist as they talked, his other hand occasionally stealing bites from her bowl when he thought she wasn't looking. "Hey!" Inko protested when he snagged her last piece of pork. Hisashi just grinned, chewing exaggeratedly. "What? I cooked it." "Then eat your own." "But yours tastes better," he whined, that same ridiculous pout he'd used since university. Inko rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress her smile. Some things never changed. "So, how was New York?" Inko mumbled into his shoulder as they cuddled. Hisashi smiled. "Well, same old, large buildings, loud people, some of the most pretentious people I've ever met that think they are the best just because they have some money. Did you do anything fun?" Inko looked up at Hisashi with wide eyes, as if looking to a wise elder telling stories. Hisashi shook his head. "Not really, nothing that I haven't told you. I mean, my coworkers took me to a Knicks game, VIP seats as a farewell gift." "Did they win?" Inko asked. Hisashi shook his head. "No, they got smoked, but enough about me. What has my Inky been up to?" Inko blushed. "No, not really, but Izuku has been very happy lately." Hisashi's eyes lit up. "Oh, is this about the friend he made?" Inko nodded eagerly. "Yeah. He's really happy about them." "Them?" Hisashi asked. "Yeah, what about it? Do you not know anything about them?" Hisashi asked, dumbfounded. Inko shrugged with a blush. "Well, he seems a bit private about it, so I'm not going to push my luck." Hisashi sighed as he gathered the bowls. "I really hope the friend works out. He doesn't seem like he likes to hang out with Bakugo anymore. And still, Inko, I have a terrible feeling about the kid." Inko slouched back into the couch. "I hope so too, Hisashi. He went out earlier. I wonder what he's doing now." He went up to Inko as he kissed her cheek again. "I'm sure he is doing fine." His eyes glanced towards a stack of paper on the table. "Is that your new draft of a romance novel?" Inko stood up giddily. "Yes, I have to show you this part dash." Hisashi grabbed Inko as he laid his head near her ear, biting it lightly. "What say I give you some ideas? 39, 40, 41 dash. Ah." Izuku let go of the bars as he crumpled to the floor. Momo clicked on a stopwatch. 41 seconds. That's a new record for hanging on the bars. "Good job, Izuku." "Thanks, Momo." Izuku panted out. Momo looked at Izuku on the floor. It's been 6 months at this point, and even she must say, "Izuku, he's been looking more muscular." Momo smacked herself out of that stupor. "Anyways, let's take a break." Izuku nodded. "Why, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom." He stumbled out the room. As he made his way down the hallway, a boy followed him intently. When Izuku finally entered, he washed his face. When he looked back up, he yelped as there was a reflected in the mirror. Just behind Izuku stood a boy about his age tall, with perfectly coiffed blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, and a fitted designer gym outfit that probably cost more than Izuku's entire wardrobe. He leaned against the sink counter with an air of practiced ease, watching Izuku with an unsettling smirk. Izuku yelped, spinning around so fast he nearly slipped on the wet tiles. "Who? Relax. Just wanted to chat." He extended a hand. "Hey, Kaneshiro. My family owns Kaneshiro Financial." Izuku blinked. "Kaneshiro Financial? One of the biggest investment firms in Japan?" "Hi." He shook the offered hand weakly. Kaneshiro took his hand. Yeah, anyway, name your price." What? Izuku asked dumbfounded. Yeah, name your price. I'm looking for that courtship for Momo. Whatever your family offered her, I bet I can offer more. Izuku just looked even more confused. What? Kaneshiro posed like a model would. Please, I know for a fact that I can be a way better match with Momo. He snapped his fingers, a small golden whirlwind appeared in his hands, some of the soap bottles and tissues started to gravitate towards it. He snapped his hand shut, almost just as rich as her, better looking, no offense, and also, I'm willing to bet, a better quirk than what you have. Just tell me, why did the family allow this? Were just. He sneered, friends? Yeah, sure. He leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Look, I get it. You're playing the long game. Courting her for connections, right? Smart move. So what's your family's business? Izuku steeled himself slightly. All this time of working out is not going to go to waste. He has some confidence. He needs to have some confidence. Leave me alone. Me and her are just friends. Izuku yelled out, and even took a step forward, making Kaneshiro step back. Sure. He waved a dismissive hand. But let's be real, you really think the Yaoyorosis would ever let some nobody near their precious heir if there wasn't something in it for? Stop bothering him. A sharp voice came through the bathroom. The two boys turned to see. Kaneshiro stiffened. Todoroki? What are you doing here? Training. He stepped forward, his presence alone making Hayate take an involuntary step back. You. Hayate's smirk faltered. Just chatting. Todoroki sighed and turned to Izuku. Listen, go away now, you didn't give up any contacts, did you? Izuku shook his head. No. Todoroki breathed out a sigh of relief. Kaneshiro nervously laughed. Oh, come on. Just getting to know him, that's all. Todoroki turned his head. Know him or know his sister? What? Todoroki glared at Kaneshiro. I still remember that love letter you sent Fuyumi, you creep. She is too old for you. Kaneshiro, seeing some ice coming out of one of his hands, decided to slowly back away. Todoroki glared at him as he exited. He turned to Izuku as he extended a hand. Hey there, Todoroki Shoto, you are? Shoto's face turned very friendly as he turned to Izuku, and Izuku couldn't help but be a bit in awe. His arms were toned, his face, everything felt like it was exactly where it should be, and his skin looked perfect, no pimples, scars, anything. Izuku, noticing that he was just standing there. Oh, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Are you here training too? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I am. I heard that kid talking about Momo. Is she actually with you? He asked. Izuku scratched his head. Yes. Please don't be another weirdo. Please don't be another weirdo. Oh, that's nice. Tell her I said hi. I have to go change though, so see you. Todoroki waved off Izuku as he walked by him. Wonder what quirk he has. Oh yeah. I know, Todoroki. Our parents have talked in the past. Momo said as she finished a set of pull-ups, jumping down. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little small as he lifted his weights. She knows someone like him, and yet, she still spends time with him. I'm so lucky. Izuku, can I ask you a weird favor? A weird favor? He set the weight down, wiping his forehead with his towel. Sure? What is it? Momo hopped off the pull-up bar, landing lightly on her feet. There was an uncharacteristic fidget to her movements as she grabbed her phone from the bench, her thumbs tapping rapidly. So, UA applications open today. Izuku's breath caught. The dream he'd long since buried. Oh, yeah, I saw that. You're applying for the hero course, right? Of course. She bit her lip. But I was thinking. She turned her screen toward him. The UA admissions portal glowed on her phone, the cursor blinking mockingly on the Start Application button. I want us to apply together. Right now. As the thing. Izuku blinked. A thing? A ceremonial thing. She huffed, her cheeks tinged pink. Like how friends sign yearbooks or give bracelets. Izuku knew what she was talking about. You want me to apply for UA with you? Yes. I mean, I'll be applying for the hero course, but I saw that you've been researching the National Quirk Institute's support program. right? They have an affiliation with UA, you could apply for both. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. The NQI was his dream, a place where researchers could contribute to hero society. But UA? Even the general education course felt like a distant fantasy. I don't know if I'd even have a chance at UA. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her dark eyes unwavering. This isn't about chances. It's about doing it together, like friends do. If you'll have me. Something warm bloomed in Izuku's chest. Okay, let's do it. SBMSN confirmations blinked on their screens. Momo's for the Hero Course Recommendation Exam, Izuku's for NQI, UA General Studies. I can't believe I just did that. He slumped against the wall, his heart hammering. They're gonna laugh at my app. They won't. She bumped her shoulder against his. And even if they do? We tried. Together. Izuku stared at her, at the girl, who believed in him when no one else did. Thank you. Momo grinned. Don't thank me yet. Now we have to train for these exams. Izuku groaned, but his smile matched hers. Together. It had a nice ring to it. Izuku was on cloud 8 when he arrived at his apartment door. Spending time with Momo usually got him like this. What is this feeling? But when he pushed open the door, he ascended to cloud 9 as he saw Dad! Izuku yelled as he jumped into his father's arms, who was standing in front of him. He didn't remember crossing the room. 1 second he was frozen in the doorway, the next he was launching himself into his father's arms with enough force to make the man stumble back a step. Whoa! Look at you! His arms wrapped tight around Izuku, one hand cradling the back of his head like he used to when Izuku was small. When did you get so strong? Izuku buried his face in his dad's shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar and coffee. He's been training, she called from the kitchen, her voice bubbling with amusement. Wait until you see his notebooks now. Hisashi pulled back just enough to grip Izuku's shoulders, his eyes scanning him up and down. DMN. Look at you. He poked Izuku's bicep. Are those muscles? On my son? Flushing. Did No, this is historic. He turned to Inko, gesturing wildly. Honey, get the camera, our baby's jacked. Already on it. The flash went off, Inko capturing the exact moment Izuku's face combusted into flames as Hisashi flexed his arm like a bodybuilder. Laughing. What? This is documentary worthy. Last time I saw you, you could barely lift a grocery bag. I was 4. And now you're manly. He ruffled Izuku's hair, his grin softening. Seriously, kiddo. You look good. Izuku's chest warmed. So, training to? He nudged Izuku's knee. What brought that on? Oh, his mind flashed to Momo, to their workouts, to the way she cheered when he finally managed 10 push-ups in a row. He's got goals, she interjected smoothly, setting down a tray of tea. Big ones. Oh. His eyebrows shot up. Do tell. Izuku took a steadying breath. I applied to the National Quirk Institute today and the UA General Course. Silence. And oh shit. Hisashi lunged forward, gripping Izuku's hands. Izuku, that's huge. Their acceptance rate is insane. I know. It's a total long shot, but nothing. He squeezed Izuku's fingers. You're brilliant. If anyone can get in, it's you. Izuku looked his dad in his eyes, and he finally felt something he has lost for a long time. Izuku's eyes shifted to his mom, and, Mom, why is your shirt backwards? Inko quickly looked down on her own shirt and blushed heavily. Her face was red as a strawberry as she quickly ran back into her room. Hisashi chuckled as he followed her. As they both go into the room, Inko lightly slapped Hisashi on the chest. You said I looked fine. Inko hissed. Hisashi chuckled. Well, you did look fine as hell when you wore that dash. Shut up. Inko aggressively whispered as she rapidly whopped Hisashi's chest. Come on, darling, get changed, our son is still out there. Well, look at you. Hisashi sighed as he looked at Izuku, wearing a more formal attire, for a more special occasion. Izuku laid his head on his father's shoulder, who was kneeling. Sorry for not being there, for elementary, middle school, Heck, even kindergarten. Hisashi started to tear up as he too laid his head on Izuku's shoulder. Dad, it's fine, I knew you were worky dash. It's not fine. He pulled back just enough to meet Izuku's eyes, his own swimming with unshed tears. I missed everything. Your first words were, all might, Mom has it on tape. Your first day of school. I cried and threw up on my shoes, also on tape. The discrimination. The air left the room. Izuku's breath hitched. Hisashi's hands tightened, his thumbs brushing over the faint scars on Izuku's knuckles, the ones from when he tried, and failed, to fight back. Inko told me. Not everything, but that the having no friends, the field trips you weren't allowed to go on. His voice dropped to a whisper. I should have been here to protect you. Izuku swallowed hard. You are here now. Hisashi's composure shattered. With a ragged sob, he yanked Izuku into a crushing hug, his face buried in his son's shoulder. Izuku froze for half a second, startled by the sheer force of his father's grief, before wrapping his arms around him just as tightly. Give me this year. The words were muffled against Izuku's jacket. However much school you have left, let me be there. Field trips. Exams. Whatever. Let me try. Izuku also sniffled. Of course, Dad. Which exam are you doing again? Izuku looked up, thinking. NQI, it's 2 more weeks until the UA general exams, the exams they have now. I think are for recommended students. Hisashi forced a grin, swiping at his eyes. Go get him, champ. Izuku nodded, adjusting his bag. I'll text you when I'm done. The door clicked shut behind him. I failed him. His knees buckled. He crumpled to the floor like a marionette with cut strings, his back against the couch, his face in his hands. Oh, Hisashi. She was there in an instant, gathering him into her lap like he was something precious. Hisashi folded into her embrace, his sobs shaking them both. Our kind. She carded her fingers through his hair, her own tears dripping onto his forehead. The best kind. Hisashi pressed his face into her shoulder, his fingers clutching at her sweater. I don't deserve him. No, she agreed softly. But he chose you anyway. Hisashi burrowed into Inko's shoulder. I'm still sorry. Hisashi muttered. Inko softly smiled. I have ice cream in the fridge. You want to sit down and watch that show we always watched? They changed a lot of it. Okay. Inko dragged Hisashi to his feet. Come on, you big baby. She sat sandwiched between her parents in the back seat, hyperventilating into a paper bag as her quirk misfired in her panic, tiny matryoshka dolls spewing haphazardly from her right shoulder and clattering onto the leather seats. Breathe, Momo, her father murmured, rubbing slow circles between her shoulder blades. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. Momo sighed exasperatingly. I know how to breathe, father, she snapped, then immediately winced. Sorry, I didn't mean. Shoo. Chisato pressed a cool hand to Momo's forehead. You're burning up, darling. This isn't just nerves, you're overheating. Momo squeezed her eyes shut. She was overheating. Her quirk always acted up when her temperature spiked, and right now her body was a factory of useless, nesting dolls. Listen to me. He tilted her chin up, his dark eyes uncharacteristically soft. You've trained for this. You're ready. Whether you pass or fail today, it won't be because you didn't earn it. Momo swallowed hard. But what if? No what ifs. He tapped her nose. You're a Yayorozu. And Yaoyorosis earn their place. With a large groan, Momo put her head in his hands. Shirou, what do you do when you're stressed? Shirou looked at the rearview mirror. Well, I used to smoke, but now I take walks, think of my loved ones, read books dash. That's it. Shirou looked at the mirror bewildered. What? It feels good for me. God forbid a man picks up healthy habits. Hiroshi clutched Momo's face in his hands. Listen, you are my daughter, one of the most gifted people to walk this earth. Every single report card you brought home was a plus upon a plus. Every single remark about you is praise. You have this in the bag. Soon, the car rolled to a stop. UA's towering gates loomed ahead, a flood of elite examinees already streaming inside. With Nizu standing outside the gates, greeting the students. Momo straightened her uniform, took one last steadying breath, and turned to her parents with what she hoped was a confident smile. "I'll see you after. We'll be right here." Her parents smiled as they waved her off. Momo nodded and stepped out only to freeze mid-stride as she glanced back. Her father wasn't getting back into the car. Instead, he was striding purposefully toward a side entrance where none other than Principal Nizu walked towards his father, his beady eyes gleaming in the sunlight. And then she saw it. An envelope and a small cardboard box. Hiroshi handed it to Nizu with a smile, the two exchanging words too quiet for Momo to hear. Nizu's whiskers twitched in amusement as he tucked the envelope and box into his jacket. Momo's blood ran cold. In her mind, she got into UA, she should be happy. But, did my dad just bribe him? "I owe you big time, Hiroshi." Nizu grinned as he opened the envelope. Hiroshi smiled. "Take it as thanks for sponsoring the trip for 2,000 kids to go to Hokkaido. Those poor kids really enjoyed it. They deserve it, given the discrimination they faced because of their quirks." Nizu jumped up and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, I know how passionate you feel about helping kids. I'm happy to help, but this is... wow." Chisato rolled down the window and poked her head out. "Lady Tsunaba's tea tasting, 500 different kids of tea, all for you to try and buy, only 1,000 invitations in the world. That one is the 1,000th. She's quite a savvy woman that demands high taste, so bring whatever is in that box too." Nizu curiously opened the box and his hands started to shake before clutching it back in his hands. A teapot, a jade green teapot with 2 teacups of the same color. It's a Zisha teapot, straight from China, highest class, pure craftsmanship in clay, dragon carvings on the side, the craftsman made with gold filling the lines on the bottom, the same thing, except it's 2 koi, alongside with 2 teacups, with Master Zhang's sigil on the bottom for proof that he made it. "You don't bring this, you'll be seen as broke, and you won't be allowed in." Nizu bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. "Thank you so much." Hisashi chuckled. "It's fine, but promise me this, if my Momo gets in, I want you to treat her to the highest standards, okay?" Nizu slyly grinned. "Oh, no worries, no one is exempt from that here." Shoto sat on a chair, near a corner of a hall with little to no people, his father sitting next to him. However, he was just wearing a simple cardigan and jeans. "Son, I still urge you to use fire dash." "No." Enji took a deep breath. "Shoto, I understand how you feel, but dash." Shoto sighed. "Listen, Dad, I respect you and thank you and appreciate you since you are my father, but what you did to get me and my siblings, and what you did to Tuya gives you little to no right to speak to me like that." Shoto continued, turning to him and whispered. "You married Mom, because of her ice, at the time at least. You didn't love her for who she was. I'm glad you changed your mind, and now I can actually see the love. No matter how non-expressive you are." Enji rubbed his eyebrows. "First of all, I love your mother. Second of all, what does that have to do with you not using fire? I already told you before, I want to give Mom some type of solace, that the pain she went through was worth something, that his boy is using her power to the best of his ability, and also, you trained my fire. All my life, compared to my ice, I'm not as good as it. I don't want to use the fire as a crutch. I will go my first year using ice. And not to mention, I feel dirty, impure when I use the fire. And I guess you know why." Enji groaned as he slapped his thigh. He started to breathe in and out, pulling out a stress ball and squeezing it. "Those were my mistakes to make. Reverse it, and you can't reverse the fact that you were born, but you know what will be a mistake? If someone is in need of saving, and you refusing to use your fire power that would have saved them. I am not okay with you using only ice, but I understand, but what I will not allow is non-flexibility, not using your power, even in the most dire situations just because of some oath. Quirks are quirks. Fire isn't my power. There are millions on this earth with fire powers. Do you know the amount of people that would kill for a fire queer dash? Number 34982, please report to examination room 3. Shoto got up from his chair. "That's my number, I have to go." Enji reached out to grab his hand. You can follow that stupid oath if you want. But promise me, don't be stubborn, I've made my mistakes, don't make any more like them. Shoto looked to his dad, before yanking his hand and bowed out. Enji leaned back into his chair. This isn't going to be easy. Momo slowly entered into the examination hall. A large obstacle course was in front of her. She was shocked that it was only her. But there was no time to feel shocked, these were the entrance exams. Recommended examinee 56714, Yaoyorozu Momo. Begin on the buzzer. Momo took a steadying breath, rolling her shoulders back. This was it. The culmination of years of training, of private tutors, of sleepless nights memorizing strategy manuals. No pressure. BZZZ. She launched forward, running head-on to a wall with bumps sticking out of it. Momo's hands found the grooves in the climbing surface instantly, her body moving with practiced precision. She hauled herself up and over in seconds, barely breaking stride. Next, she came to a large pit, with spinning platforms. She timed each jump flawlessly, her ponytail whipping behind her as she danced across the unstable discs. One misstep would send her plummeting into the foam pit below. She then saw a large balancing beam in front of her, connecting to another side. She jumped on it, landing with the tip of her toes. Momo's arms windmilled for one heart-stopping second. No. She caught herself, gritting her teeth as she regained equilibrium. Too close. With a simple last jump, she came face to face with a maze, but instead of going through it, she scaled up and jumped onto one of the walls, seeing over the maze and the rest of the obstacle course. Come on, Momo, you got this. After what feels like 10 kilometers of obstacles, swinging from ropes, monkey bars, ball launchers, she arrived at the last obstacle. A simple vault over a padded barrier. The easiest part of the course. And then, crash. Her foot clipped the edge on dismount, sending her stumbling across the finish line. Momo's stomach dropped. Such a stupid mistake. The intercom remained silent. No feedback. No score. Just the ominous hum of machinery resetting for the next phase. The arena reconfigured itself, walls sliding away to reveal a battalion of training robots. One of them approached Momo with a vest with a red button on it. Phase 2, Combat. Eliminate targets. Avoid elimination by not letting them press the button. Begin. Momo's mind raced. Weak points, joints. Power sources, rear vents. Optimal takedown. Destabilize legs first, then BZZT. No time. The first wave surged forward. Down in 2 moves, a staff to the knee joint, a precise strike to the core. Disarmed, literally, with a well-placed bola. Tripped into its companion, both collapsing in a sparking heap. Momo allowed herself a fraction of a smile. This was fine. She was fine. Then the second wave arrived. And the third. And the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. For half an hour. And suddenly she was surrounded. Turns out, the further you go, the more robots show up. Her breath came faster. Too many variables. Too many angles. Which to prioritize? Which strategy? Her quirk flared a shield here, a net there, but the robots kept coming, their sensors locking onto her with eerie precision. One darted behind her. She spun. Too slow. Its padded limb grazed the red button on her vest. The exit door led to a private waiting area, a small, sterile room with a bench and a water cooler. The moment it clicked shut behind her, Momo collapsed onto the floor, her back against the wall, her knees drawn to her chest. Her hands shook. Clipped the hurdle. Overthought the robots. Eliminated like an amateur. She trained for this. Prepared for this. And yet, a choked sob escaped her. I'm pathetic. Momo couldn't even start to cry before the next alarm rang. All examinees please report to Hall 4 for the written exam. She normally didn't swear, but Izuku spun a pencil on his fingers, staring ahead. There was still 16 minutes left on the clock. He finished early. The questions were not as hard as he first thought. Like, what applications does this quirk have in real life? What are the secondary genes present in all fire quirks? What quirk will a child get if the parents have these quirks? How should a hero with this quirk go against a villain with this quirk? All those study sessions with Momo really paid off. He swears he sees her staring at him more Whatever. He's only allowed to leave after the 15-minute mark, which is in 5, 4, 3, 2, I am here. Izuku closed his eyes and accepted his fate. As his phone rang out his ringtone, he immediately put it way down, but the examiner, with large ears, already bolted to his seat. The man raised his glasses and glared at him. Izuku was ready to be disqualified. You're lucky, it's after the 15-minute mark. And you took care of it quick, it seems no one heard it. Just get out of here and take the call. The man's ears wriggled back into normal size as he took Izuku's paper with a huff, leaving a glance after seeing his name, seeming like he knows him somehow. Izuku thanked the heavens that he got off this time. He should probably change the ringtone. He doesn't even really like All Might that much these days. Izuku picked up the phone to listen, and to his shock, he heard some subtle sobs. Hey Izuku? Izuku stopped for a moment, before realizing it was Momo. Hey Momo. What's wrong? I was in the middle of my NQI exams. A shocked gasp came from Momo as she started sobbing more. I'm so sorry. I interrupted you, didn't I? Please, I'm sorry. Momo, it's okay. Izuku yelled over the phone, attracting some glances. He quickly ran to a more private area. What's wrong? I was just here to ask, like you're better at this than me, and the genes present in water quirks. It was Dr. Curry who fully understood them and presented evidence that no H2O were present in 2078, right? Izuku looked dumbfounded. What? Yeah, he was. I'm sure of it, why are you calling me about this? Momo didn't bother to stop as she continued. And in 2057 is when the first Quirk Studies department opened in a university, right? Momo, what is wrong? She started to hyperventilate. Sorry, I feel like I messed everything up. Tell me slowly, Momo, what happened? I see. Well, Momo, it doesn't sound like dash. It's a big deal. Hell no. I clipped my foot, showing I am not quick on my feet, and I got eliminated, and on the exam I think I got question 65 row dash. Izuku cut off Momo with a loud cough. You clipped your foot after completing the course, flawlessly, and you made it to the finish line. You got eliminated after like what? 8 waves? That's impressive. And I believe you are smart enough to not only pass, but excel in that exam. I'm sorry. Momo muttered out. See, can we meet? You know where? She sat on a weathered log near the shoreline, her knees drawn to her chest. She changed into some more comfortable attire. Her blazer was draped over her shoulders like a makeshift blanket. Even from a distance, one could see the tension in her posture, the way her fingers worried at the fabric of her skirt. Hey! Momo's head snapped up. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her usually pristine ponytail slightly frayed. Izuku! She stood abruptly, looking at Izuku, who rushed at her with a plastic bag in hand and in shorts and a t-shirt, then winced, her clipped foot clearly still a bit sore. You didn't have to come so fast. Of course I did. He jogged the last few steps, holding out a bag like a peace offering. I also brought what you asked for, carriage chicken, from that place we ate it when we first met. Extra crispy and with some Kewpie mayo. Momo blushed as she bowed and took the bag. Momo's breath hitched. For a terrifying second, Izuku thought she might start crying again. I hate failing. The words burst out of her like a dam breaking, her voice raw with frustration. I trained for months. I studied. And I still, her hands clenched. I panicked, Izuku. I feel like I'm some amateur. Izuku, before he could second-guess himself, placed both hands on her shoulders. Listen to me. His voice was firmer than he'd ever heard it. You didn't fail. You adapted. That's what heroes do. Momo blinked up at him, startled by his intensity. And question 65 you text me after? That was a trick question. Dr. Moore's research was disputed in 2080. No one gets that right. Really? Yes. He squeezed her shoulders. Momo, you're brilliant. I mean, to be recommended in the first place, I have studied with you, trained with you, you are one of the best person I've ever seen, intellectually and physically. And if UA can't see that, then they're the idiots. Izuku's smile could have lit the world. A beat of silence. You swear? Momo looked up, eyes wide, like a child. On my life. Izuku declared. Momo's face soured once again. Then what do you think of the envelope thing I told you about? Izuku's face morphed into one of thought. Well, I think that you should confront your father. Has he ever bribed anyone? To your knowledge, at least, I'm not saying he has. I mean, like, you're suspecting him, and I'm just here giving their dash. Momo chuckled. No. No, he hasn't done. Back to her room. Hiroshi rang a bell he kept in his pocket. Someone get me a weighted blanket and some nature sounds. He's been in his room, I don't know what he's doing. Hisashi asked his wife. Inko shrugged, I'm not sure either, but hey, he just got done with the NQI exam, so let's give him a break. Izuku meanwhile was in his bed, flopping and turning. I hugged a girl, I hugged a girl, I hugged a girl. Son, you mumbling in there? You tugged a what? Nothing. Izuku sat in front of his computer, his head on the table, his phone on his side. It's okay, Izuku. They probably just didn't get your application. I'm sure you could appeal. Momo's voice rang out from the phone. Izuku lifted his head up and sighed. Momo, there are some things in life where one must move on from. 14 years of pining, like trying to after a girl that you know you have no chance with. I didn't do any training, I didn't do any research, learn how to make things, just look at quirks, I was useless the moment dash. Stop. Her voice wasn't loud. It wasn't sharp. It was final. Izuku froze. Izuku Midoriya, you listen to me right now. The sound of rustling paper came through the speaker, her own letter, no doubt. You are not useless. You are brilliant. But dash. Say it. I dash. Do it. Izuku took a deep breath. I'm not useless, I'm brilliant. Happy? Yes. Momo giggled as she pulled out her own letter. Izuku can only hear a gasp from the other end of the phone, and can hear. Hello and welcome to your Hero Academia. Is that Nizu's voice? You got in. Izuku yelled. Yes. I got in. Oh my goodness, it's so good, there's confetti. It's a hologram, and oh my god, I can't believe it. Momo was practically jumping on her queen-sized bed like a young girl again, clutching the letter in her chest. Now you open yours. Izuku took a deep breath as he opened his letter. His eyes widened as he continued to read. Izuku? Momo asked, hearing nothing. Dear Mr. Midoriya, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into the National Quirk Institute on a full academic scholarship. Your analytical research proposal and dedication to the science of quirk mechanics stood out amongst thousands of applicants. His eyes widened. He kept reading, unable to process what he was seeing. Full ride. Recognition. All of it. Momo, he said, voice hoarse. I got in. The other end of the line went silent for half a second. You what? Momo practically screamed, a mix of shrieking delight and disbelief. Izuku burst into a wide smile. I got in. I got into the NQI. They gave me a scholarship. Momo let out the kind of noise reserved for winning the lottery. Midoriya. This is incredible. You did it. Izuku leaned back in his chair, the emotions crashing into him all at once. It wasn't a dream. He had made it. All the late nights. The studying. The research journals. The quiet walks to clear his mind. He was finally recognized. We're both going to our dream schools. Momo cheered, practically dancing across her room. Izuku grinned. Why? You're going to UA? I got into NQI. We really did it, huh? We did, Momo breathed. Then her excitement returned in full force. You know what? We should celebrate. Let's go out and eat tomorrow. I'll take you somewhere nice. There was a beat. Momo's eyes widened. Her brain played back what she said. I'll take you out. She flushed. I mean, not like that. I mean, I'll pay since it's, you know, celebratory, not a date or anything. Totally platonic. Just two friends eating food. For celebration. Izuku was already red. Why, of course, food. Friends. He chuckled awkwardly. You don't have to pay, really, I can dash. And no, please. I insist. Izuku and Momo stayed on the phone, awkward silence. USO. Is tomorrow afternoon. Around 12, is that okay? Why, yeah. Momo awkwardly waved her hand. Okay. See you there. Momo hung up and Izuku sat there in shock. Does this count as a date? You got in? We just got the email. Hisashi and Inko burst into the room and crushed Izuku between them. We're going out for dinner tonight, Hisashi declared as he held Izuku up high. Oh, okay, Dad. Izuku managed to cry out, still trying to get past the fact that it's not a date, it's not a date, it's not a date. You keep telling yourself that, Lady Momo, Chio chuckled as she laid another dress in front of the full-length mirror. Her voice was warm with amusement, and her eyes sparkled knowingly. The room was soft with light, filtered through the gauzy curtains of Momo's spacious bedroom. An array of dresses, ranging from casual to semi-formal, lay sprawled across her bed. Momo, meanwhile, was standing stiff as a board in front of the mirror, her arms rigid at her sides, clearly flustered. Chio, the longtime head maid of the Yaoyorozu household, had known Momo since she was still learning how to tie bows in her hair. 15 years of watching the young heiress grow up had prepared her for tantrums, for brooding storms of emotion, for the strange whirlwinds of high society, but nothing had quite prepared her for the current sight. Momo, pacing in a light blouse and tights, ranting in panic. I'm not in love. I just like spending time with him. That doesn't mean anything, right? Chio folded a silk sundress over her arm and pet an eyebrow. Of course not. And the sky isn't blue either. You're being insufferable, Momo huffed, face blooming red as she plopped onto the edge of the bed, burying her face in her hands. I'm being supportive, Chio corrected with a smile. But let's call it what it is, shall we? You've had dinner with dignitaries. You've gone to galas with heirs and science. Never once have you asked my opinion about a dress for one of those. But now, you've tried on 6. For someone you claim isn't special. And the meal is tomorrow. Momo groaned louder into her hands. Chio sat beside her, patting her back. Come on now, just say it. Say it once and you'll feel better. I don't have to say anything, Momo mumbled through her fingers. You do if you want me to stop parading dresses like it's Fashion Week. Ugh. Momo flopped backward dramatically, staring at the ceiling. Fine. I might have a tiny little insignificant crush on him. Happy? Chio smirked. I'm thrilled, actually. You've been glowing lately, and I had a sneaking suspicion it wasn't because of the new skincare regimen. It's not a date, though. Momo quickly added, sitting back up. It's just 2 people who happen to be going out to eat after getting accepted into their schools together at the same time. Oh yes, of course. That old non-date routine. Stop teasing me. Never. Momo narrowed her eyes. You don't even know who he is. You're right. I don't. But I know you, Lady Momo. And I know that for the first time in years, you've looked forward to something that wasn't a lecture or a training session. Your energy is lighter. And you don't get that way over math tests. Momo fiddled with the hem of her blouse. I mean it. He doesn't care about my name or my money. Forgets sometimes. Like, genuinely forgets. He just talks to me like I'm a person, not a Yaoyorozu. Chio nodded knowingly. So you like him because he sees you, not the gold-plated family crest. Momo nodded sheepishly. And you two have been meeting regularly for nearly a year now? 10 months, Momo corrected instinctively. 10 months, Chio echoed with a smirk. And today, you're having food together tomorrow. Which you initiated. To celebrate, Momo said quickly. A celebratory not date with a boy you're not in love with but have a totally insignificant crush on. Momo groaned again. I can't go if you're going to keep teasing me. Oh, you'll go. You want to. And besides, I already called Shirou and told him to be on standby in case you wanted a different car than the usual. Momo shot her a look. You what? Chio shrugged. A little sleek, a little low profile. Less, private security detail, more, I'm totally not rich but just very stylish. even though none of the cars in your fleet can be considered normal. Momo opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Okay, fine. That's actually useful. Thank you. Now, are we going with the navy dress or the ivory one? Momo looked between them. Both were tasteful. Both would make her look like she wasn't trying too hard. But one of them, she picked the ivory. Less formal. Good choice, Chio said approvingly. Now shoes. Do you want the effortlessly charming flats or the I am not panicking heels? Momo grumbled under her breath. You're enjoying this too much. Absolutely. As Chio helped her dress, the air felt lighter, warmer, more honest. Momo had never expected to like someone so earnestly. And though she refused to call it a date not yet, not until she was sure what her feelings were, a small part of her thrilled at the thought that maybe, just maybe, this was the start of something worth remembering. And when she glanced in the mirror one final time, she didn't see a noble heiress or a future hero. She saw a girl excited to see a boy who made her feel seen. Chio handed her a small perfume bottle. You know, if it were a date, I'd recommend 2 spritzes. 3 if you're trying to drive him mad. Jasmine and oak, or honey and roses. Chio. What? I'm just saying. The warm golden glow of the restaurant's chandeliers bathed the polished mahogany tables in soft light. The low murmur of conversations and the clinking of glasses gave the place a lively, celebratory air. Izuku sat between his parents, a steaming bowl of pasta in front of him, feeling both full and nervous. The Midoriyas had chosen a slightly fancier restaurant to celebrate Izuku's scholarship acceptance into the National Quirk Institute, a rare and prestigious opportunity. Inko beamed proudly as she carefully wiped her lips with a napkin. My baby a scholar. At the National Quirk Institute. Can you believe it, Hisashi? I always knew he had it in him, Hisashi said with a wink, raising his glass of ginger ale in a toast. To Izuku. To Izuku. Inko echoed, clinking her glass against his. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, lifting his own glass. Thanks, I really appreciate this. They all sipped, and the meal continued. But after a few minutes, Hisashi noticed Izuku shift uncomfortably and wince as he moved his arm. You okay, son? That seat too stiff for your training muscles? He teased. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. No, it's nothing like that, just. I kind of need to confess something. Or ask something. But it's weird. Hisashi blinked. Please don't tell me you cheated. Please don't tell me you cheated. Please don't tell me you cheated. No. It's nothing like that. I swear. Izuku waved his hands frantically. Oh, thank goodness. Trust me, Izuku, they will know that. Inko leaned in, eyebrows raised in concern. What is it, sweetie? You can tell us anything. Izuku sighed, face red. I just wanted to ask for advice. About talking. To girls. A silence. Clatter. Inko nearly dropped her fork. Hisashi blinked once, then slowly leaned back with the biggest grin. A girl. Hisashi said, voice suddenly rich with mischief. Is that why you've been staring at your phone so much lately? Inko asked, eyes wide and glinting with maternal delight. No. But not in that way. Well, maybe in that way, but I mean, Izuku clamped his hands over his face. Can we not? Please? I just want advice. Hisashi leaned on his elbows. So tell us, how long have you been seeing her? I'm not seeing her. She's a friend. Just a friend. But, so you've been alone with her? Inko asked, tilting her head. Yes, Izuku admitted. Inko gasped. Alone? Like no one else around? Like 2 teenagers, unsupervised. Izuku groaned. Mom, please. It wasn't like that. Hisashi laughed. So what's she like? Come on, you can. Give us a crumb of detail. Is she nice? Smart? Quirky? Does she share your notebook obsession? If you could compare her to any of my protagonists, who would she be? Izuku pressed his fingers to his temples. I can't tell you who she is, because I know you'll both take it way too far. We will not. Inko said. You absolutely will, Izuku said flatly. True, Hisashi admitted. Izuku sighed and muttered, she's smart. And she really wants to understand people better. We've been hanging out for the past couple months. Hisashi nodded gravely. This is serious. Izuku just slumped against the table, his soul temporarily leaving his body. Inko leaned in conspiratorially. Alright, so you want to know how to talk to her more easily, right? Yes. Because when I'm with her, it's like I feel like I can't act normal. Like I don't deserve to be hanging out with someone like her. Hisashi made a sympathetic noise. Oh, so that's the friend you said you felt like was out of your league. Like me meeting your mother. Except I actually was out of your league, Inko said, grinning. Hisashi gave a wounded look. You wound me, my dove. Izuku buried his face in his arms again. This was a mistake. No, listen, Inko said, patting his back. Izuku, girls are just people. And I know that sounds basic, but sometimes you forget that when you're nervous. Just talk about things you like. Things you genuinely enjoy. Like quirks. Yes. And ask her what she likes. Let her teach you something. Girls love that. Hisashi raised a finger. But don't make it weird. Like, don't quiz her. Don't be too nerdy and ask what are her top 10 best heroes. I wasn't going to do that, Izuku muttered, totally having considered that exact thing. Inko smiled warmly. Just be yourself, Izuku. You're kind, attentive, and respectful. That already puts you ahead of 80% of boys your age. More like 90%, Hisashi added. But maybe also compliment her. Something thoughtful. Not just, you're pretty. Say something like, you always make me think, or, I admire how hard you work. Something specific. Yeah, and never say, you remind me of my mom. Even if it's a compliment. Trust me, Inko said. Why would I say that? Izuku exclaimed. Don't bring that up, dear. Hisashi sighed. Inko smirked. Because you're weird, sweetheart. Izuku sat back, rubbing his forehead. Despite the teasing, he felt a little more grounded. Hisashi took a sip of his drink. Just one final thing. If this becomes more than a friendship, Dad. I'm just saying if it does, remember, no sudden declarations of love. Keep it steady. Don't freak her out. Inko nodded. Slow burn. Let her know you're there for her. And if you do decide to tell her, don't do it through text. Don't be a coward. Say it to her face. Izuku managed a small smile. You guys are the most embarrassing people alive. I think that is way too far. And proud of it, they said in unison. As the dessert came a small celebration cake. With, Congrats Izuku, scrawled on it in chocolate. Izuku felt a strange comfort in his parents' chaos. Yeah, they were a little much. But they cared. And despite the teasing, he felt supported. Hisashi smiled. Do you like the cake, Izu? I bought it from that new bakery. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Dad. Inko, on the other hand, was muttering. Nice boy, what type of couple? Enemies to lovers? Delinquent with a soft spot? Shirou and nerd. Honey. Nizu was sitting in his office, FNDLNG a box in his hands. All the recommended exams are done. The general exams applications have been approved. And I won't see anyone with shiketsu at the DMNT tasting. Broke school. Nizu smirked as he opened the box to gaze upon the tea set once more. Completely not caring about the fact he was given this. Bring. Nizu picked up his phone as he set the box down. Hello, Hayashi. How's it going? He chirped. Nizu's face slowly contorted to one of disbelief, then to one of frustration. That's so nice, Hayashi. I'll catch you later. I have some business to discuss with my teachers. Nizu managed to mutter with smiling, gritting teeth. When will the lesson be learnt? Nizu yelled. The lineup of teachers in front of him looked confused, but Power Loader was the most scared as Nizu was staring right into his soul. Did you update the application approval program? Power Loader froze for a second before gasping and closing his eyes and looked up. I knew it. Nizu yelled. I just got a call from Hayashi, saying that a quirkless kid got in, and he apparently applied to US. Eraserhead shrugged. What's so special about this kid and what does the program have to do with this? And how do you know he applied to UA? He asked, sipping on some coffee. Nizu breathed in and out. First of all, I know because Hayashi told me that this kid sent his acceptance letter, thanking him for the scholarship, and in it, mentioned that he applied to UA. Again, why this kid? You know the costume your Yaoyorozu Momo requested to be made? Nizu said frustratingly. Eraserhead nodded. Yeah, nice design. Whoever did it knows his stuff, probably some big guy in some design studio. They're rich. It was him, the kid that the NQI took designed that one. Eraserhead's face dropped. Oh, I get why you're mad. Nizu buried his face in his hands. This happened last year. I tried to tell you to update the program so that when the Quirk part of the form is blank or NA, it wouldn't automatically reject it. And you didn't do shit. There was one quirkless kid who went to Shiketsu. And he was his district's valedictorian. Talent, talent, talent. We are the best places to foster that, and we can't do that if we do simple mistakes like this. Nizu slammed his fist on the table, the edge shaking, moving the box close to the edge as it toppled. Nizu's face contorted to one of horror as he dove and caught the box by letting it land on his face. The teachers stood around. Jay, just get the hell out of here. The teachers nodded stiffly as they left. And update the application. Shirou pulled on the handbrake as the night sky above shined on the sleek silver SUV. Ms. Momo, approximately what time dash? Shut the F up, Shirou. Shirou's eyes widened to size of dinner plates as he turned back, shocked at his madam swearing. Only to see a girl in a simple blue dress, with straps over her shoulders, showing both of them, her hair let down, and face blushing, her face coming to a realization. I'm so sorry. I'm just so nervous. Just come back when I call, okay? Shirou stiffly nodded. Okay, miss, what is causing you so much distress? I expected disinterest when it comes to these dinners, so. I'm having dinner with Midoriya. She groaned out. I don't know what to do. This is the first meal I have where I actually want to be here. Shirou nodded again. And do you want to leave? No. I just need to take a deep breath. And go. Momo exclaimed as she quickly got out of the car. Not a crush my butt. Shirou huffed. That's a funny joke, kid. Get the hell out of here. The receptionist sneered. Izuku was wearing an old suit. It was basic, white shirt, black jacket, and the tie was not tied properly. His suit was basic. Not shabby, but not this kind of establishment. Izuku sighed. I know, but please you have to dash. The receptionist shooed him off. There's a ramen shop down the street. It's still where you belong, just Leah dash. Excuse me? A sharp voice sliced through the air. Heads turned. Momo Yaoyorozu stood at the entrance, her arms crossed, eyes narrowed. The receptionist blinked. Miss Yaoyorozu? She stepped forward, lifting her small handbag to reveal the unmistakable golden Yaoyorozu family crest stitched onto the front. He's with me, she said simply coolly. Is there a problem? No. Of course not, Miss Yaoyorozu. Please, I apologize. Then kindly get out of our way. Momo normally didn't pull rank, but for some reason, for Izuku, it came easy for her. The receptionist quickly rushed alongside them, leading them through the opulent restaurant. Chandeliers hung above marble tables. The interior was made of columns, gold and dark oak walls. They would lead to some stairs leading to a nice elevated outdoor table with hanging lights above, and surrounded them was a nice array of flowers and bushes, and a small green fountain was in their view, like a private sanctuary for both of them. The receptionist bowed a full 90 degrees. I'm so sorry. Please enjoy your meal here. Back in the kitchen, the waitstaff were gathered in the break room, some sipping sodas, some playing games on their phones. A tired-looking waitress waltzed in, son of a beach. An older waiter chuckled as he sipped his beer. What? Tip's not enough. The waitress groaned. 300,000 yen bill. 500 yen tip. Their kid ordered so many effing plates of fried chicken, my god. All the waiters laughed. That's just how it is, you need to get lucky. One of the chefs barged in. We need someone on the throne now. The waiters looked at him. Are you serious? We are all on break, and the people who get that seat are pompous assholes. Some usually think they're all romantic. Oh honey, let me take you out dash. It's a yayarozu. The chef deadpanned. The waiters all collectively jumped up from their seats. Get out of my way. I need to buy some nice clothes move. Anyone goes near my future PS20 is getting it. I need that 100,000 tip. For a moment they just sat there. Silence. Then Izuku nervously smiled. So, do we get the menu or? Momo blushed, her hand shooting up to her mouth as she raised the other. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should probably call Dash. At that moment, a very nervous young waiter approached like he was walking on a tightrope. Hello. I'll be your server tonight. If that's okay. Here are your menus. He held them out. The menus had gold plating on the edges. It was made of wood, as the words were carved into it. Thank you, Momo said shakingly. Izuku gave a little bow. Thanks. The waiter looked at Izuku, then Momo, then back at Izuku, and somehow turned even paler. Would you like to start with any drinks? Water? Herbal tea? He rattled off. Momo nodded. Sparkling water would do fine for now. On it, ma'am. So, the rookie huh? One of the waiters muttered as they stared from one of the windows. Manager's pet. The chef poked his head out of the kitchen through the serving window. Hey, clearly has its benefits. He just copped a yayarozu. And who's that? The old waiter squinted. I have no idea. And also, where are her parents? One of the younger waitresses gasped. Could it be a date? Momo glanced down at the gold-embossed menu, trying not to fidget. Her fingers gently traced the elegant calligraphy of the dishes, but her mind was elsewhere, an anxious swirl of nerves, excitement, and pure chaos. Stay calm. Breathe. It's just dinner. A nice dinner. With Izuku. Whom you like. Whom you might be in love with. Stop that. Deep breaths, Momo. She tried to appear composed as she peeked over the menu at him. Izuku, meanwhile, was scanning his own menu, his eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of panic. What the hell is this French? Italian? Momo. Izuku nervously muttered. Momo blinked. He looked up at her sheepishly. I don't know what half of these dishes are. Momo chuckled. He looked cute nervous. What dishes are you unsure about? She asked. Izuku pointed. What is a coquille Saint-Jacques? Or a bouillabaisse? Or a ratatouille? I could have sworn this was a movie, and some Italian ones, I think? Arrabbiata? Corsetti? Momo burst into a surprised laugh, the knot in her stomach loosening. Izuku panicked a little, thinking he just showed himself how uncultured he was. I think I'm in over my head here. That makes two of us, Momo admitted under her breath, before sitting up straighter. Coquilles. Saint-Jacques are scallops, served with a creamy wine sauce and baked in shells. Bouillabaisse is a French seafood stew. It's very flavorful, but a bit intense. Ratatouille is actually a vegetable dish, slow-cooked with herbs. Very rustic. And as for the Italian ones, arrabbiata is a spicy tomato-based sauce, usually with penne pasta. Corsetti are a kind of coin-shaped pasta, often pressed with a decorative stamp. Izuku blinked, then grinned. That was really helpful. You sound like a food critic. Momo blushed. No, I've been here a few times. With my parents. And sometimes for events. Izuku nodded in understanding. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'd have probably accidentally ordered snails or something. She laughed again, genuinely this time. Escargot is a delicacy, you know. Yeah, but not for my wallet or my sanity, Izuku muttered. Well, she'd just rattled off half a culinary dictionary with perfect pronunciation and informative poise. By all outward appearances, she was the image of a sophisticated, worldly young woman. Composed, elegant, poised. But inside, she was screaming. What now? She'd gotten through the explanation. That part was fine. Expected, even. But now there was a lull. Izuku looked at her with this warm, slightly bewildered smile, and her brain decided it was the perfect time to freeze. What did people do on dates again? Panic began to trickle in. He's looking at me. Say something. No, not just something, say something charming. Or romantic. Like in those books. Right? What would the heroine do in Spring Petals and Summer Scandals? She cleared her throat and sat up straighter, smiling in what she hoped was a cool, confident way. Her fingers lightly tapped the edge of her menu before she folded it closed with a theatrical flair that surprised even herself. I think I'll take the liberty of ordering for us, she said, her voice only slightly higher than usual. Izuku blinked in surprise. His eyebrows rose, then softened as he smiled. Oh, okay, he said, clearly amused. I trust your judgment. Momo internally screamed. Why did I say that? Oh my God, what am I doing? She waved over the waiter tried to. She hadn't quite mastered the casual upper-class wave and ended up doing a weird hand-twitch motion that caught the waiter's attention anyway. He approached with a smile. Have we decided, madam? Madam. Kill me, Momo thought. Yes, she said, determined to keep up the act. For the hors d'oeuvre, we would take a small charcuterie board for each of us. What would he like? Come on, what type of food does he look like he likes? I would take the French onion soup and cheddar broccoli soup for him for the soups. Momo internally kicked herself. Did you just order a broccoli dish because of his green hair looking like Imanit? For the appetizers, we would take 1 plate of bacon-wrapped scallops and devilled eggs. She took a deep shaky breath as she continued, as for the main course, the base. And as for him, he'll have the beef risotto, 2 bowls of salmon salad, and we'll order dessert later. The waiter nodded. Weiss. Right away, ma'am. Diamen. What an order. The chef whistled. The waiters looked at the rookie with eyes of envy. He nervously noticed. What's wrong, guys? Nothing. As soon as he left, Momo exhaled and looked anywhere but at Izuku. Her confidence wavered. You didn't have to do that, Izuku said softly. Momo flinched. Oh no. He hated it. I was too forward. He thinks I'm bossy. But I'm really glad you did, he added. She turned toward him, surprised. I was just about ready to panic pick the pasta with the shortest name, he grinned sheepishly. You make it look easy. Momo blinked. And then smiled. It was small, but it was real. Still, her inner monologue was a chorus of, oh no. That was so cheesy. What's next? Feeding him a bite of dessert like in Chapter 12. During the struggle, a trumpet blast was heard as they turned their heads to an outdoor stage. As a live quartet started to play some live music, Momo gasped as she put her head on her hand. Oh my. Her hand instinctively lifting to her cheek. They're here tonight? What is it? Izuku asked, curious. That's Ensemble Lavande, she whispered, eyes sparkling as she leaned in, her elbows resting on the table. They're amazing. They do live sets here once a month, usually for themed evenings. He blinked. Lavande? Like lavender? She nodded eagerly. Yes. Their music is gentle but expressive. Their conductor's known for being something of a romantic. This piece right now, listen. They paused. The music was slow, deliberate, with a mournful swell at the bridge. The cello hummed beneath the melody like a somber heartbeat. It's Pavane by 4, Momo said, her voice soft, reverent. It was originally written as a piano piece and then arranged for orchestra. For imagined people at a slow, elegant dance, something you'd hear in a moonlit courtyard in the south of France. She blushed faintly. I once had it played during a school gala. I asked them to perform it because it was one of my mother's favorites. She shook her head and laughed nervously. Sorry, I'm rambling. Izuku didn't say anything at first. She looked up, worried she had bored him, but he was staring at her, wide-eyed and smiling. Dreamily. Noticing that he's staring, Izuku quickly straightened his posture. Oh, no, please. It's fine. Keep going. Momo's cheeks burned. She ducked her head slightly and tried to take a sip of water to cool herself down, only to realize she'd already emptied the glass. Before she could reach for the pitcher, Izuku beat her to it and poured for her first, his hands careful. She noticed he'd also buttered the best slice of bread in the basket and pushed it toward her. The tension between them softened with the music. They picked at the bread, gently teasing each other over who got the second best piece. Conversation flowed easier now, buoyed by gentle laughter. The music shifted into something more upbeat, a jazzy rendition of Debussy that made Momo sway slightly in her seat. They talked about school, their goals, the friends they'd made, and the ones they hoped to. Momo shared stories about past galas her family had attended at this very restaurant, how she'd once snuck into the kitchen to watch them flambe crepes, or the time she got locked in the server room because she thought it was a coat closet. The waiter soon came back. "Your charcuterie boards, sir, ma'am." Izuku and Momo started to enjoy the fine hams and cheeses, Izuku gawking at the food as he ate like he just discovered fire. "These are really good." Momo smiled. "I'm glad you're enjoying it. This ham is from Italy, made in the Naples region and dash." Momo continued to ramble on about the food as the band played in the background, and Izuku swears on his life that he was not affected by magic as he just blindly stared and put cheese and hams in his mouth. Soon the conversation switched to their schools as the appetizers arrived. "I really hope UA is more friendly in the social aspect," Momo muttered. Izuku smiled. "I bet you can find people to be friends with way more easily in UA. I actually don't know who the other homeroom teacher is. I know Vlad King is one of them since he is a retired hero." Izuku steeled himself before continuing. "You can ask me if you don't know any heroes there." Momo's eyes lit up. "Thanks, Izuku. She doesn't think I'm a nerd." They look quite friendly with each other. The chef whispered as he served up the beef risotto and bouillabaisse at the serving window. "I ain't never seen her that happy, all those parties, and she is happiest with a boy. Kids these days." A older sous chef muttered. "And then, one of the families pleaded with my father for their kid to meet me. He was on his knee, just begging. I couldn't believe it." She scorned, recalling one of her experiences in this restaurant. As she poked another piece of lettuce from her salad, Izuku dropped a cold sweat as he swallowed another bite of his risotto. "Some people would kill to be in my position. She's so out of my league." Momo sighed. "I guess I'm really glad to just be in this restaurant and be with someone I like." She quickly realized what she said and quickly looked up. However, to her surprise, Izuku didn't really react much, just a simple smile. "Okay, he didn't catch that. I heard the NQI has some close ties to you. Do you think we would see each other during those times?" Izuku asked, his tone hopeful. Momo blushed. "What? I certainly hope so." The waiter walked over with a new pitcher of water and their 2 bowls of salad, but when he removed the 2 salad bowls, he didn't anticipate the shifting of the weight to the pitcher on the edge of the tray, as it tipped over and splashed practically half of the water all over Izuku's lap. "We're so cooked." One of the waiters dragged his hands across his face as he watched. One of the chefs pulled out his phone. "Chef, Muzutafu, 5 kilometers near me. 102 positions. Nice." "I am so sorry, sir." The waiter pleaded as he pulled out a napkin, but to his surprise, Izuku didn't panic. He braced himself, expecting a blow-up or a heap of furious words from the guest. Instead, Izuku sat upright, blinking the shock away. He cleared his throat and said gently, "It's fine. Really. It was an accident." The rookie's mouth fell open. Momo watched him in stunned relief and something tender bloomed in her chest. Only a few people could have pulled off that kind of kindness right after a soaking like a spilled pitcher. Yet Izuku, gentle, polite, warm, did. The rookie turned to help with cleaning, but Izuku, still half-drenched, reached for some napkins to start wiping the floor himself. "Let me," he began softly. But before he could scrunch even a square under his fingers, 2 senior waiters rushed in, mop buckets and cloths swooshing. "You don't have to, sir." One stressed politely. Izuku shook his head with a small, grateful smile. "No, really. It's okay. Let me just start. Please. Such a guest like you cannot be relegated to such tasks." After that whole fiasco, they finally slowed down and started on dessert, which was free. 2 simple chocolate sundaes for each of them. As they finished up, the waiter approached with the bill. Izuku managed to snag a look at the bill and his face froze. "That is 3 months of my rent." To his shock, Momo pulled out a small handful of bills and put it in the waiter's hand. "Keep the change." The waiter's eyes expanded to the size of dinner plates as he shakily nodded and walked away. Now that is a funny but joke boy. The old man, the owner of the restaurant, chuckled before he threw a pen at the table. Why, oh, you turned away, I guessed. An esteemed guest of the Momo Yaoyorozu, and spilled water on him. Which dumbass thought sending the rookie was a good idea? Did they look distraught at all? The manager at the restaurant bowed down. They didn't seem too mad, sir. Oh, you better hope for my sake. All I get is a warm complaint. Sir, that's it. He handled the apology gracefully. The young man said it was fine, sir. The owner's eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh, I need to put my hands on something. That receptionist would work fine. You have any idea what kind of guests demand apologies for this? Invitations revoked. Invitations cancelled. Word of mouth so strong it'll close our upstairs ballroom. Do you understand the cost of dishonoring Yaoyorozu? The manager shakes slightly, voice cracking. If you paid that band too much to come here last minute, that better have helped. Izuku and Momo walked out of the restaurant. As they returned to the parking lot, Shirou perked his head up from the car. Right on time. Momo took a deep breath as she tapped him on the shoulder. She took a determined breath, the warmth from the evening's shared conversation, giving her courage. She gently tapped Izuku on the shoulder. He turned, eyebrows raised in question. Midoriya, there's something I want to say, she began, voice soft but steady. He chuckled, a nervous, amused sound. Okay? That only made Momo's heart race faster. I want to confess that I like you. Izuku blinked twice, expression one of amused disbelief. Are you joking? She shook her head, cheeks flushing. No, I'm serious. Momo's eyes narrowed, her lips pressed in a gentle line. I wouldn't say this lightly. Please listen to me. Izuku's grin faded. Okay, serious. So what is it? She took a breath, stepping closer until only a car's width lay between them. As I said, I genuinely like you, she said, voice wavering just a touch. More than friends. I want to try having a relationship. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed as if searching for words. Why me? He finally asked, voice small. I'm quirkless. I'm poor, I mean middle class, maybe. I'm not. I'm just Izuku Midoriya. Your parents would probably hate that. Momo stepped forward, eyes filled with quiet conviction. You're exactly why, she replied. Then, slowly, she began to list out everything. Because when you make mistakes, you apologize and laugh and still treat those around you with kindness. Because you listen even when I talk too much about music or hero stats or dresses I'm never going to wear again. Because you treat me like I'm people, not prestige. I haven't had anyone just look at me like I'm someone, rather than an object of status. And because I have never met someone that made me smile this much. This is new for me. I want to start with someone honest, someone grounded, someone I can build trust with. And my father is completely fine with quirkless people, and besides, it's hard to have more money than my family. So, she swallowed, heart pounding. So will you? She trailed off. Silence filled the parking lot for a long moment. Then Izuku's face softened. He stepped forward. Izuku's mind short-circuited. What do I say? I accept, right, but can I just say that? I've never had a girlfriend before. Or someone asked me to be theirs. I was really nervous tonight even about dinner. But if you're asking, please go easy on me. I'm awkward. I've never even had a friend, let alone someone I like this. But, yes, I accept Momo. Momo's heart skipped a beat. The two stood there for a second, before Momo extended her hand. Izuku did too. And they gave each other a firm handshake. I look forward to this relationship. Momo stuttered out. Why yeah, me too. See you tomorrow? Why yeah. Lady Dash. Just drive. Momo cried out as she lunged to the driver's console and put up a wall between her and Shirou. Lady. His voice was drained out by the soundproof wall. Momo stomped her feet. Shaking his hand? Great one, Momo, you just did a business deal. Oh, I expect our intimacy to go up 2.3% by next year. Girl, get a grip. she yelled as she rapidly, lightly slapped herself. Shirou lowered the wall slightly as he peered into the back seat with the mirror, hitting a button, turning it from a camera view to an actual mirror, seeing a blushing Momo wriggling in the back seat. Not gonna get into that. He moved the wall up again. Izuku stood on the train, not even grasping onto a handle. Did the richest girl on earth just ask me out? I must have saved the world and sacrificed so much in my past life.